to why someone has taken a different stance before casting them aside. Now, the last quote I would like to share today, again, comes from Epictetus. It reads, "We don't abandon our pursuits because we despair of ever perfecting them." Psychologists speak of cognitive distortions, exaggerated thinking patterns that have a destructive impact on the life of the patient. One of the most common is known as all or nothing thinking. Examples of this include thoughts like, if you're not with me, you're against me. So-and-so is all good or all bad. Or because this wasn't a complete success, it is a total failure. This sort of extreme thinking is associated with depression and frustration. How could it not be? Perfectionism rarely begets perfection, only disappointment. Now, I've heard a few times from board members that a specific policy or rule is written perfectly, or that the suggested changes needed were perfect. As an imperfect person myself, I have never created anything perfect. The question becomes, can an imperfect board create something perfect? I would say no. However, we as a board are constantly trying to improve. If we were to wait for perfection, we would never reach our goals. In fact, we wouldn't ever move at all. Now, these quotes from Marcus Aurelius and Epictetus are great reminders of the power of the mind in the attempt for improvement. And I challenge each of us to focus on what we can do, what we can achieve as we strive to be better as individuals and as a board. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hymas. Next, we'll go to our education highlight. Our Board Communications Director, Kelsey James, is going to introduce.
Thank you, Chair. Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. I just want to take this opportunity to highlight some of the great things happening in Utah and in our schools. This month we'll be talking about two schools in particular who were chosen as 2022 National Blue Ribbon Schools by the U.S. Department of Education. So just a little background on that program. So it was created by the U.S. Department of Education in 1982. There are two categories that schools can be awarded excellence in. One is exemplary high performing, where the schools had their state's highest high school graduation rates and the highest achieving students, the top 15%, in English and mathematics measured by state assessments. There's also the exemplary achievement gap closing schools, which have made the greatest advances, top 15% again, in closing subgroup achievement gaps in English and mathematics over the past 3 to 5 years, again measured by state assessments. Each school that is awarded this honor is invited to an awards ceremony held in Washington, D.C. It'll be happening in just less than a month here in the beginning of November. And the two schools that are honored this year from Utah are the 20th and 21st schools from the state to earn the honor. So the first, we'll talk about Adams Elementary, which is located in Logan School District. This is a picture taken from their National Blue Ribbon official page on the U.S. Department of Ed website of their staff. It is a Title I school in a very rural area, so they have had to overcome certain obstacles to have this achievement, but they work together with a diverse community and really focus on staff collaboration and the power of yet to encourage communities and their students to achieve excellence. Their mission is to support all students in becoming productive members of society by achieving a growth mindset through rigorous essential learning. And some of this power of yet means that, you know, students are going to struggle sometimes, but that's okay. The challenge is a part of learning, and even if you don't understand something now or yet, you will in the future. And I just want to read this one part from their application, which I thought was really summed things up nicely. It says, through helping students develop a growth mindset, strengthen a healthy sense of self, and master the rigorous, essential academic skills they need, the Adams School supports all students in becoming successful, productive members of our community. Because of this consistent focus and the cooperation between parents and the school, our Adams Owls soar. And the next school that was 2022 National Blue Ribbon School is Horizon Elementary. They are in the Washington School District. And their mission states that we desire for each of our students to leave our school with solid intrinsic motivation to construct meaningful lives with success academically, socially, emotionally, and mentally. We want every student to see their future with optimism, knowing they can control their successes and outcomes. They try to focus on attending to the whole student by, having this mindset that it takes a village. And part of that village is obviously parents, family members, as well as community members and educators and administrative staff at the school. And one of their main focuses is not only teaching students how to learn, but how to help others learn, which is a lifelong skill rather than just learning the standard. They're learning how to learn. And I'm going to let them speak for themselves a little bit. Principal at Horizon Elementary, along with her team, created this little video for you all to get a better understanding of what they do at the school.
Hi, I'm Mona Haslam. I am the principal at Horizon Elementary. And we here at Horizon in Washington County School District are so honored to be designated as an exemplary, high-performing National Blue Ribbon School for 2022 by the U.S. Secretary of Education. And we were in the top 15% in our state for our whole school academic performance in English language arts and math. And for each of our subgroups also in the school, we were at least the top 40% in English language arts and math, which was really exciting for us. Okay, here at Horizon, we have been a Mandarin Chinese dual immersion school for the last 10 years. And it has been so exciting to watch our students progress each year in all areas like listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And it is so fun to go into the classrooms and watch the groups, especially when they're working on something like a science project. They are all talking to each other and journaling, and it is just so fun to see how much progress they've made.
I'm Gina James, and I'm the counselor here at Horizon Elementary. So our main objective in our school is really developing just the whole child. So our purpose is laying that foundation for them to have lots of success in their life. And so how do we do that? Well, we purposely teach and try to develop deep down intrinsic motivation from them. We call ourselves a no reward school because we don't give anything extrinsic, but we give a lot of intrinsic motivation to our kids. We want them to know who they are and that good people do good things. And so we build a lot of mental resilience in them. Yeah, we spend lots of time on our academic proficiency. We want them to truly themselves have a desire to become a strong and happy contributing citizen in every aspect of their life.
Hi, my name is Tracy Poor, and I'm the reading interventionist at Horizon Elementary. At Horizon Elementary, we believe that all students can learn, and we provide programs to help them do that. One of our biggest intervention program is called Win Time, which stands for What I Need. And to be able to provide students with what they need, we do lots of assessments. We do an overall assessment, and then we do diagnostic assessments to zero down to exactly what they need to improve their reading and find out what they are missing. And then we do intervention groups with children up to not more than 5 students, providing them with the skills that they need. And we change these groups every 2 weeks, depending on their assessments. We also work with students that are working above level in their reading and in their math, and providing them with computer programs and also junior grade books and different reading comprehension programs so that they can also be working and filling in with what they need.
In 2018, Horizon became a Utah Bronze STEM school, and we will reapply to be a Silver STEM school next year. And being a STEM school has really helped our students see how science and technology, math and engineering all apply in their everyday life. And it's really been fun to see it become a mindset and not just activities, but it is a lot of fun. I love to watch them when they work in groups trying to solve a problem or do a project, and they're not making a mistake, but they just keep trying better ways or different ways to do it. And I know this has really helped us improve in our proficiency.
If anyone would like more information on those two schools, you can visit their profile pages on the National Blue Ribbon website. And they also each had to submit a application for the program that is dozens and dozens of pages long. So there's a lot of information there if you're looking for it. And that concludes my education highlight.
Stay close. Board Member Cannon.
Just a quick question. So you said they could qualify by either being exemplary, high-performing, and I think Horizon mentioned in their presentation that that's what they were chosen for. What about Adams Elementary? Which category did they qualify in?
So both of the schools were in the exemplary high performing category.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Still stay there, because I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule. I'll probably do my chair's report right now. Be one less thing to take on a little bit later before we get to our public comment section. So if you can bring up. So as you're aware, you know, at USBE, in Utah's public education, there's a lot to be said and done about public education and how it works. And then I just want to bring out computer science in Utah. It just seemed like it was a few years ago. We were really aggressively working with our legislature and getting funding and that. Here's some background on computer science just for your situational awareness. 2018, a computer science tech task force was created. The task force made formal recommendations to USBE in June of 2018, and 2019, Governor Herbert signed House Bill 227, the Utah Computer Science Grant Act, into law, and it was launched in our grants management program. 2019, only 54% of the public schools, high schools, taught computer science. Next slide, please. So the program's been moving forward. Of course, we've got some history with a pandemic and some other things, and in the wake of what's been happening in computer science. But I just want to report just some highlights that 34 of 41 school districts teach computer science today, and that momentum's changing. Also, in that same department, all in with us in this movement, Christina Yamanda, I think I said that correctly. Did I say that right? Okay, thank you. She's a specialist, our specialist for computer science and information technology. She received high honors in the Education Excellence Award in the 15th Annual Women Tech Award section piece. So if you have any information, or if you want to know more about what's happening in computer science, we have good staff that can help you in that space. But it's just good not to forget some of the, I call them betterments, that the board has taken for granted. And so between now and the end of the year, I probably will bring a couple little little pieces out. Now, Christina isn't the only one that receives these high recognition amongst our peers and in our communities. I didn't get permission to share this, but I'm going to share it anyway. We have our very own superintendent going to be recognized this Friday evening and inducted into their Hall of Fame at Utah Tech, which is the old Dixie, but Utah Tech University. And the little bit of conversations that I've had with the folks that are going to do that happening the last 7 years. It's been 7, hasn't it? In Utah's public education, a lot of changes, almost a decade worth of changes as I've talked to people. And our superintendent, Dixon, has been on the forefront representing this board, and I keep bringing up board and supporting the board and board's initiative and board action. But she's been a good ambassador to the board, and she's executed a lot of great policies and has her fingerprints on a lot of awesome outcomes in Utah's public education system. I don't want to get into the details of how many decades she's committed to Utah's public education, but it's been more than 3. I'll just leave it at that, and you guys can figure the rest out. She's been one that has always advocated for every child and every educator without bias and any prejudice, and her reputation is known throughout the United States. And now our state even gets world recognition for what's happening here. So just in my report, just FYI, there'll be probably some news releases after Friday. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to go down for that induction there, so more to report. But again, I apologize not getting permission, but I just want to recognize and applaud our superintendent for that recognition going into a hall of fame. Thank you. Okay, we'll embarrass her later, I'm sure. So I think we're really close to being back on schedule. So I'm calling it ahead of schedule. Maybe it'll be contagious throughout the day. Next, we're going to go into our public comment. Just on the public comment side, we welcome all the written comments that we've received. Our public comments are limited to 2 minutes. Our comments can express simple support for dissent, for support or dissent for regulatory action that we're doing. Individuals should use public comment to complain. Should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written online comment of their words to the board. We're very much ready to receive those. And please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. And we request that we keep our comments appropriate for our general audience. And again, the invitation is there. If there's more explicit materials or something of sensitive nature, that we do invite these comments to come to us in writing. So thank you. So let's go right into our public comment period. We've got quite a few in person, so let's do the in persons first. Okay, Deborah Cole. Then we'll put Benny Larson. You're on deck. Oh, let's see. Yeah. So, Deborah. So we have can somebody turn that mic on, please?
I want to talk about the SHARP survey. And And we know that this is something that is used for data-driven decisions that protect and improve the health of our young people. Within the last year, a coalition of the nation's leading experts in pediatric health have issued an urgent warning declaring the mental health crisis among the children of this nation. This included the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Children's Hospital Association, and the American Academy of Children and Adolescent Psychiatry, which together represent more than 77,000 physicians and 200 children's hospitals. This is a time we most need the information from the SHARP survey so that we can do crisis prevention and do more than just crisis response. We know that belonging is one of the main robust ways to enhance both mental and physical health for our youth and children. Being seen and heard are a big part of what promotes belonging. For many of our most at-risk youth, the SHARP survey is the one and only time that they know that they have a voice and feel they are being heard and that what they are experiencing makes a difference. This is especially important for many of our unseen minorities who often feel there is no other place for them to be heard. These are also our most important at-risk youth for a variety of reasons. We know from the SHARP survey itself that it is our minorities that suffer the most, not the only ones. I think that this affects all of them. Good mental health as youth and having their concerns cared about and addressed is important for their success in school and in life, is an important part of helping Utah thrive over the long term. The school board not supporting the SHARP survey looks like our school board doesn't care about the struggles of our youth or helping them thrive, especially for those minorities. We need to continue to send a message that we want to identify where we can help and do suicide prevention, not crisis response, suicide and other health. I also am going to leave this. It's written by the Springtide series of mental health. They've done a lot of surveys nationally, and this is written specifically in response to this crisis, and it's for educators specifically. Where do I leave this?
Thank you. Benny Larson?
Hello, I want to thank the board for letting us share our thoughts today. My name is Benny Larson. I am a parent of kids in the Canyon School District who have participated in the SHARP survey in the past, but I also represent today the Utah Suicide Prevention Coalition. I serve as the co-chair of that group, and I represent the executive committee today when I encourage you to support the SHARP survey. It is given every 2 years to Utah students grades 6th, 8th, and 10th, and 12th in most public school districts across the state. This survey allows our state to measure teen substance use, mental health issues, risk and protective factors that predict problem outcomes in youth. It's imperative to have this data to respond to the mental health needs of our youth and enable the design and implementation of suicide prevention and interventions in these strategies. The SHARP survey informs our Utah Suicide Prevention State Plan, and it allows us to evaluate the impact of the prioritized strategies. The SHARP data is consistently used by the state coalition and our partners to bring funding to our state, both state funding and national funding, to address youth mental health needs. We want to acknowledge that there are concerns about asking sensitive issues to our students and that it might cause harm, but we know based on research that asking things about drugs, sex, mental health issues does not give students the ideas. Or does it cause them to engage in unhealthy behavior, including suicide ideation? Other studies have suggested acknowledging and talking about suicide openly reduces rather than increases suicidal ideation and may lead to improvements in mental health treatment and help seeking. The Utah Suicide Prevention Coalition hopes that the Utah School Board, State School Board, will recognize the value of the SHARP survey and will continue to support it. and support the mental health and the well-being of our students here in Utah. We know that local districts make these choices, but we ask that for your support because they look to you for guidance, and we really appreciate the guidance you've offered in the past, and I thank you today.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll have Marina Lowe with Joe Johnson on deck.
Thank you. My name is Marina Lowe, and I'm the Policy Director with Equality Utah, Utah's largest LGBTQ civil rights organization. I'm here today to speak in favor of the state school board retaining its position of support of the SHARP survey. LGBTQ adults and youth experience a significantly elevated risk for suicide and suicide behavior. National data from the 2015 Youth Risk Behavior Surveillance Survey indicates that LGBT youth seriously contemplate suicide at almost 3 times the rate of heterosexual youth. Population-based studies over the last 2 decades confirm this data, providing strong evidence of higher rates of reported suicide ideation and attempts in LGBT populations compared to heterosexual adolescents and adults. It is in this vein that we advocate for the real need to continue to collect data that specifically looks to sexual orientation and gender identity as a means to better understand and develop strategies to help at-risk LGBTQ youth in our state. We are grateful that in 2019, gender identity and sexual orientation was added to the Utah Prevention Needs Assessment Survey that is conducted as part of the SHARP statewide survey. In 2019, that survey found that 11.8% of high school students in Utah identify as not heterosexual. Putting these 2 facts together, we believe that it's imperative to continue to collect this data in order to understand the risks faced by LGBTQ students and in order to develop meaningful strategies to reduce suicides and to support their mental well-being. USBE's continued endorsement of this data collection would demonstrate a commitment to supporting Utah's LGBTQ youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Joe Johnson with France Burrell with the PTA on deck. Joe.
Yesterday, as I was catching up on your board meetings regarding HB 374, I ran across this paragraph defining age appropriateness in a community standard. To be honest, I'm pretty disappointed that the staff and the board did not give it more attention. This paragraph reads, if school library material is deemed too explicit to be read out loud by an adult during a public meeting in the presence of children or read aloud by a minor in front of an audience of their peers, then it automatically qualifies as going against the prevailing community standard and shall be automatically removed from the school and from its digital library. Interesting that at the beginning of these public comments today, that was the exact instruction that was given, but in our administration of HB 374, we didn't give that clear of guidance. Now, I live in Alpine School District, and these are some of the challenges that, as a parent, I'm left with. I have one board member that has stated, let me be clear, no one is encouraging porn in schools. No one is advocating for Playboy or Hustler, assuming that that's the only 2 types of porn that we find in society. She goes on to say, I think the state code is too strict. Sex is not porn. A survivor describing how they were assaulted is not porn. We have a board member that can't even define porn per state statute, let alone define age appropriateness or our community standard. It appears at times that this board has sought to shift at every turn to undermine the state legislature and state statute. I am grateful for those of you who have stood with the legislature and parents. I'd like to specifically mention Board Member Klein's willingness to come and represent her constituents and speak articulately and eloquently as a citizen to help us protect our children. ASD's policy that by one board member's own admission seeks to avoid HB 374's bright line rule. As a parent regarding the SHARP survey, thank you for recognizing that this is not your lane. Please continue to not support it. Remember that you don't represent associations or groups or those. You represent taxpayers and you represent parents and students. Thank you.
Next, we'll have France with Sarah Jones on deck.
Good morning, board members. France Brower, Utah PTA. Utah PTA mission is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. Utah PTA is the largest child advocacy organization. It's a 501c3 and has done advocacy work on behalf of all Utah children for the last 125 years. We rely on our resolutions on the areas of education, safety, family engagement, student involvement, and health to guide our advocacy work during the session. Further, in addition to resolutions, Utah PTA membership approves the legislative priorities that fall in the fall, and we haven't done that yet. Today, the board will be finalizing the funding priorities for the upcoming public education budget. As the board contemplates the numerous business cases and priorities, Utah PTA would like to urge the board to support programs that reach the largest number of students, programs that offer documented positive academic impact, solutions that favor prevention over remediation, business cases that keep Utah students safe and engaged in the joy of learning. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I go to Sarah, I've got one more in person. Steve Sparty, did I get that right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Come on up. Thank you, Sarah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks for having me. So since the implementation of HB 374, we got direction from Sean Reyes, our Attorney General, that was pretty explicit in what he would like us to do. The school board put together a model policy, and instead of putting together a policy that I think could really be used by all the districts across the state, they put together a model policy that was just littered with issues, and then kind of punted that responsibility to every school district for them to kind of try and muddle through this mess on their own, which has resulted in a myriad of problems across the state, and especially in the district where I'm at, in Alpine School District. I sent a letter to all of you explaining some of the issues that we had in our policy, explaining that it didn't follow HB 374, it didn't follow the AG's letter on June 1st, and it didn't follow the Educator standards by any stretch. I got a response from one board member who at the end of the email said that the goal is to protect minors. I almost had to stop myself from laughing, because the policy does not help protect minors. I'd be more than happy to sit down with each one of you if you have time, and I can go through how this policy does not protect minors. Parents are losing trust in the educational system. If there was a bullying situation and it was brought to your attention, would the first response be to write a policy, create a committee, and then have a parent come in and explain the bullying situation and then vote on whether or not it truly was bullying? Because that's the situation we're in now. We were told that the materials that we brought to the school district weren't pornographic in nature. And so we went through and read all of the materials. Well, we've only made it through 52 books so far. We have another 70 that we're going to drop next week. But we went through all 52 books and showed the page number, the book, the paragraph, and wrote it all out in detail so that there was no confusion about what we were talking about. We were told that that definition of pornography was not the same as everyone else's, to which we were just absolutely shocked. So I reached out to a few of the board members, and we received help from board member Klein, and we were so appreciative of her help to come down and support us at our district meeting. The policy has since been changed. There is still a load of problems with the policy as it directs parents to go to every school and fight every school and every book at every school and every material. There is no trust when parents are forced to go through bureaucratic processes that burden them down in a system where change is slow to happen. Under the current proposal and the current policy, we won't get the materials out that we've so far identified until 2050. So if protecting children is the priority, this seems like a weird way to do it. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Sarah Jones. Brent Bills, you're on deck. This is through Zoom. Sarah?
Good morning, board members. I'm Dr. Sarah Jones with the Utah Education Association. Last year, the state board and UEA worked
Sarah,
together
hang on one sec. We're going to try to get some volume cranked up here. Let's give that a try. We can barely hear you.
Oh, all right. Can you hear me better now?
Not really, just a little bit. Let's try it now.
Okay. Can you hear me better now?
No, but use your very strongest voice.
It's your teacher's voice.
Yeah.
I will shout. Last year,
Hey, hang on.
last year,
Hey, let's see if we, Sarah, let's go to Brent and see if it's on our end or. Oh, we got you there. Oh, we have you, Sarah. Hang in there. Back to Sarah. That worked. Something happened.
Okay, you can hear me now?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Okay, good. Now that we're all awake. Last year, the state board and UEA worked together to advocate for paid professional hours for educators. As a result, the legislature passed House Bill 396 unanimously through both the Senate and the House and appropriated $64 million for educators to use for planning and collaboration. And the money was not just for classroom educators, it was for special education teachers, school counselors, building administrators, school psychologists, and all of the individuals in a school that make a difference for our students. And I've heard from many, many educators, as I'm sure you have as well, that it was exciting for them to see how the legislature acknowledged the countless hours that educators spend in the evenings, on weekends, over the summer breaks, on winter holidays, and so on, doing the work that they need to be doing so our students can succeed. And then for educators to feel that not only has the legislature acknowledged this extra work that they do, but then to provide professional compensation for their professional work was really supportive for educators. But because this money was one-time money from the Education Stabilization Account, the legislature has to choose to keep that funding going for next year and the year after that and so on. UEA's 2023 legislative priorities will continue to prioritize the funding of this program. And today, as you as board members work to finalize your legislative priorities for 2023, please prioritize the continuation of the paid professional hours program so that educators don't lose this valuable resource. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Let's go to Brent Beals. You're next with Dave Gardner on deck.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to talk about the proposed changes to R277-911. This is a CTE add-on funding. There are three concerns I really have with this, and they're in lines 579 to line 600 of the proposed rule changes. The first is that CTE add-on funding under state law does not require any matching funds whatsoever. In fact, if you look at the state code in that area, 57 or 53F to 311, it just states that the way that the money should be allocated, it doesn't require any maintenance of effort. When the state legislature was looking at getting rid of the flexible allocation a number of years ago, they had discussions about moving that up into the WPU. The concern was that that would increase funding to CTE and special ed at the cost of the general fund. And so they created the bifurcated WPU. That was not their first way they wanted to do it. They asked us what the best way to do it was. We did mention that they could change the MOE calculation. We were told at that time from the state finance director at USOE that that was a Carl Perkins issue and that they could not affect that was not controlled by the state board or the state legislature. So it's now interesting that it's now being said it's a state issue. The second is that this MOE is K-12 money that we receive, and the state board's never stepped on our K-12 funding before and said we're going to control how, when, or where you need to spend that. Now it looks like there's going to be a 30% cap on our carryover. And the way the bill's written right now, that carryover would all be add-on, or would all be MOE dollars, because you'd be required to spend add-on dollars first. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go to Dave Gardner and then Monica. Let's see. Yeah, Dave Gardner, and then we have in person Monica Wilbur. I didn't catch that earlier, so I'll do that one last.
All right.
Okay. So
Dave Gardner. I'm the CT director in Washington County, and I work with Brent as my business administrator. And I think he does a great job on his efforts that he does. And I appreciate the work that Talia and her team does at the state office for the work that they do. Just a couple of comments I would make is that as far as indirect cost rate, I think it's a great opportunity for BAs and CT directors to work together to perhaps maybe determine that rate maybe a little more readily. I realize the bigger the district, the more economies of scale we have. And so I recognize that there's a higher cost associated in the bigger districts, and the smaller districts, they struggle just with the end of what they need to do from an economy scale standpoint. And so lowering their amount of indirect costs, I think, would be beneficial for them. The other part is just simply our spend plan. The proposed 30% is a little bit, ties our hands a little bit. I don't know how tied down the spend plan will make us. We need to be able to pivot on some things that we do. One of the decisions that we made was to go with our career tech high school, and we were in a position to do that because of the funding stream that we had, and we were able to pivot on that. If we'd had a spend plan and we had to move out of that, I don't know that that would give us the flexibility that we need as well. So those are just a couple of comments on my end.
Thank you. So next we're going to go to Monica Wilbur with Andrea Hinton. You're on deck. Monica.
Thank you. Good morning, Board. First, I'd like to thank Board Member Klein for speaking up for parents and against porn in the Alpine School District. Second, I'd like to address the shortcomings and hazards of the psychosocial screening tool, the SHARP survey. And I'd like to point out that you cannot draw a straight line between the SHARP survey and the prevention of a single suicide here in Utah. I appreciate these concerns with the SHARP survey expressed by board members in June. Member Belknap said, I had 3 different counselors when this was given a year ago that said we would never let our children look at this survey. Member Earl stated, it is an unethical practice in administering any research survey to provide any mechanism that's going to coerce, especially children, into completing something that they feel uncomfortable with. Member Moss explained, I worry that the survey might actually affect the corollary relationship in a child's perception of whether his parents are good parents. The SHARP survey is a bit of a confidence trick, literally. Children are asked to confide detailed, deeply personal information to the survey, and their answers are used to implement generalized programs aimed not at individual persons, but at the collective. It's kind of like taking a hatchet to a sliver. And parents and their students have been misled about both the effectiveness and the ethics of such an approach. The purveyors of at-risk prevention programs need these blanket programs to justify their existence, even though these same programs have no proven track record of affecting meaningful personal change in the existence of a single child. We can't want our children to be broken so we can claim the glory of fixing them. I'm asking the board to trust its instinctive misgivings on the SHARP survey and withdraw all support for it statewide. And as Member Hymas said this morning, let children control their minds. Thank you very much.
Next, we'll have Andrea Hinton, which will be Zoom. Andrea.
Yes, thank you so much. So I'm Andrea Hinton. I'm a parent of a few kids here in Alpine School District. And what I want to talk about is the full day kindergarten. I think it needs to be available for all children in the state of Utah. My oldest son, who's now in 7th grade, tested at the time back in kindergarten, qualified for the full day. He excelled in social and educational skills because of it, and it set up a great foundation for his schooling. It also helped me a great deal as a working mom because daycare is expensive, and I felt safe and happy knowing that my son was being taught by certified teachers and able to be around other children doing the same thing. Many families today have both parents working, and the classroom is a great place for these younger children to learn and socialize. Please make this a priority and appropriate the funding to make it a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe, yep, we're complete. Well, that concludes our public comment period. Appreciate the comments. And again, there's an invitation that out there that we are receiving public comment in written form through our website. So that invitation's still there. We look forward to those. Okay, next on our agenda, we're going to go to our superintendent's report. Superintendent. We'll get a mic that works here.
Yep, thank you. And a high chair. All right. Thank you for that. All right, so we will, I think we'll try and get the order correct today. My apologies last month to getting out of order. We'll start with the acknowledgement of student artwork with Kathy Jensen.
Thank you, Superintendent. I appreciate this opportunity. Nathan Smith is the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Educator at Truman and Fox Hills Elementary Schools in the Granite School District. In his classes, each student created an individual square that represents them. The squares were then combined into a class and community quilt. One student drew the American flag and the Mexican flag, indicating her country and her heritage. Each is unique. The blocks were then combined into a community quilt symbolizing how each student, with their uniqueness, contributes to the whole and the strength of the community. On the back wall is a teacher project that I heard about while attending a Principal Professional Learning sponsored by USBE staff. The principal of Oker Elementary School in Jordan School District reported about an art project for the staff that was led by Angela Garside, the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Arts Educator. During back to school staff meetings, everyone filled out a paper about why they were choosing to be a teacher or to work in a school and not somewhere else. Staff members were asked to bring their why statements, preferably printed out on paper, with them to the meeting. They had studied the book Kids These Days and started by sharing quotes about their whys. Each teacher was then at the table were different colors of paint, 6 to 8 colors and a paintbrush for each color. Teachers chose a color, painted a small dot on their canvas with that color, and then stood behind their chair. They rotated and added something to the art that was next to them. That happened 5 or 6 times. At the end, the teachers went back to their original canvas and filled in all the white spots. They could use dots, lines, spirals, shapes, decorative paper, Mod Podge, anything that they could come up with. After the paint dried, teachers could freehand with a Sharpie or transfer paper to write their whys on the canvas. I want to show you an example. I want to make a difference.
positively impact someone's life and create a better future for generations to come. Some other examples: to help even just one child feel validated and capable of personal success. I want to be a male role model. I want my students to find their passion. I want my students to follow their dreams. It made me wonder about my why. Why do I do what I do? It's all of those things combined, and it culminates in one that is listed back there. This is where I find joy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. We'll now move to, we'll move to new employee introductions. And we have just been so lucky to get so many great employees into our agency this summer and early fall. So Michelle Watts will lead us through that.
Got to go to the other mic.
Or this one here.
Yeah, because it's not logged, that one is logged in. Yeah, it's not logged into a person.
Okay, that's ready.
Does this one work?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. I'm Michelle Watts, Human Resource Director for USBE, and we have about 25 new hires for the months of August and September. Adam Weinstein. He's an IT analyst, software engineer from Salt Lake City, and previously worked at the University of Utah as an instructor. Stephanie Richardson, educational specialist. She's from Marysville, Missouri, and previously worked as SPED co-contractor, independent educational consultant. Danielle Macias, educational specialist from Santa Ana, California, previously worked at Alpine School District as an English teacher. Lorraine Peterson, office specialist 2 from London, England, and was previously a receptionist, administrative assistant for 16 years. Cody Wright, school finance specialist from South Jordan, Utah, previously worked for the United States Army as an infantryman. Riley Finnegan, research consultant from Oregon, previously worked at the Department of Geology at the U, as a graduate student researcher. Sage Bowman, educational specialist from West Jordan, Utah, previously worked at Granite School District as a secondary graphic communications and fine arts educator. Jennifer Prince, educational specialist from Orem, Utah, previously worked at Garfield County School District and was a district specialist. Katrina Stratford, educational specialist as a literacy coach from Salt Lake and previously worked at Salt Lake School District as a kindergarten teacher. Andrea Mortensen, educational specialist from Washington, previously worked at Generation Ready as an education consultant. Megan Everett, she has been hired as a U-Lead director and is from Alabama and previously worked at Salt Lake School District. Jessica Lamb, education specialist from Salt Lake City, Utah, and previously worked at Salt Lake School District as a special education consultant. Brooke Marsh, education specialist, literacy coach from Murray, Utah, previously worked at Granite School District as a special education teacher. Janet Scott, education specialist, literacy coach from Montana, previously worked at Hawthorne Academy as a kindergarten teacher.
Carson Miller, Support Services Coordinator from Salt Lake City, Utah, and previously worked at Laketown Mechanical as a sheet metal apprentice. Spencer Banks, UPAC attorney / investigator from Burley, Idaho, and previously worked at the Salt Lake County Attorney's Office as a deputy district attorney. Courtney Berlick, child nutrition specialist from Cleveland, Ohio. Previously worked, she was self-employed, Natural Grocers, as a nutritional health coach. Britton Donaldson, educational specialist, literacy coach from Austin, Texas. Previously worked at Granite School District. Sherry Smith, education specialist, literacy coach from Brigham City, Utah. Previously worked at Box Elder School District as an instructional coach. Cassie Gaisford, education specialist, a literacy coach from Salt Lake, and previously worked at Granite School District as an interventionist. McKenna Magritte, education specialist, literacy coach from Missoula, Montana, previously worked at the University of Utah, pre-service teacher supervisor. Amy Bolton, education specialist, literacy coach from Salt Lake, previously worked at Jordan School District as a third grade general ed teacher. Harmony Langford, education specialist, literacy coach from South Jordan, Utah. Heather Ripley is a child nutrition program specialist from Salt Lake, previously worked at All Access Auto as an office manager. Christina Barrera, education specialist, preschool specialist from Las Cruces, New Mexico, previously worked at the Salt Lake Jewish Community Center in the Early Childhood Center. Those are our new employees. We welcome them.
I have a point of order.
We've got a question here, but I don't know how else we welcome them except that round of applause. In the old days, they used to parade through here, and it was an awkward moment, so I appreciate this work. But yet, if you can send that applause their way, we're glad they joined the team. Vice Chair Belknap, you had a question or comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Michelle for putting this together and also having it in backup so we could read their quotes and get to know them a little better. I so appreciated the opportunity to do that. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. And we do ask them to watch, so they are watching and appreciate your applause.
Okay, Superintendent.
Thank you, Michelle. I too really appreciate those quotes. I picked up a lot of little things in there that we need to take advantage of. I saw some sheet metal work, some yoga instructors, being able to teach a cat to high five. So a lot of hidden talents among our new employees that we'll be taking advantage of.
And a fly fisherman.
And a fly fisherman, most important. Yeah, so thank you, Michelle, and thanks to our new employees for joining us. Those literacy coaches, you saw a lot of them, and they have been here much of this summer and been so busy. It's so fun to see both their enthusiasm, excitement, and a little bit of trepidation as they go out and do this important work on your behalf. So next we'll go to the Employee of the Month. I'm so excited to introduce and embarrass Miss Kate Wheeler. So Kate, if you wouldn't mind coming in, just sitting there and let everybody stare at you. Thanks, Kate. So Kate Wheeler, many of you may have seen Kate before. She is such a vital part of our child nutrition program. And I love what Michelle Martin, her supervisor, said about her, that she is the secret weapon in CMP. In 2018, Kate started a couple of things. One was the Apple Crunch program, and she hosts this up at the Capitol every year. And it's so much fun to be up there and see school kids there, and all these activities that she's put forward, and local farmers come in and bring their apples. Legislators come by and grab an apple and learn about the program. And this has just been hugely successful. Something that you've talked about here as a board is Farm to Fork. And Kate's work I just can't believe how quickly her work has grown, really connecting schools to farms and helping our students have access to healthy food and really helping kids know where their food comes from. I think, Kate, if I got this correct, that there were 78,000 participants last year. which is amazing. I mean, that to grow a program that quickly and to see how important that program is, and Kate's really getting recognition for that. It just seems like everything Kate touches, and she does so quietly. It's so much fun to embarrass her because she is a behind the scenes. She loves the outcome and the work, but not the glory of it. So it's doubly fun to honor her for all of her work. It's not just about Farm to Fork and Apple Crunch, but Kate is just such a vital part of our child nutrition program and does so with just such a mission-driven and purpose-driven modality to everything that she does. It's all about nutrition and good health for our kids. And we just so love and appreciate Kate and really happy to honor her. So remember, nobody park in her space. And she often rides a bike to work. In fact, most days rides a bike. And so we've let her know that she can use that parking place as leverage with her peers if she needs to negotiate or barter anything so that we can keep her bike safe. But Kate, congratulations and thank you so much.
Superintendent, can I take the liberty to recognize Angie's assistant that's
Oh,
we've
yes,
worked with?
please, go ahead.
Hey, is
Andrea?
Kathy,
Kathy Helgeson?
is she just right outside the door? We're going to embarrass her. We're going to bring her in. Kathy Helgeson, she's been Angie's assistant, but she's helped on a lot of task force and a lot of work in the background. She's retiring. Happy for her. She's going to be involved in a new chapter of life. I think all of her children, or most all of her children and grandchildren, all like live in the same neighborhood now. And so she'll be leaving us. Well,
there she is.
Unless she's listening to this and took off and hid. Kathy, we just want to thank you for your service. Come on up. We know how awesome you are, and you're finishing strong, helping us with a lot of things. But thank you for your commitment to USBE, and we're excited about your new adventure. So thank you. Okay, Superintendent.
Yeah. Thank you for doing that, Chair Huntsman. Fun fact, I was a principal in a school where Kathy's children attended, and you've met her son, Jonathan, who is deaf and hard of hearing, and she is, I love that she is so invested in the work of the board. You know, it's not just about coming and supporting you, but she really is interested in the issues, and she's been great to work with. She was a great PTA mom when I was a young principal, and we just love her and we'll really miss her. So thank you for doing that, sir. Appreciate that. All right, Kelsey, I think you're driving. Chair Huntsman took the opportunity to recognize Christina, and I want to recognize our employee. We have a couple of employees who've received statewide awards this month, and Christina received an award, as Chair Huntsman mentioned, for the Education Excellence Award at the Women Tech Awards. And this is a huge banquet that's really grown over time. It's a full day of training and camaraderie, and then they have these awards during the day. And there are about, 2,000 women maybe who are there for these awards. And I loved what Christina did during her acceptance speech. It's kind of like the Academy Awards. You don't know until you get there. You know that you're a finalist, but you don't know that you've won. And so people that were making their acceptance speeches, they were all very gracious and lovely and talking about their work. And Christina, as many educators would do, she was very humble about the award. She didn't say much, but when she got up there, she gave a shout out to everyone in the audience, and she said, I'm giving you a challenge. I'm paraphrasing here, but she basically said, I'm giving you a challenge to provide internships and opportunities for kids to come shadow you so that they can have hands-on experiences with computer science. And I love that. Always the teacher, like teaching the audience, here's something I want you all to do for our kiddos. It was great. And then the next award I'm going to highlight, I don't know if any of you saw this award, but this is a very prestigious award that our own Robert Austin received recently. As part of the Utah Valley University's Center for Study of Ethics, they also host an annual ethics awareness an Awareness Week. And this year, they chose Robert Austin, our humanities coordinator, to recognize him for his achievements by presenting him with the Excellence in Ethics Award. He gave this amazing acceptance speech that he sent to me, and I've had people contact me and just say, you should have heard his speech. It had people in tears and cheering and laughing. It was a very moving speech that I've read, and I hope that maybe we could have him give all or excerpts of it to you as a board. It's really powerful. And if you know Robert, his delivery is part of the joy of listening to his amazing words. But we're really proud of Robert. You know, he's been so focused on civics education and has done a lot with teaching kids ethics and supporting our teachers on how to bring ethics and civics into the classroom, regardless of what their content area is. So super proud of Robert and his efforts to promote civic education in Utah. So well done, Robert. And yes, you can clap. for both Christina and Robert. This month I want to highlight, since we're talking about awesome educators, I want to highlight one of our 4 pillars of the strategic plan, our effective educators and leaders. And I'll call out, first of all, our Teacher of the Year. Many of you were able to attend the banquet. It was so fun to have Chad Warnick from Delta, Utah, an ag teacher, recognized, and to have his father there, who was also a Teacher of the Year, I think 40 years prior. When I talked to his mother after the award, she said, "Thank you so much for choosing my boy." She said, I've just been praying and praying for him because he's such a good boy and so deserving. And I love that his parents were there to see him earn this award. But he is really going to represent our educators well this year, and just really excited about his leadership. You'll get to know him. He'll be serving on committees. You'll hear from him. So shout out to Chad. And we are, as we've started a new tradition a couple of years ago, the checks never quite seem to be ready to hand out at the banquet. And it's a good little secret, because then we get to go out and hand it to them in their classroom, excuse me, and we get to see them in action. So we'll be doing that in the next couple of weeks to hand the actual dollars instead of the giant check that you can't cash. We'll be going to Chad's classroom along with the 2 other finalists. Excuse me. Next, I want to highlight a little bit of a survey leading into some conversation that you'll have later in your board meeting. You might know about the Educator Engagement Survey that was sent out. Cammie Dupre on our teaching and learning staff led this survey, and we had about 10,000 respondents, and that's pretty amazing when you realize that we have about 28,000 active educators out working in our schools. So the response rate of 1/3 of our teachers to take the time to fill this out and turn it back in was quite amazing. I want to focus on leadership today especially, but this list are some of the things we popped out of that data that educators value in their school leaders. And these are things that we inherently know. All of you educators on the board, and those of you who may have not been in the formal role, but you certainly know these things about leadership. Having regular communication from school leaders is really important to their teachers. They like to know what's going on and what is expected of them. Being treated with kindness and being treated as professionals to help in decision-making and to recognize their role and how hard that is. They value from their leaders having understanding about their position and expectations. Getting, like, clarity comes up time and time again, role clarity in all sorts of surveys that we've seen nationally and locally. They appreciate having leaders who are visible to students and staff. They appreciate having feedback on their instruction. We know from, again, a lot of research that shows that having that immediate feedback is so important for them to make improvements in their instruction. And then really having this consistent and authoritative leadership, meaning that there is someone there to make the tough decisions, and that they can rely on those decisions and know what that means for them, instead of, again, being unclear and not understanding what is expected of the school, and to be able to have somebody who works with parents well, who works with the community well, and who supports them as teachers. So those were some things that popped out of the survey. There are a number of things that teachers said in other arenas that I'm going to skip over, but it's in your backup if you want to look at those lists. So Kelsey, if you'll go to slide 11, just for sake of time. October is National Principals Month. Now, I love October. It's my favorite month of the year. It might be because it's my birthday month, and my little brother was born a day after I was in October. So we've always had fun celebrations growing up. But I just love the Christmas in the air. I love the smells and the sights and the sounds. And I love that schools are kind of into a rhythm. There are just so many great things that happen in October. And I love that it's National Principals Month. So this is a hashtag that you'll see out on social media and an encouragement to thank principals for what they do. And having been a principal, it was a great role. I loved being a principal, but also so incredibly challenging. And I think it's gotten even more so over time. I've had the opportunity to go out and visit schools, and I'm always met at the door by principal and student ambassadors. So I've been out to North and Sanpete since our last board meeting, back kind of in your territory, Mr. Strait. Yeah, and it was a wonderful experience. Excuse me, goodness. October is also allergy season at my house, so that's one of the things I don't like about October. You've met Rena Orton up in the left corner. She was named as Elementary Principal of the Year, so she's been here in front of you. Next to her, these are written out of order, but next to her is Karen Soper at Manti High. She is a little mighty mite, and I'll talk about their schools in a bit. Next, where you see the superintendent, instructional coach, and Gannon Jones at Ephraim Elementary. Down in the left-hand corner is Jeff Erickson at North Sanpete Middle. And then last but not least, Alyn Maurer at Fairview Elementary. And these are the principals in the schools that I met with and had a wonderful time. The students there are full of joy. You know, I was so dismayed recently when I heard a public prayer that our schools are full of evil. Like, that just was a dagger to my heart, because I witness the opposite every day. Our schools are places of joy and care and goodness and learning. And I'll highlight a few of the things that I saw in my visits. On the left-hand side, you'll see this young man and woman. They are at Manti High, and their ag teacher, I think he has about 5 or 6 different preps, but he also teaches ag. And they've built a big greenhouse, and he had the kids help him build it. And then they raise poinsettias that they sell to the community as a fundraiser, and they use that in their peer. They have the students with disabilities and their peers who are part of the peer. I'm blanking on the name. I was going to say peer counseling, but that peer tutoring program. They work together to raise these poinsettias that they then sell as a fundraiser. And I asked the girl on the left how she got interested in ag. She said, "I don't know. I don't even live on a farm, and I'm from Manti." But she said, I just think it's so interesting, and I love studying about botany and animal science. And so she said, "I've just taken all of the classes possible that are in this pathway." And she said, "I might be interested in being a veterinarian. I don't know, but I'm so grateful that we have these classes and now that we have this greenhouse." Of course, always being met by students I love, and every student can tell you what they love about the school and what they're interested in. But the common theme I hear is that being in a school like Manti High, they feel like the adults in the school really care about them and know them as individuals. They come to their games and their events and their dances, and it's a whole community feel. I happened to be there on homecoming day, which was extra fun. The picture on the right was an integrated arts and science lesson at Ephraim. I think that was at Ephraim Elementary. And they had parents who'd been working. They had a art specialist who wasn't there that day, but parents had been working with her. So a couple of parent volunteers now go in and make sure that kids have even more art, and they use the standards and integrate that as they've seen happen through BTSA, which I loved. And this was really interesting, where they put leaves on a certain kind of photo paper. They take it out in the light, and then you see this exposure, and then they dip it in a certain solution, and out comes these prints that they were then framing. We got to see the whole process. It was fun. Down in the center, this was really interesting to me at Mount Pleasant Elementary in North Sanpete. They have students who come from all over the valley to participate in orchestra. And it's an after-school program, and they have about 80 students participating, which is amazing from a little rural community. And at first they had an orchestra program where the teacher was traveling around and they were just getting a few kids here and there, and it wasn't feeling cohesive. So they worked together to have them all come together. We got to hear a group from Mount Pleasant play, and they were really good. I mean, you know, I was very transparent in saying I kind of came prepared for those early new months of playing in orchestra and ready to kind of cover my ears a little bit. And it was just beautiful and melodious, and it was a fun experience. And then last but not least, I got to see letters in action of a teacher who's been through the training. As I mentioned, at Ephraim Elementary, their great principal has been through the training. They have a literacy coach, and they are really making great gains. This teacher told me that she has already seen at least a month or two acceleration in many of her students from years previous because of what she now knows from the science of reading training that she's received. So just fun to see all the great things happening in North and South St. Pete. I love going into rural Utah, and you get into the school and there are kids like kids everywhere, whether they're urban or suburban, but they are really cared for by willing and wonderful adults. Miss Soper, I also wanted to shout out to Manti High. She started a leadership class that is a required class for every student in the high school, and it's based on Leader in Me of Covey's 7 Habits with Youth. And you can really see the difference. And according to her and the other adults in the building, you can see the difference that it's making in the way students are treating each other, the way they see themselves as leaders, the confidence that it's building. So great things happening. And it was a wonderful time. And I just want to thank the board for your support in allowing me and supporting me spending time out in the schools. It makes such a difference. And I know you all feel the same way. When you're in schools and you're thinking about a policy, a decision that you're going to make, then you can think about how it impacts the students and the teachers in your area. And I certainly think that now every time there's a policy, a law, anything that happens, or funding, I'm able to advocate. I can think of the examples of Ephraim Elementary, Mount Pleasant, Manti High, and those will be part of the collection of visuals that I have as we move forward this year. So thank you for allowing me and supporting me in doing that. And that's my report.
Thank you, Superintendent. And if you ever get a chance to go and participate as a board member on some of those visits, they are a lot of fun. And they're excited to see our superintendent in the school. So thank you for your willingness to do that and commitment with the whirlwind of things that you've got to do. Next, we're moving to our general consent calendar. And we're 2 minutes ahead of schedule. I'm kind of amazed. And well, board members, at this time, this is time to pull off items off the consent calendar. So I'll turn time over to you to pull. Member Earl? Yes, just a second. Okay, we need you on your mic.
Just one moment. I've got to pull up my agenda. I might have to go to my other computer.
Member, should I find out what member?
Yeah, that would be fine.
Member Klein?
I'd like to pull 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay. Member Earl?
I'm sure that covered it. Sorry, the one's not logging in and the other one's. Hold on just. Yeah, I wanted 4, 7, and 8. So it sounds like those are already covered.
One more time.
I wanted 4, 7, and 8, but those are already covered.
4, 7, and 8 are already pulled? Okay. So we've pulled items 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. All right. Is there a motion to, I'm seeking a motion to approve the consent calendars with items 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8 out. Member Cannon?
I move
we approve the balance of the consent calendar that has not been pulled.
Okay.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. The motion is to approve the consent calendar. I'll take the liberty to, I'll be more specific to make sure that it's just in the record here with items 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8 pulled. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none. I'm used to doing the vote thing. I gotta get that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those opposed? Matt, the motion passes unanimously.
Was that Randy as well? That was Scott.
That was Scott, and I'm not seeing that he's in. So the motion passes. Okay, member Klein, do you have a question? Oh, Randy, are you an aye on that? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, you're muted, but we can read lips. So, Member Klein, did you want to start with item 3?
So item 3 is the new, based on the new, it's a grant allocation, right, for us to approve. It's a federal grant based on the Biden administration's Safer Community Act.
Hold it, 3.
That's number 3, right?
No,
Oh, okay.
number 3 is.
I don't remember
digital.
what was, okay, so the digital media, I don't have anything to say on that.
Does anyone? Were you pulling 3? Does somebody want to
So,
move?
I'm-
Member Belknap?
Oh, yeah, I'd
Vice
like
Chair
to-
Belknap?
Oh, sorry. I'd like to move that we approve number 3, the Utah Digital Media Art Festival co-sponsorship.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Discussion to the motion to approve consent item 3, Utah Digital Media Arts Festival. Did you have? No, I think that's from, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Did we get both those? Okay. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Member Klein, item 4.
Okay, so this is the one I was looking at.
Questions or comments?
There's a lot of questions here. First off, I object just because the fact that it's another large federal grant that has a lot of things tied to it. And I've made myself clear on this point before as far as taking more federal grant money that ties our hands in spite of all the promises that it makes. It's tied to the Safer Community Act that President Biden signed into law to supposedly reduce the risk of gun violence in our schools and communities and make them more safe and inclusive, reducing disciplinary actions, making schools more culturally responsive. A lot of words there that are specific to agendas that I take issue with being pushed into our schools. So happy to go further if you'd like, but I think that covers it.
I'd like to make a motion that this is sent to a committee. It's not, we don't have to have it in until December 15th. I think the board should prioritize where they want funding to go and not just be left up to, the components of this that we actually have an active input into it. That's my motion.
Is there a second to the motion for item 4?
I'll second.
Okay. Do you want to speak?
I guess
more
I spoke to it.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I have a habit of doing that, but I just think that there's a lot of education lingo in here, and I think we want to know exactly where we want this best spent if we're choosing to use this money at all. And I'd like it to be in a committee to have that discussion as a board.
Okay, we have a motion to move item 4 to committee. Any discussion to that motion? Superintendent Oh, you're not superintendent, Dick. How do we get in all this?
Take that as a compliment.
Okay, Vice Chair Davis, there we go.
I have to apologize. I'm trying to quickly come back into the meeting and wrap my head around what's going on. But so I guess I'm just trying to understand with clarity, Chair, why we're sending it to committee to decide how the money is going to be used. Isn't that delineated in the grant, or is
Is it
it
a
not?
question for staff or for?
I guess,
us
I don't,
operators?
maybe the motion maker, staff, is it delineated in the grant how it's used?
We can prioritize as a state, from what I read, and that's what I would like us to do, is prioritize the use of our funding for districts. Even though it does spell out possible usage, there is an ability for a state to prioritize.
So may I follow up, Chair?
Yes. Well,
I'm wondering if we can hear what the categories are, or have we prioritized in the past? I mean, when would we prioritize? After we get the grant? I mean, I guess I need a little more
so
clarity.
we've got some staff that will hopefully answer your question. Patty, are you taking point or? Okay.
Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman, I'd like to introduce Jody Parker. She'll be speaking to the specifics of the grant application. What's needed now, there is a time-sensitive nature to this grant. We have already received the GAN, the grant award, and then there's a time-sensitive piece as well as some specifics that, as USBE board members that can specifically be put in, and parameters can be placed around the grant about where it is spent. So Jody.
Hi, Jody Parker. I'm the Title IV Part A Coordinator for the State Board of Education. We have until December 14th to respond to the Department of Education, the federal Department of Education. And when that response, we need to develop a definition of high need. And that's where the board has the ability to set the parameters on our definition of high need and where we prioritize those fundings. However, all the funds do need to be consistent with Section 4108, which is safe and healthy students, and there is a federal definition of what those pieces must include. It is linked in the board backup for you, so you can see the exact items that spending may be used for under Section 4108. Title 4A has been in existence for years. We participate in Title IV Part A currently. This is a new award. It's a one-time funding of an additional $5 million just for the section of safe and healthy students, which we already use in the grant that we have in existence, which is $6 million. This is an additional $5 million.
Do you have a follow-up to the question at all? Vice Chair, or okay, if you do, we're still in discussion. Member Klein?
I would just like to make a substitute motion that we vote against moving this forward, or vote against approving, or just keep with the original, so that we
speak
can
against
vote
what?
on for or against approving the
Right now,
grant.
there's no for, because it's not on the table, with the exception of to move to the committee.
Well, that's why I'm asking to substitute the motion, so we can
Yeah, okay, to,
vote
no.
to approve. The original, if we had voted on it on the consent calendar, it would have been to approve it.
Okay.
So I would like to go forward with that.
Substitute.
With that motion, so that we can vote whether to approve it or not.
So you're wanting to substitute her
Yes.
motion to move, to send it to committee, to read, vote to,
To make a final vote on it now, whether to approve.
I'm trying to,
So instead of Jenny's motion, she wants to just put it back on the table to vote yes or no, up or down.
okay, I've got it. Is there a second? Somebody gonna second?
I'll second it.
Okay, to vote up or down on it? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Did you want to speak any more to it?
No.
Okay, Member Moss, your light's on this motion to vote up or down on it.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct. Quick question. How would this enhance what we're already doing in this area, and how would we have to approach it any differently to meet the criteria? I'm just reading through them here. This is 41, what was it, 4108?
Okay, please answer.
Yeah, so the way this grant is different, so it would give LEAs the opportunity to apply for additional funding with what they're already doing in safe and healthy in the section of 40108 safe and healthy students. Again, that's already a requirement of the grant they're already applying for. We have about 70 LEAs that choose to participate, and we have some that choose to transfer their money. About 40 choose to transfer their money to either Title I or Title II. This money cannot be transferred. It must stay within Title IV Part A, and it will be a competitive grant application for the LEAs. So they will apply for the amount of funding they think they want for just the safe and healthy student section. And then we, as staff at USBE, will develop a scoring rubric and a team that uses the definition, if we move it forward, that uses the definition of high need and the priorities that were set by the board for our definition of high need, if that gets approved. And then that scoring rubric would align to that. So the way it's different is currently it's a formula grant. This will be competitive. Currently it's used in well-rounded, safe and healthy students and effective use of technology in 3 categories. This is only 1.
Follow-up.
Follow-up, but I'll wait for Dr. Norman.
I think maybe if we give some clear examples of what this means, it might be helpful instead of talking about it in the abstract about what it could be used for. So I'm reading from the U.S. Department of Education. They just sent some clarifications and summaries about what this actually looks like and means. So when we're establishing the high needs from an LEA that you would be establishing as a board if this does go through, it says that it needs to, 1, focus on high rates of poverty. So that's you have to have that in there. And then it gives 3 choices that go beyond that. A high student to mental health professional ratio. 2, high rates of chronic absenteeism, exclusionary discipline, referrals to the juvenile justice system, bullying, harassment, community and school violence, or substance abuse. 3, where students recently experienced a natural disaster or traumatic event. Then as a board, you can add additional things to that. So that puts it in context of what some of our LEAs are asking for. And again, the GAN comes in, which means the money's here. Every state got their formula for that piece of it, which ours is $5,100,000 and some change that goes along with that. And then it would be a competitive grant according to the needs, the local context. If they feel they have a need, would then be able to send it in and review a grant application according to what it is the board would decide would be within that rubric.
Do you have a follow-up, Member Moss?
That's helpful, thank you.
Vice Chair Belknap.
Clarifying question. We've already received the grant money. It's here. We now need to decide what to do with it. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I
Member
have a
Hart.
question?
To clarify, or a district does not have to participate in this unless they choose to participate in this? Okay, thanks.
I want a
Jenny.
clarification. What are we voting on then?
Well,
We've already
her
accepted the
motion is
money.
to put it on
We've
the
already-
table, so that means to approve or disapprove the item.
I understand that, but what is that original motion? It's to,
Her substitute
That's right.
motion.
It's on the board.
what? What are we
Approves
approving
the
or disapproving?
funds acceptance. So, but you say we already accepted it?
So in a formula grant, and we can have Deputy Jones correct me if needed, they did send it out because it's formula. So every state was
Right.
sent it. We still, or you still have the obligation to be able to say, yes, we want it or not. So the money is here, but then you as a board get to decide whether or not you're receiving those funds to create this program and then distribute those out on a competitive basis to LEAs.
So,
Or if we're sending it back?
so the substitute motion is to put it for the body to either say yes or no to approve the funds acceptance and direct staff, et cetera. So that.
Another question, but we have, or is this inaccurate? We have until December to decide on whether we accept those funds. Or is this, I just feel like this is almost, feels to me like emergency hurry. The government gave us more money. We've got to do it right now. Am I missing something?
Yeah, Jody.
We have until December 14th to accept the funds and complete the definition and template and what we're going to do with it. Or by December 14th, we have to tell the Department of Education what our progress towards the completion of that form is. So we can have more time, but we need to know, we need to have a status of where we are by December 14th.
May I add, which it includes in that 90 days, which came since the money was sent to us on September 15th. That means we have till December 15th to have this process done. In addition to the definition of high needs, we also need to have public comment on that definition, and we need to have public comment on the process itself. Then again, because this grant is over $1 million, we also need to take this through the legislature. So there's some checks and balances along the way. So in waiting, the time-sensitive nature of it is the fact that that process can't be started and therefore wouldn't be complete by December 15th.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, I couldn't vote on it not knowing the rubric or the prioritization as to what we're going to do. I don't think we have to have, I think we needed that before I could move it forward. And this is just me. I would think the legislature would want the same information. I think others would too. And maybe I just think that specificity would be necessary. I don't think it hampers our ability to move forward without accepting the money until we know clearly where we're headed with it. And so I would be voting against that, so.
Member Hutchings, and then I've got Cannon and Hart.
Thank you.
But I just want to remember where the motion is here, okay.
A quick question
Okay.
that I think, may I ask a question?
Yes,
Okay.
what is your question?
And I'm sorry, I feel like you've answered this, but I think it's a point of clarification that would help me to make sure I'm understanding correctly. First, we need to accept the money, and that's what you're asking us to do today. In our next board meeting, November board meeting, you'll bring to us a recommendation for a definition of high need, and then we'll have an opportunity to discuss that and approve that, is my question.
That would be a part of what all of you get to decide on. So we do need to have the definition, and then we need to also have that public comment. So during this board meeting, there's several things that you could do. Accept the funds, and then also direct staff to take something through the Standards and Assessment Committee, or establish a working group to have a committee, or just direct staff to begin the process and then bring back those final recommendations to the board, or for the board to discuss during the November meeting. So it's a process. So there's different avenues that can be taken once the process is started.
Follow-up question?
Yes.
Would that need to be a different motion then, to accept it and then have it come back so we can approve the high need? Or is that part of a motion somewhere?
Again, that would be up to you if you want staff just to do that piece and then bring it back to a committee or to full board, or however you would like to do that. So that would be a part of it, to direct staff.
Okay. Member Cannon?
Yeah.
I'd like to amend the current motion, which is just to bring the item back on the table, to saying that instead of just bringing it back on the table, we approve the grant and accept the funds. And I think, as we heard about this at GAC meeting at NASB, they went through all of this and told us how this was all going to the states, and it is intended, as a lot of federal money is, to be used by our neediest and most at-risk students. So I would urge approval of this.
So what you're asking is already on the board, is that we are already, I mean, it's been substituted. The motion is.
Don't we have
that
to
the
vote on,
board-
that point of order, don't we have to vote on the substitute before we can speak to that?
It was an
Well,
amendment.
but we have it second.
But we have
We're
to
following
vote on
Robert's
this, whether or
rules
not we
here.
want to actually
So we have a
substitute.
substitute, and it was seconded. We're into
we haven't
discussion of
voted
the
on it.
substitute motion. So the substitute is that the board approve the funds acceptance and direct staff to complete, which are the steps, the initial submission of data under the Stronger Connections Grant Program. So what you're asking for is what's on the, is on the table now.
Okay, I understood the substitute motion was to just put it on the table whether to approve or disapprove, but you're telling me that this wording is actually the substitute.
We can't
It's saying
circumvent
It's
the,
going back to the original recommendation action.
Thank you.
Thank you.
okay. Member Hart, did you have your answer? I mean, I thought I saw light. Ma'am, okay.
I have mine on for C.
Superintendent, sorry.
It's
Oh,
actually
Vice,
better. I just wanted to get her in the queue because it doesn't.
Vice Chair Davis.
Okay, Chair, just to understand, what I just heard is that Member Klein's motion takes us back to the recommended action to either say yes or no. But the piece that I thought could be missing from this motion is, does the full board get a chance to see what the recommendations are for the definitions and priorities? And so the public gets to see it and back up a week before and give us input, and we get to discuss it in full board. Is that understood in this motion here?
Depends on what, if you understood what was said by staff, so staff had,
That's what we need to do by the law, right? Can I
the law
amend?
tells
I'd
us.
like to amend this for clarity.
tells us what we have to do, and that's what, I don't want to
Okay.
speak for staff.
I
but
have an
that's what I
amendment.
Heard staff,
Not
but
committee,
you want to
just full
repeat
board.
it, or?
Well, she wants to amend it.
Well, are you wanting to amend the motion? Okay.
Just for clarity, I move to amend the recommended action to read, the board approves the fund's acceptance and directs staff to complete the initial submission of data. Would it to the board under the Stronger Connections Grant Program for priority consideration in November?
So you're putting to the board after submission. Is there a second?
Second. Oh.
You want, you're going to speak more to it? No. Okay, we have an amendment. We have amendment to the substitute motion. Any discussion on the proposed amendment? Member Earl.
Yeah, I'm grateful we're considering putting it into a committee or at least having some dialogue as a board, but I can't accept the funds without knowing how they're going to be used, and that's where the hangup is for me. I don't think we have to accept the funds till the 15th, but I want to know where we're headed with this before I say yes, I give my approval on it, so.
Okay. Any other discussion to the proposed amendment? Seeing none, the proposed amendment to the board is to add after, find it again. Oh, it's after the word submission. 3 words, to the board. So it would read, well, the maker of it's a little bit different, but it still reads the same. Bring the information and conclude. So the amendment motion would read that the board approve the funds acceptance and direct staff to bring the information for the initial submission of data under the Stronger Connections Grant Program to the board. And the maker of the amendment in November. Okay, any other further discussion? Member
Yeah,
Earl.
I just have a question. They're bringing the information to us today, so I'm not even sure what this is. To me, it would have to include something like scoring rubric. It would have to include something substantial. not just, they brought information, but I want to know the prioritization. So is that what
But it's
the
all part of the
information
grant
is?
application, so it'd be a more formal presentation in a, that's how I take it.
Can I amend it one more time? I would like to amend it, bring information, including scoring rubric and prioritization. So bring the information, include, somewhere there, it doesn't matter where, but I want to know the scoring rubric and the
So-
prioritization.
Change the color or something on that, or something different on the amendment.
The choice.
Okay, including a scoring rubric and proposed prioritization of funds is the amendment to the amendment.
That's what that, yeah.
Got a second? Second. Further discussion?
They have a discussion.
Dr. Norman?
I just wanted to make one point of clarification. It might impact the motion, not sure if it is or not. According to the grant application, it is, in receiving these funds, that it is the LEA that prioritizes it. So the grant would be about whether the definition of the high needs in those areas. So the rubric would be about the high needs in the areas that I spoke to. And then the LEAs would consider their own context of what is the highest need in their area. So I'm just, that might be in that statement. I just wanted to be clear that that would be the interpretation that we would be going with unless directed otherwise.
Okay, we have that background or we have that comment on the proposed amendment to the amendment. Any further discussion?
Should we withdraw that amendment then if it's the choice of the LEA to prioritize?
We're doing good here.
So
We're trying to
just-
get this out, but I'm not sure if we totally understand this application process, and so are we in compliance to the application with this particular ask, or is it outside
Yeah.
the application?
So each of the LEAs, as part of the process, need to have have a needs assessment completed. And then they would be able to determine their high needs. So in a rubric, it would be able to see if they followed the high needs definition, and then to see if it followed what their needs assessment that they conducted locally occurred. So if we were to talk about this entire process, and let's make it, hopefully this is what I'm hearing. So if it's not what's being said, then let me know. If the board accepts the funds today, then staff is going to go and start working on the high needs definition, including a rubric that goes along with what is going to be turned in by the LEAs. The LEAs will be conducting a needs assessment. We would bring that back here in November. And then the board would be able to give input on what that is and isn't, and then direct staff to then be able to formalize that process and asking for the LEAs to begin filling out that competitive grant. Okay, and because Jenny, we have an expert here. They've already done their needs assessment for filling it out for Title IV. So then it would just be them identifying the highest need that they would like to use these additional funds for.
No,
Doesn't make sense.
no. But Jenny and Cindy would have to be willing to.
So you still want your amendment to stand? You can.
Can I ask?
Yeah,
It belongs to the body, it sounds like, so, but we could maybe make a friendly change to make it make sense with the process that we need to follow. But we have to decide something. What is it that we're deciding? And does that involve a scoring rubric? Do we just need to leave it at the scoring rubric? And the rubric will include a recommended ideas that we are able to put forward, right? It's the prioritization that's specific to the LEAs. So I don't know, Board Member Earl, if you'd be willing to, understanding that our part would come in the information in the scoring rubric, would you be willing to limit that last part and end on the scoring?
Well, this all belongs to the body.
I can't ask you, sorry. It belongs to
So-
the body, but you could offer a friendly change.
The mechanics are, the maker of the motion can take it out, or we just vote on it knowing what we know.
Have you reread it?
You haven't reread it yet, Chair.
I haven't, no, but I haven't, but it's on the table.
It is on the table.
But it's,
Chair?
but it's, yeah,
May I just ask a clarifying question, maybe? I wanted to see if I'm understanding correctly. This is a supplement to an existing program. So
hang
it's
on,
additional,
correct. That is a correct.
okay? And I wonder what would have happened if this would have just been approved on the consent calendar without being pulled? What action would staff have taken? Would this have come back to the board? What would have happened if this would have just not been pulled and approved?
Okay, Jody Parker?
Yeah, Jody Parker, Title IV Part A Coordinator. Yes, it would, we would move forward with our definition. That definition and our rubric does have to go out for public comment, so yes, it would come back to the board.
Right.
It would come back to the board. So, I know we're messing with amendments here, but I think we're in the same place, exact same place that we were with the original proposed action and the consent. Am I reading, am I getting this correct? It's just we're talking about it more, or? Okay, yeah, Patty.
Yeah, and that is the process. And then we're also just reminding that the legislators also need to have, the legislature needs to approve this as well. So it is a detailed process. It has public comment. You'll get to have that input as well. So this just starts a process. If the answer is no, the board doesn't approve the funds and staff doesn't do anything. But once there is an approval, that just starts the process of starting the obligation of filling out these documents, bringing them to the public, bringing them back to the board. It just starts the process of, do we work on it or not?
Okay. Stacy. Member Hutchings.
I'd like to call previous question.
Okay. Okay, we're going to end debate to the amendment. Okay, we're going to vote on it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those opposed? How many, do we have a no?
Yeah.
What's
Now
that?
you can read it now. So
Did you
now
get the-
the amendment is,
The amendment is to add, including a scoring rubric and proposed prioritization of funds to the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed? No. Okay. Motion fails, so that's out. Now we're back to, okay, Vice Chair Davis, Vice Chair Belknap.
yeah, I'd like to make an amendment that we say including a scoring rubric.
Second.
You want to speak to your motion?
No.
Okay, we have an amendment to the substitute motion. Got to keep all this right. I'm not seeing any discussion to the proposed amendment. So the proposed amendment is to add, including a scoring rubric to the original, or to the amended motion. Got it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now we have,
No, we're not done yet.
no, I'm going to tell you what we have. We have an amended motion. And I'll read it. That the board approves the funds, the funds acceptance and direct staff to bring the information for the initial submission of data under the Stronger Connections Grant Program, including a scoring rubric to the board in November. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
For the roll call vote. Well, did you get them all? Who are the no votes? To bring it back and,
No, we voted on the other one already.
who were our no's? Who were the no's? Okay, we have Member Klein, Member Moss, Member Hymas, Member Earl. Okay, the motion passes. So that was item 4. We have 6, 7, and 8. They were all actionable items. Member Klein on 6.
Let's see. I think
That's
it's,
the Elevate Program Schools.
I think is this the federal grant one? The Elevate School, it's a federal grant, correct? No, okay. Okay. No, I don't have any comments on it.
Does anyone want to make a motion on item 6? Member Cannon?
I move the board approve consent calendar item number 6.
Is there a second? Second? Want to speak to the motion?
Second.
No. Discussion to the motion? Member Hymas?
Just briefly, I asked some questions about this and received some clarification. These were all schools that were willing and reached out in order to have this happen for them, so I support this motion.
Okay. All right, I'm not seeing any discussion. The motion before the board is to approve the consent calendar action item number 6, the Elevate Program School identification. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Those opposed? The noes, raise your hand. Member Klein? Got it. Member Klein, number 7, the Child Nutrition Grant Program.
I would just speak against this program. I just have a lot of questions about it that,
Okay.
again, it's a federal grant, that being the main issue. But I also see it as a potential threat to our local farmers, where them receiving this money is going to create unnecessary and undue regulations on them that tie their hands in order to participate in this. And our local, I feel like we don't need the federal government being the middleman between us and our local farmers and our local schools. If we wanted to do this, we could do it without the federal government being the middleman.
Okay. Member Earl?
I would like to make an amendment to I would like to strike in the, I don't know if it's in the contract or grant, but there's no motion. Wouldn't the motion be that we approve the recommendations? Oh, no, what am I looking at? That the board approves the letter of commitment. Yes, so it would be an amendment to the commitment letter. And striking, provide funding for a farm-to-school position at,
I think you're on the wrong.
am I not looking at this right?
Someone's typing in the wrong space.
I think,
Hold
yeah,
on.
I think it's under where it says
That the board
4.7.
approves the child nutrition. Yeah, so under the grant, we have several things that we are asking for. And I'm asking that we strike the position for the farm to school at the Utah Department of Agricultural and Food. It's a 4-year thing that we'll be paying for, and I'm not sure where we're funding that through here.
Point of order.
Yes.
Is there a motion on the table?
No.
No, she's,
Do we need to make a motion on
I
the table
think,
in order
yeah,
to amend the program?
Yes.
we've got to get one on the table, but I'm just trying to read between the lines. Are you wanting to approve the program and strike this? Is that what you're wanting to do? Just, we don't have,
We don't have an emotion on the table.
so we can't amend anything unless we're choosing to amend the attempting to amend the application or moving with the application with changes, which I'm not sure we're going to be able to
Yes,
pull
it has
off.
to be a motion first.
So you're right. We don't have a motion on the table. Let me just get some other, let's see, I'll take them in order. Vice Chair Belknap.
I'm looking for a clarifying question. I apologize, I wasn't able to get to this before. I'm just wondering, do our farmers or our neighborhood people who raise crops able to use them in the schools without this program?
Dr. Norman.
This program isn't about the food, it's about the technical assistance and education about it. So it's to improve food and agricultural supply chains. The funds support state agency efforts to coordinate and provide technical assistance and build and increase the capacity of participating institutions to procure and use local foods in program mills. So it's a technical assistance for our local farmers to let them know how to do that. And we can have Kathleen and Kate come up and explain what that looks like. So it is not for the purchase of foods in school. And as another one, this is part of the American Rescue Plan dollars, of which 60 million was national, and this would be providing $955,364 to the state of Utah for this.
Did you have a follow-up, Vice Chair Belknap?
I'm going to wait and hear the rest if I may.
Yeah.
Hi, Kate Wheeler, Child Nutrition Specialist at USBE. So what we've been doing with Farm to School over the past summer is I've been going all around the state and engaging our stakeholders as part of our process to hear what they want and what will help them implement this type of work. And so we have heard from teachers and from farmers and from school food service staff and interested community members and parents and food business owners. And two of the major things they want that have emerged from those conversations we would be using this funding to support. And one is increased agriculture education through partnership with Agriculture in the Classroom at Utah State. And the other is support for our small and micro enterprise producers, especially things like processing support, distribution support, additional marketing support. These are things that we know our needs already. We've been trying to get a position at UDAF for a couple of years. Some of you may remember I've been up here before asking if we could go to the legislature to try to fund that position. That's just a need right now. They are on board with this work. They want to do this work. We have some staff here we have Commissioner Butters and some other staff from Utah Department of Agriculture and Food that could speak more if people have questions about what that position would do and the need for it. But Farm to School is multi-sector. We are handling the stuff that we do at USBE really well right now, but we need to also empower our other folks to do it. This isn't about adding regulations to farmers. This is about giving them the tools. Basically, these positions, my position is a navigator. Like, I help our schools work through the existing barriers to do the things they want to do. We would love to have somebody on the producer side helping our farmers do the same thing.
Okay. Member Lear, and then we'll come to.
And I had a couple of clarifying questions, if that's all right, probably to these
Yes, please.
specialists. First would be, so this would be completely voluntary. No one would be forced into it. The regulations that might be related or the accountability that's expected would be completely voluntary. If the farmer wants to participate, if the you use some terms that I'm not so familiar with, but micro producers, I think you said, totally voluntary. And then they would accept the accountability that goes with that. My second clarifying question, and
The answer to those that are listening,
Yeah.
is it? Will you
Let the
respond?
record
Because we have
reflect that
people.
they nodded.
Not everyone, you're nodding your head, yes, but
Yes, I just wanted to make sure it was my turn to speak, but absolutely. Farm to School is always voluntary. We think it aligns really well with the values of our small farms and our schools, but we never force anyone to participate in that. This would not create any new regulations.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then the second question, you said $900,000, is that right, Patty? Or Dr. Norman?
$955,000 and change, yep.
And that would come to the state of Utah? Is that right?
Yes, that's what's currently coming to the state. Yeah, it would come to the state
And
of
it would
Utah.
continue? And if we chose not to participate, some other state would benefit from those funds? And this program that
Okay.
connects farmers, agricultural programs in schools and also benefits consumers because then we have fresh produce.
So we have a couple questions with some heads nodding, but can you give a verbal response, please?
That is correct. It's a 4-year grant for $955,000. If we do not accept the funds, they will then fair share it amongst other states.
Okay, so just one more question. So and to clarify, those are our tax dollars that would come back to us, I'm assuming, from the federal government.
Correct.
And then the last question, in making that comment, just forgot. Maybe I'll come back to it. Thank you for those clarifications.
Okay, Member Earl?
Yes, so we're going to be paying someone to do this work, and the work they're going to be doing is the Farm to School program. Is that accurate?
So yes, they would be working on Farm to School specifically at Department of Agriculture and Food. So they would be working on the pieces of Farm to School, all the tasks for Farm to School that just really don't fall under our umbrella, like providing additional training to our producers if they want to market their items to schools. A lot of our producers cited processing capacity as a big issue in this state, so they might be working on amplifying processing capacity and the ability of our small producers to access those resources. So those are all pieces of Farm to School, but they are not necessarily, they're on the farm side, not the education side. It really makes sense for that person to be housed within agriculture.
So would we be adhering to the Farm to School program requirements the federal government has?
Please respond.
I don't think I fully understand that
Let me-
question. Farm to
okay, I'll
School-
help you.
Farm to School is
So-
it's a movement, it is a technique for making strong school nutrition programs, but it's not a program that you sign up to join.
Well, the money's coming through the federal government, and you can go to their site, Farm to School, and you can read what their priorities are, which their strategic plan, their theory of change, is to frame and promote racial and social equity as a central tenet of Farm to School. I'm not going to read down all of them. You can go read it down. We don't have any ties to this, even though it's the federal money Farm to School program, and we're giving the money not to something we oversee, but we're actually giving it to someone else to work full-time to promote possibly the objectives of this particular program. Am I missing something?
So we are keeping some of the money. Some of it, again, we're using for agriculture in the classroom. Some of it we're using to supplement our current promotional activities. Everything that we do at the state level for Farm to School is determined by our stakeholder priorities. So I really want to emphasize that. The work that we are choosing to do is what has come from people in our Utah communities that say is important to them in terms of Farm to School. So that would be the same for this position. They would be focusing, like I said, on things like processing and distribution, marketing for our small producers, because that's what our producers have told us they need to be successful in this.
Okay. Thank you. Talking about item 7, child nutrition program grant is shown in our consent. Is there any, Member Norton?
I'd like to make a motion.
You can pull that mic a little closer.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the board approves the child nutrition program to apply for the Farm to School grant operated by the United States Department of Agriculture and Food.
Second.
Motion and second. Do you want to speak to the motion?
No, think we've heard enough.
Discussion to the motion. Member Moss.
Just a quick comment. There seemed to be some good work going on here. I have a broader concern, and I'll just express why I'm going to vote no here. It is that much of this, I do worry about federal strings, and I think a couple of recent examples justify that concern. But in addition to that, I worry about focusing on building capacity of providers as opposed to focusing like a laser on the recipients. And I think that's a concern that drifts into government programs generally, that if you construe it as a jobs program or something to develop the capacity, for example, of even one of our great tech vendors, providers, I don't think it's our focus to worry about developing their capacity, but rather to evaluate their capacity and then take it at the best service and the best rate. So I appreciate a lot of this work, but I think, we should just be focusing on getting the best food at the best price and let the providers figure out how to do that in the best way.
Member Earl?
Yeah, I would like to make an amendment that we strike the position that's involved in this process. I just want to be clear, well, okay, the position, the full-time position.
Want to make a,
Yeah, however, I don't know how it needs to be framed. Well, I don't mind the other things within the program, it's the actual, yeah.
so at the end of
So-
the proposed motions, add, strike, and not, and strike the position?
The second.
Not in,
Not include, provide funding for a farm-to-school position at the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food. That's what I would like to remove from our. To remove, provide funding for a farm-to-school position at Utah Department of Agriculture and Food.
is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Do you want to speak to your proposed amendment?
No, I just think there's so many components to this that it's out of our control. I'm not sure why
Member
I
Leader?
appreciate what our staff's
sorry,
doing,
I thought
and
you said-
no, I just appreciate what our staff's working on with getting information to schools and that kind of thing. I think this is going beyond that.
Okay. Member Leader?
And I just had another question for these
Yes.
women. This is a position, not our position, not a USBE position, but a Department of Agriculture position. Just want to make sure I understand that the Department of Agriculture has said that it needs in order to carry out this function. Is that correct?
Yeah, this position is really critical to us doing this work at this point. We have tried to get funding for it from the legislature before because Department of Ag is very supportive of this work, but they need a person to do this. This is allowable funding under this grant. We're really at the point, it's like pushing a car out of a ditch. You need another person to push to get it all the way out. We really need their support. They want to give their support. This money is available to provide that support. Otherwise, we're just sort of maxed out on what we can offer, and there's problems out there that we know how to solve. We just need another person to help solve them.
And if I can make an analogy quickly, just the same as if we were asking a program to work with the Department of Agriculture housed here, and we would not necessarily have the capacity to do it without an individual hired to do it. Just making sure. Thank you very much.
Member Hymas?
Yeah, can you help me understand why the legislature, if the legislature wouldn't do it, why would we?
I don't think I can necessarily speak for why the legislature didn't do it. I think it came down to what they told us in the Senate. Is they didn't feel that the juice was worth the squeeze and that they didn't want to dedicate state funds to that. These are funds that are coming in. It's a time-limited position. We can use it to accomplish some goals, and then they're gone, and that's done. So it's really either we don't lose by implementing this and seeing what we can accomplish over the next couple of years.
Clarify?
Vice Chair Davis?
So this is one-time money. This person would help with these things, and then it's not going to be an ongoing position? That's
correct. It would be time-limited. Probably by the time we do it all, we're really budgeting to have that person in their position for 3 years because it takes time to get going.
Okay, we're gonna vote on the proposed amendment. The proposed amendment, I'm not seeing any discussion. The proposed amendment is that the board strike the position, or the proposed amendment is to the motion is to add that the board strike the position at the Utah Department of Agriculture and Food from the proposal. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Will the ayes raise their hand? Member Klein, Member Moss, Member Hymas, Member Earl. The proposed amendment Doesn't pass, fails. So the proposed motion that is before the board is that the board approve the child nutrition program to apply for the Farm to School grant operated by the United States Department of Agriculture and Food. Not seeing any hands raised, so we'll vote on this. I'll restate the motion again, that the board approve the child nutrition program to apply for the Farm to School grant operated by the United States Department of Agriculture and Food. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? With the noes, raise your hand. No is Member Klein, Moss, Earl. Okay, motion passes. Member Klein?
Board Member Hymas also no.
I didn't see his hand, no,
Okay,
no.
thank you.
No. Member Klein, we have item 8 out of our consent.
Yeah, just another federal grant.
Yeah. What's that?
Another federal grant.
Just another federal grant.
Okay, so any board members want to take any action on number 8? Member Cannon?
I'll move that the board approve consent calendar item 8 and enact the recommended action.
We have a second.
Second.
You want to speak to it?
No.
Okay, Member Straight? Discussion?
Yes, thank you. You know, all these federal grants, all this money coming to the federal government, philosophically, I do have some issues with that as a political ideology. That being said, if the legislature were to fund all of these things, like, you know, you could say that we could extend it as far as free and reduced lunch, but as it currently stands, I would never vote for doing away with that program unless there was a way to fund it at the local level, at the state level. Because philosophically, I do believe that money is better spent at the lowest level possible. And I see that in local government, I see that in county government, I see that in state government. And it's better off the closer you get to the people. But until we deal with those issues, I just can't vote down those things because it benefits children in poverty of no choice of their own. We can have other discussions, but that's, you know, I think that needs to be explained. Because I would vote to eliminate all of those things if we could get it at the local level, but that's not where we're at. So if we want to solve those issues, go to the legislature, get them, and then we can remove those things. So that's my 2 cents.
And Member Hyman?
Yeah, I'm frankly frustrated with this keeps coming across our table. We, again, I know it's been talked about before, academics, which is what we do, is just going lower and lower on this priority list. And this is just another grant in my frustration of saying, okay, let's focus on this or let's focus on that. And academics keeps getting pushed down. I agree that substance abuse and mental health services and mental health awareness, all these prevention, it's all good things. But as a state board of education, I keep missing these grants where we're closing gaps or talking. I mean, we've talked about so many different things other than academics in this room that it's almost become ridiculous for me. And so I'm frustrated by these that keep coming through. I'll probably, unless somebody says something amazing, I'll vote no for this. And I hope that we can get to a space where we're talking more academics. Thank you.
Vice Chair Davis?
I just want to mention the context in general. It's my understanding that prior to COVID, we were quite far down on the list as far as a state that was receiving federal monies and federal grants, or even accessing or taking those at all. So I don't think that Utah's been obnoxious in that sense. I just want to kind of keep it in context. But then we moved up quite a bit during the COVID years, and the focus on that money and that federal infusion, I felt like we were pretty good at keeping that largely focused on academics. We really spent the bulk of that money on getting students access to broadband so they could continue their learning, on after-school and summer programs and tutoring and things of this nature. So I agree. It feels like this sometimes when we get these things that come across our desk, but I do, and I think we should be careful in the way that we look at all of them, but I do think we should also kind of keep the large context in mind too, and know that we have, especially the last few years when we've taken more federal funding, tried pretty hard to keep that focused on a lot of academics with letters and a variety of different things.
Member Lear?
I think Dr.
Speaking to the
Dixon was-
motion.
Oh, she went away. I had 3 thoughts about this, and I'll be very quick. In the last few days, gathering materials for campaigning, just reflecting on putting away some pictures from my parents. 3 ideas. My dad, Matt, sounded just like you. And yet my father went from a child in poverty, one of 13 children, to owning an insurance agency because of the GI Bill. And he passed away before I could really discuss that with him. And I think that's the kind of thing that sometimes these programs do for people. Secondly, these are our tax dollars. This is not money created to annoy states like Utah. These are our tax dollars paid to the federal government that are now coming back to benefit us. I can't see why we would possibly not use those to benefit our children. And thirdly, I was reflecting on my years as a teacher at Kearns High School, when I had a couple of boys in my class that would come in every day, put their heads down. And at the time, I thought I should be more stimulating. I was a 22, 23, 24-year-old teacher. I should be more stimulating. I can make them love English. What I didn't know that I know now, these were boys who were housed at Boys Ranch. They were high, and the students were trying to tell me that. They clearly were using drugs, and I had no clue. We clearly still have that problem 40 years later in schools. And if this helps that a bit, then I'm for that, because those boys didn't learn anything in my English class. They were asleep, passed out, whatever. And until those students can be aware and awake to learn, we can't teach them.
Thank you. We're going to go to the motion. There isn't any further comments, so get ready to vote on it. And the motion before the board is that the board approve the consent calendar number 8, which is to approve the letter of commitment to the 2022 Aware Federal Grant. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
With a nose, raise your hand. We have Member Norton.
Hart.
Oh, excuse me, Hart, sorry. Hart, Klein, Hymas, Earl. Motion passes. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come right to, we'll be ready for our monthly budget report. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones, you're on deck. 10 minutes. We'll start promptly in 10.
Because
much more time on our building. It's working with the most that we have in Utah, which will just put all of the work aside. You convince us to committing a quarter of an FTE of staff, we don't have enough. And it's tiered, multi-systems. Already have all of that training.
Board members, we're going to get started. I don't see Deborah here to report Scott leaving. He's not feeling well. Oh, okay, here we go. Darren and Leah. Oh, okay. Hey, board members, we're going to get started. Welcome everyone back. Information item 5.1, ESSA. We have Darren Nielsen and Leah Voorhees. We're ready for your presentation. Sorry, we're a little bit behind, but
okay, I'll
we'll
take that as a hint
here.
to try to go quickly. Part of going quick is going slow. If I can do things correctly, it might minimize the number of questions that come up. And a reminder that this is an information item. My name is Darren Nielsen. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Student Learning. I'm at the table with Sarah Young, Chief of Staff, and Leah Voorhees, Assistant Superintendent of Student Support. And it's a privilege to be here to talk about this agenda item. But I do need to acknowledge that over the last number of months, and we'll go through the timeline, a platoon of USBE staff members have contributed to this work that you'll see in your agenda today. So go ahead and go to the next slide. I think it's important to understand, as we talk about ESSA, especially our audience that might be listening, these acronyms that we have might be confusing. So I'm going to go back to 1965 briefly, when the Elementary and Secondary Education Act was passed by the United States Congress and signed into law. That legislation directed large amounts of federal funds, we've been talking about that already today, to the states to help address educational challenges that had been identified across the country. That gets reauthorized periodically, and the most recent one was the Every Student Succeeds Act, which was authorized in July 8th of 2015 in the 114th Congress. Prior to that, the No Child Left Behind is another reauthorization that might sound familiar to some of our audience members. That was the previous reauthorization of this original act to provide funding to state education agencies across the country. The plan, as you see, is 121 pages. It's a plan that the State Board of Education, as you can see here, approved back in July of 2018. With, prior to that, a large number of stakeholders across the state of Utah drafted that plan. I don't even think I could estimate the number of people that were affected or involved in that process. The plan itself is driven, or our interest in reauthorizing the plan is driven by three things, but let's go to the next slide and we'll talk about the role that the State Board plays in this. So on the plan, the Utah State Board of Education creates a plan that describes how states choose to use the federal funds in alignment with federal code. So there's targets for these funds. Title I, for instance, is really targeted to our students who are most economically disadvantaged, our schools that have large populations of those students. We see funding in the plan around migrant education and other categories. There's actually 9 programs that are included in this consolidated application. The Board of Education works with the public, as I mentioned earlier, to create the original plan. And if it gets reauthorized and the boards are challenged with creating new plans, that process, which takes well over a year, would be engaged in. And then the state plans, as part of that engagement, it does require consultation with the governor's office in each state. And then the plans were approved in the board meeting that I mentioned on the previous slide. So what's driving us to open up this plan that was approved and to recommend amendments to it? Really, the trigger mechanism was the COVID. If you go to the next slide, was the COVID. Whoops, go back. Sorry. Was this amazing disruption that the COVID pandemic created on our educational settings? And you might recall that the Board of Education, both in the spring of 2020 and the spring of 2021, submitted addendums to the Utah Consolidated Application, the ESSA plan, that put in place waivers to in 2020, waivers to state assessment and school accountability and a number of other requirements in the plan. In 2021, it was a waiver on school accountability. Those addendums, which were expedited processes, you might recall it was simply one meeting for each of those. It didn't require a lot of dialogue. So it's more of a checklist of the things that the State Board of Education was seeking waivers on. Anything that was affecting a single year was allowed to be included in the addendum. There were some items, including moving the goals. Each state's ESSA plan has academic goals that are connected to it, and those needed to be advanced more than a single year because of the 2 years disruption from 2022 to 2024, and that triggered a requirement that the State Board of Education then complete an amendment to go along with that. So we have some of the changes that you'll see in the plan related to COVID changes or impacts. Some of them are related to updating the plan to align with current board legislative directives. And then we have, because we are doing the work anyway, to really look at ways to improve the plan. And as I heard Board Member Hymas share the quote this morning, I'm just going to repeat that briefly. If anyone can refute me, show me I'm making a mistake or looking at things from the wrong perspective, I'll gladly change. So in our setting, as we work for you, a different way of looking at that for us is if anyone could show us there's a better way to do something, and that there's data to support that, then we want to make a change. And so we're looking at this opportunity to bring about some of those changes as well. So we've begun this work some time ago. Again, we've had 29 USB staff members working on this. We've also consulted with the Assessment Accountability Policy Advisory Committee about items that were specific to their work, and other groups that exist in our LEAs, Title I directors, multi-language learner directors, and other groups have been involved to this point as well. We come before you today as an information item to let you know that we're going to public comment. There'll be a 14-day period of public comment that will open up tomorrow. And then the plan is we'll come back, we'll take that public comment, consider it, incorporate recommended changes, and then bring the recommended amendments back to the board for action, which I would expect would be a much more lengthy, or potentially a more lengthy discussion in the November board meeting. That concludes the presentation.
Questions? Member Earl?
Yeah, I just had a question on the opening up of this document. Who made that decision? I guess I'm wondering. It just was open, and so we're just continuing to modify because it was open for COVID.
Yeah, Chair, can I
please respond?
answer that? Yeah, so when the board approved the addendum, especially the most recently submitted one in the spring of 2021, it included a request to advance the board's long-term academic goals by 2 years. Because the addendum allowed for that, but it also required an amendment to the consolidated plan to be instituted if a state chose to request a change to their consolidated application that extended beyond a single year. So that, Board Member Earl, that was the trigger that created the opportunity for us to open this up and look at ways that we could improve it. And I'll highlight a few of the things that, in addition to the goals, the goal timeline, we're making recommendations around the calculations of growth for the school accountability system. Those were discussed in APAC, and so we're trying to advance that again as a way to bring about improvements. We've implemented our current accountability system since 2019. The EL, English Language Learner students, is another area that you might remember discussion in our APAC meeting around changing the exit criteria for that. So you'll recognize when you look through the plan, those are some areas where we believe through experience and through the data that we have, there's ways to make improvements to the plan. You'll see incorporation of the Utah Board's current strategic plan and Portrait of a Graduate initiatives, which weren't in place when the plan was submitted back in 2017 to the U.S. Department of Education. So those are a few of the examples of things that you'll find in the plan under the red line changes. And the public will find those as well.
I'm not seeing any other comments on this, but thank you for your work. And the main purpose of this is to publicly, because it's on our agenda, it will get more attended or more, what would I say, attention. So it's not a surprise come November, oh, what's this big amendment? And so I appreciate the support, information, and all the work that's gone into this, and I'm anxious to see what happens on the public comment side. So thank you for your work there. I think we have another question or comment. Member Earl?
It's a 30-day comment period.
There'll be a 14-day comment period. So you'll see a flurry of communications from your staff, probably beginning tomorrow morning through all of our listservs and the social media outlets that the State Board of Education has. And then, again, I want the board to be aware, there's been discussions about this with the groups that we support from the LEAs, these different leadership positions before today as well. So there's an awareness that the plan is being worked on and looked at, and amendments. And many of the specific recommendations have been discussed with assessment directors, Title I directors, and other LEA representatives.
Thank you.
And the other part of this, just to help our awareness, so over the next coming weeks, as we choose to get more familiar with the proposed changes, and that we'll be better prepared for November, which will most likely be an actionable item. So not seeing any other questions or comments. Thank you very much. We know this is a lot of work. Okay, next we'll have Deborah Jacobson, who loves to do a lot of public speaking. She's filling in. Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones isn't going to be able to be with us, so we're anxious to get into our monthly budget reports, and this is all information, non-actionable. So Assistant Superintendent Jacobson, you're on.
Thank you. Hold on, I'm trying to get this pulled up really quick here. Okay, Assistant Superintendent Deborah Jacobson for the board. This is your monthly budget report, and I'm here to testify that USBE is in a good sound position and can cover all current and future obligations. So that's all I really have on this one.
Okay, any questions or comments? This has been in our backups, and appreciate you filling in for Deputy Superintendent Scott Jones. Not seeing any. Please continue.
Okay, so also in your backups, you'll find, again, the monthly update on the COVID funds. It's information this time. We were not going to do the deep dive this time, but we do have Chief of Staff Young available if you have any questions on that.
And we usually go, if I remember right, every other month to get the comprehensive updates, but is there any questions? And I'm not seeing any hands raised.
Okay, so if there's no questions, I can move to the discretionary.
Let me just follow up one more time. Any questions on our budget, discretionary funds report, any reports? And if you do through the month or in preparation for these meetings, Deborah and Scott are always anxious to serve the board, so thank you for your service there. Thank you. That was short. All right. Okay, moving along, I've given my chair's report.
No discretionary funds. Oh, we just were looking at it? Oh, well, that's easy.
Yeah,
Sorry,
there's no
Chair.
action.
Well, I've seen it.
I called you.
I thought do we have to do something?
No action on this. Well, we're to board member comments. Or I've given the chair report already. Any question or any comments? I know lots has been going on. Appreciate your service and lots of committees, lots of reports, lots of stuff happening. I'm not seeing any hands raised. So at this time, we will break for our lunch. Wow, we're on schedule. We'll see you back here at 12:30. Thank you. Well, I didn't see any.
If you have a salad, you get
So the cookie's only for the salad eaters.
Tag us.
Hey. And if you're still hungry, there's some tomatoes in the boardroom that you can load up on.
More dessert, Kimmy.
Board members, we're ready to start. Thank you. And this is the Belknap crest. Don't have a stand. I think we do have a quorum. So we'd like to welcome you back to the board meeting after lunch. We're on number 9, our SHARP survey discussion. We will have an hour set aside for this discussion. So I'll turn it over, I think, to Deputy Superintendent Norman and to Tanya Albornez and Jeffrey Van Holten first, and then to our board members, Board Member Earl, Hymas, and Norton. Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you. We wanted to start by thanking all of you for providing the opportunity to have the working group and to just do a few quick reminders, and then I'll be turning it over to Tanya. So the first is the reminder of the board motion. So that was the task of the committee. And so Jeff, if you want to go to the next slide. The task was that the board, so they broke this down, that the board withdraw support of the 2023 SHARP survey and convene a work group to study the concerns and issues raised during this discussion. This discussion meaning the discussion that was held during that June meeting, including the authority by which the SHARP survey is administered, and that the work group provides a report to the board by October 2022 board meeting. So with this motion, Tanya and USBE staff went back in, listened to the entire discussion, documenting all of the concerns that were raised, and Tanya will provide more information on that. That led to the formation of the group and the board members on this group. Next slide, please. We had 3 of our board members. We had Board Member Earl, Board Member Hymas, and Board Member Norton. We also had a legislator, Representative Susan Pulsifer. We had a representative from the Department of Health and Human Services, which was Craig Pove. And then we had LEA representatives, Julie Spindler, who is a prevention director from Tooele, Gary Allen, who is the assistant superintendent in Box Elder, Paul Edmonds, who is the prevention coordinator in Granite School District, and then, of course, we had advisory roles. We had Bach Harrison there in case there was questions that were specific to Bach Harrison itself in regards to the survey, and also USBE staff. So, Tanya?
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. Good afternoon, board members. I'm here to provide you with an overview and summary of the work group that was formed to examine those issues that Patty just spoke about. Just a quick reminder for context, the item came to the board in June as a request from the Department of Health and Human Services and their contractor, Bach Harrison, to have USBE sign a letter of support for the SHARP survey that would be distributed to LEAs in preparation for the 2023 administration of the survey. The letter of support is a process that's happened since the inception of the survey in 2003. So during that June discussion, when all the concerns were raised, the work group was formed, and we had a very short timeline. You can go to the next slide, for which to complete the work. So the work was very focused and intense. As a result, meetings were recorded and members were provided with ways to participate in the discussion and provide comments or feedback to Jeff or myself, who facilitated the work group, if they were not able to attend the meeting. Because the motion from the June meeting was to focus on the board's concerns that were brought up during the June meeting, we wanted to make sure that we discussed all of the concerns in depth in order to be able to provide you with some hopefully useful recommendations to improve the overall SHARP survey collaborative process. During the discussion, we determined that we needed to gather more information from stakeholders, so we put together a feedback form, one to send to USBE employees and one to send out to the public. We wanted to note that as a work group, it was not our task to wordsmith the survey questions themselves, but rather to discuss the concerns that were raised in the June board meeting. In addition, the 2023 administration of the survey was already underway when the work group began. LEAs were already signing on to participate, and they had already been given a copy of the finalized 2023 survey. Parents had already also started signing consent forms for the 2023 version. And in light of all this, the work group focused more on the processes for future administrations rather than on making specific recommendations about the 2023 administration. Also of note is that the work group discussed and unanimously approved the recommendations that we will share with you today. Next slide. The work group held 3 meetings that were 2.5 to 3 hours in length. During those packed meetings, you can see on the slide the tasks that we completed. We created the feedback forms that were sent out to the public. We held in-depth discussions about the concerns raised by the board in the June meeting. We provided space for a candid discussion with LEA representatives about the successes and challenges of the frontline administration of the SHARP survey. We discussed preliminary results of the feedback forms, and we ended our work by creating 9 recommendations that I will share with you in a moment. Next slide. As we looked at the concerns that were expressed by board members, staff determined that they could be categorized into 4 broad categories that you can see on the slide: concerns about the questions, concerns about the SHARP survey administration, concerns about the data, and general questions about SHARP. For context, I'll enumerate each of the concerns in a moment, but I wanted to mention that these categories were also very useful in conceptualizing the feedback form that was sent out to the public, and questions about each of these were included in that feedback form. As we move through the process, I will provide with you the concerns that were expressed in the board meeting, and then we will summarize a little of the discussion of the work group. First, the concerns about the SHARP survey questions. In regards to, so these concerns were about SHARP survey length, including the 6th grade survey, questions that SHARP questions are leading and sensitive in nature. The SHARP questions are not reliable or valid. The SHARP questions could have unintended consequences or lead the student to participate in problem behaviors, and the overlap in questions from SHARP and other surveys that were required to administer from USBE. In regards to the reliability and validity of the SHARP survey, the work group was reminded that the survey has 2 main components: the Utah Prevention Needs Assessment and the Youth Risk Behavior Survey. Both of these tools have been through the rigorous procedures necessary for research instruments to be considered reliable and valid. We were also provided with several studies that concluded that asking questions about suicide and substance use does not lead to those behaviors, and we can provide references to those studies if board members would like. In the work group, we discussed the efforts that we have already been made by DHHS and Bach Harrison to reduce the survey length. Some of these efforts include making the survey available through technology, the addition of skip logic, meaning, for example, that if a student answers that they have never smoked, they will not be asked further questions about smoking. Another item that was implemented to address the length of the survey is the Form A, Form B approach, where some students are asked a set of questions on the Form A, and other students are asked the questions from Form B, so not every question is asked to every student.
Tanya?
Yes.
Board Member Lear, did you want to interrupt?
I wasn't sure if we should ask questions while she's talking or save them to
If you
the
would
end.
write them down, I think that would be most helpful. I'd appreciate that.
I did that.
Thank you.
Thank you. We do have recommendations that address the items involving the survey length, the sensitivity of the questions, and the overlap of with other surveys that I will address more in depth when we present the recommendations in a moment. The next slide. Second, the concerns about the survey administration included the data is not, sorry. Okay, concerns about the survey administration are active parental consent process is not working. The LEAs are being pressured to participate, and LEAs are providing incentives to students to participate in the survey. The work group discussed the process used to inform LEAs about the survey, and the LEA representative spoke about the active parental consent process. One thing to note is that there were only a small group of responses on the feedback form that we sent out to the public that mentioned that students were incentivized. Most spoke to how this happened a long time ago. We also learned that some LEAs or schools may be providing incentives to students who bring back the parental consent form rather than an incentive to take the survey. The incentives, such as a candy or a class party, for those who return the most forms are provided to all students regardless of whether consent is provided or denied by the parents. This practice may be causing some of the confusion or assumptions being made that students are being incentivized to take the survey. Buck Harrison also provided information to the work group about the specific procedures in place to address obtaining active parental consent for the survey and how they educate LEAs to incentivizing participation on the survey is not appropriate. And some of the discussion and recommendations that we will discuss in a moment will lend to how improvements may be made in these areas. One of our recommendations will also address concerns regarding parents having little information about the survey and how we can improve the parent consent process. Go to the next one. Next, the concerns about the SHARP survey data usage includes that the data is not being used and there are limitations to the data. The survey is not preventing anything. Questions regarding whether there are other ways to collect the information, that the data is only used for grants, and that the data is inaccurate due to the students not taking it seriously. We have collected information both from USBE employees and from the public through the feedback form on how the data, and people have described it as being used in a wide variety of ways. We will provide you with a broad overview of some of that information in a moment, and the board will have the option of looking at the information from the feedback forms more closely in the future. Generally, what the information we gathered shows is that the data is used to drive decisions at the school, community, and state level for prevention and mental health. We have gathered specific examples of that data usage and how it's used by stakeholders, and we can also share those upon request. The main purposes cited for the use of the data is to collect the data to assess needs, inform the implementation of prevention-based initiatives, and to evaluate outcomes of those prevention programs. According to all the information we gathered, applying for grants was only one of the uses for the data. To address one of the other concerns, LEA representatives described that the data is not meant to prevent anything, but rather to provide the information to help them know overall if prevention programs are working. On a side note, an evidence-based prevention program, when implemented, would also have an evaluative component in place, and LEAs would use the data evidence from both that specific program evaluation and the aggregate data from the tools such as SHARP to demonstrate program effectiveness. The work group did discuss that there are no other known tools available at this time to gather this type of information. And as far as students not taking the survey seriously, without asking students directly that question, that concern is difficult to address or to verify. If you do look at the data trends from SHARP over time are fairly consistent, and if students were not being honest, you would expect to see those trend lines all over the place. Validity checks built into the questions where surveys are thrown out if it is determined that the student may not be responding accurately. For example, if the grade and the age of the student do not match, or the students answer that they have used a fictitious substance that's built into the survey, then those surveys are taken out and the data from those surveys are not used and considered invalid. This happens in about 2 to 4% of the surveys since over time when they've administered the survey. Lastly, go to slide 10. Some of the more general questions and concerns that were discussed include, is there another way to collect this information? Is there another survey that could be administered? Is there a way to gather information in a different way? Is there an RFP? Are there any statutes that require SHARP, and who provides authority to do this? I believe we've already discussed the first two on this slide, but as far as other ways to gather the information, We did discuss some of the difficulties there would be in trying to gather this information outside of schools. Some of the suggestions were maybe we should do it in a doctor's office, and we need to remember that not all families or children have access to medical services. And so that would not be a representative sample of students. As mentioned earlier, this is a contracted service that Bach Harrison provides for Utah through an RFP. And we have a specific slide that we will cover in a moment that speaks to the authority of the survey. I mentioned that the work group sent out feedback forms to the public that you have likely seen. I wanted to give a brief overview of those. Again, forms were sent to both USBE employees and to the public. Both were sent out on September 20th and closed 2 days ago on October 3rd. These forms were far from perfect, but still provided some useful information that was interesting and informative. Since the feedback forms closed only 2 days ago, we are not prepared to provide an in-depth analysis. However, we have prepared some quantitative data in a visual report format, and we can provide that to work group members and board members if desired. I did provide a preliminary report to the work group of the information from the feedback form at the time of the last work group meeting, and it provided some really great points of discussion and clarification on some of the concerns. It also informed some of the direction for the recommendations that we'll present. We did receive about 4,219 responses to the feedback form. I do want to mention that it's important to understand that while the results are informative, the information cannot be used to reach conclusions about the overall sentiment regarding the SHARP. The process used for gathering the feedback was very informal. By design, it was sent out far and wide via an anonymous link. The responses to the survey are reflective of whoever received the link and provided a response. We recognize that individuals or organizations with particular perspectives shared the link with like-minded individuals or groups, and as a result, many of the responses will reflect the perspective of those that were most passionate about providing feedback about the SHARP. In other words, because the data were not gathered in a way that meets rigorous requirements for research, we need to be careful about using that information to make generalized assumptions. So then why did we send it out? The feedback form was sent out because, as a body, the work group wanted to understand people's experiences with the SHARP survey. For example, we wanted to be able to generally gauge how much exposure people have had in the past to the survey questions and to the data. Also, during this discussion process, a lot of anecdotal information was presented as the basis for some of the concerns, and we wanted to gather information to see how widespread those perceptions may be. This approach helped us to test how widespread those hypotheses and perceptions are among the stakeholders that completed the feedback form. I also wanted to clarify one item. There was some misconception that the survey questions themselves were not included or linked in the feedback form, and that's not accurate. The work group had specific discussion about this and concluded that we wanted to be strategic about the placement of the questions in the link because we wanted to gauge what exposure people had to the survey questions prior to this point. While it is true that the questions were not included at the beginning of the feedback form, the compromise was that the link to the survey questions was added as the very last question on the feedback form, and respondents could review those questions and then provide feedback about them if they desired. A link to the questions was also provided in the public release that was sent out. Go to the next one. The USBE employee form was sent in order to answer a specific question that came up in the June board meeting and how USBE internally uses the data from the SHARP survey. From that form, we had 76 USBE employee responses. I was able to identify from those responses about 24 general uses for the form. Some of the most common include informing policy for programs and/or interventions, informing stakeholders regarding the needs of students, evaluating outcomes of programs, initiatives, or grants, to inform LEA comprehensive needs assessments, to design instructional materials to meet the current needs of students, to inform prevention, student wellness, school-based mental health, and school safety initiatives, and to inform staff about grant distribution decisions, and to provide data for public presentations. We also asked for specific detailed uses of the data, and I identified about 41 of those from the responses. You can see some of those mentioned here on the slide. I'm happy to provide that list to the board members or even to show you today if you would like to see those. Go on to the next one. To speak to the motion from June's board meeting that we specifically address the authority by which the SHARP survey is administered, I would like to explain that USBE is a partner and collaborator in this process. but we are not the owners of the survey, and we do not provide funding for the survey. DHHS is the entity that received funding for the survey in a line item from the legislature, and they contract for administration of the SHARP through an RFP process. Harrison is the current contractor for the survey through this process. DHHS has included USBE in the planning process since the survey began in 2003. It has primarily been staff that has been involved, and this will factor into some of the recommendations later. There is no statutory requirement for SHARP in the education portion of Utah Code. However, to speak generally to the authority for administering the SHARP survey, which was a part of the motion, I have provided you on the next couple of slides with sections of the health code that give the authority to DHHS to administer the survey, and one section of code that requires recipients of a grant program to address one or more risk or protective factors identified by SHARP. This is a grant program that's administered by local health departments. So you can see on this slide that DHHS is mandated by Utah State Code 2634 to take such actions as may be necessary to assure that the statistics are developed are of high quality, timely, and comprehensive, as well as specific, standardized, and adequately analyzed and indexed, and to publish, make those available, and disseminate those statistics on as wide a basis as practicable. Then you can see in the next one that they created the grant program that requires them to use the data in order to inform that grant program. And then can you go back to the previous slide? There's also the sections of code there that provides DHHS with the general authority to identify major risk factors contributing to health issues within the public. So both of those sections there instruct DHHS to collect data on a voluntary basis on those health-related matters, and to collect health data under the authorities on behalf of other governmental or not-for-profit organizations. So that gives, those are the sections of code that provide DHHS with the authority to do an effort like the SHARP, and they have determined that this is the effort, one of the efforts that they want to put in place in order to address these mandates in code. So that brings us, go ahead to the next, to the work group recommendations. Those are also provided to you in the board backup documentation if you'd like to follow along. So the first recommendation addresses that the work group determined there has been a breakdown in the communication process between USBE and DHHS. It became clear during the discussion that the communication and feedback process between the two entities has not been formalized, and this has created confusion, specifically regarding decisions of change that have been made on the SHARP itself. As a result, the work group recommends that the board define and formalize the process of providing USBE information and feedback to the Department of Health and Human Services and to the SHARP Survey Planning Group. The process should include the frequency and the mechanism for how the board will provide information and feedback to DHHS and to the SHARP Survey Planning Work Group. And we have also provided a few options for your consideration on this. These aren't on the slide, but they are in the recommendations in the backup documents. The first option is that the process could include having a board member representation on the DHHS SHARP Survey Planning Group. And the next option would be that the process would include forming an ongoing USBE task force or work group dedicated to addressing issues related to SHARP, and the information and recommendations from the group would then be provided to the SHARP Survey Planning Work Group. And it would need to include things such as how often that task force should meet. The next part is that the process of communication should also include the frequency and mechanism for how DHHS should provide information and responses back to the board regarding decisions made about the SHARP survey that resulted from the board recommendations. We also provided with a few options here. The first option is that information will be included in regular written reports to the board regarding the work being done by the SHARP Planning Committee. Another option could be that board staff would provide regular reports back to the board during board meetings, and these are just options. You can add others as well. Lastly, the work group was made aware that the board has never had a presentation about the results of the SHARP survey. We felt strongly that the communication process would benefit from a summary presentation of the results of each distribution of the SHARP survey to the board. So we asked that the board define if they would want that summary presentation and when that would be held. That's the first recommendation. Recommendation number 2, that the board requests an annotated copy of the survey from DHHS, which provides an explanation for the reason each question is included to inform future recommendations about the questions. This recommendation comes about from the discussion related to the concerns about the questions. As explained, the scope of the work group did not provide for an in-depth examination of the questions. However, we acknowledge that there are still concerns about those questions. One thing we discussed is that there is still a lack of information and understanding about the purpose of the questions, and the first step is to understand the perspectives involved regarding the rationale for those questions. This does not mean the board needs to agree with the rationale, but before decisions or recommendations are made, we need to have, or changes made to the survey, the information about why each question is included needs to be understood. Recommendation number 3 is that the board requests to collaborate with DHHS through a work group that examines possible content changes to the questions for the 2025 administration of the survey, and that the board define what this collaboration should look like, including who will be involved, and we also may want to, if you're going to use one of the options we provided you in the first recommendation, those 2 work groups could be the same. This recommendation addresses our recognition that the board has expressed that they would like to examine possible content changes for SHARP. Again, because the 2023 administration was already in process when we started meeting, we were not able to address those content changes. We also determined that this was beyond the ability and limited scope of the work group, in that we needed to be able to bring more information and experts to the table to educate us about a very complicated and intricate process of creating the survey with reliability and validity, as well as rationale for why each question is included. Recommendation number 4 is that the board request DHHS and their contractor track the impact of implementing skip logic on the average time it takes for survey completion and other options to reduce the time for taking the survey, and report this information back to the board. As mentioned, there have been concerns about the time it takes for students to complete the survey, and the skip logic that was implemented in the online version helped with that, but that information was never provided back to the board. We would like to have more information about whether the changes already implemented have reduced the time students need to take the survey, and have that information reported to the board moving forward. Recommendation number 5 touches on something that became loud and clear in the work group discussion of the meetings. And that's that the parents are not well informed about SHARP. The perception is widespread and was somewhat validated through the responses from the feedback form. As a result, the recommendations state that the board collaborate with DHHS to plan for and provide ways that parents can be better engaged in and informed about the SHARP survey process. We have included some suggestions of items that could be included in that in order to create a comprehensive effort, such as developing parent webinars and other information tools that may be provided to parents. We have also provided some suggested standards to guide parent engagement efforts that you can see, and you can see those items on the screen. Parent engagement efforts about the SHARP survey to parents should include those items in order to be comprehensive. Go to the next one. Recommendation number 6 is that as a result of the board's 2020 resolution about the SHARP, DHHS provided information to help us understand that the resolution was discussed and decisions were made about each of these points that the board brought up in 2020. But we realized during the process that, again, there was no information provided back to the board about what happened as a result of that resolution. So the recommendation is that DHHS provide a response to the board regarding how each of the following points in the 2020-01 board resolution were addressed for the 2023 distribution. And you can see those points from the resolution on the screen. Provide validity and honesty checks, avoid duplication of items, prepare questions that seek protective factor participation, avoid the possibility of advertising a product or brand, consider carefully the use of declarative items, and promote a positive, proactive message to students. Further, the board, we would like that the board decide which of these points, if any, should become part of a framework for reporting when DHHS provides information to the board for all future administrations of the survey. We just have a few more recommendations. Go to the next slide. Recommendation number 7 is a result of concerns expressed about duplication between SHARP and other student wellness surveys. It's directed at USBE staff that in an effort to honor HB 300 from 2021, which is reducing reporting requirements, that the board directs staff to work with the HHS to consolidate and reduce any duplicative questions or data points across multiple student wellness surveys, such as SHARP, the School Climate Survey, and the School Safety Survey, and address survey saturation concerns. Number 8 is that the board provide direction to clarify expectations for staff roles in providing DHHS feedback, input, and design expertise into the SHARP survey. Staff have been involved in the SHARP planning process to this point. However, we acknowledge that sometimes we do not have the information that board members have on issues such as SHARP. As the board considers some of the other recommendations and the possible increase of board member participation, staff would like clarity around what roles staff should be playing in these areas. And number 9 is that the board solicit feedback on a regular basis from a wide range of stakeholder groups regarding the SHARP survey.
That concludes the staff portion of the report out from the working group for the SHARP survey. I'm subject to any questions, and now we will be going into Board Member Earl, who will be representing the follow-up from board members.
I think we'll just finish on with the presentation and then ask our questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. We met 3 times, as was articulated. And as we went through the process, as we got to the end, that last hour, half hour or so, there's still questions that loom out there. And those questions, you can go to the next one if you want. As we worked together over the last couple of weeks, we've talked several times about best way to move forward. We know the data is used. We know that people use it for grants. We know that they use it for a variety of things. So there's a few things that kept coming up, I think, in our dialogue as we engaged with one another. I ran across this yesterday. We bought these when we were in Nepal. These are packages of cigarettes. This is old prevention information. You can come look. It's the fear, right? This is Marlboro, and this is the fear tactic. You're showing people with cancer have their face missing, teeth falling out, right? I think we're in an age, or we're at a point where we need to be very thoughtful. And I think as I've engaged with different board members, we've been thoughtful about this, but I think there is a point where we have to start saying, what is the survey? How do we go about moving forward? And what do we do? What's most beneficial for our families and our communities? I'm just going to hit just a couple things. There is continued concern around the length of the survey. And I've marked my survey up. You can come take a look if you want. I just want to share just the repetitive nature of some of the questions. And while they can be justified, you can give it, Bach Harrison can give an analysis. This is why we have this on here. This is why we have this on here. The cigarette questions alone, I'm just going to read a couple of them. How much do you think people risk harming themselves? And then it talks about how many cigarettes a day. So there's 3 questions there. How old were you, if ever, when you first? We asked the question on cigarettes. Have you ever tried cigarettes? How frequently have you smoked in the last 30 days? No, that's not the one. How long, during the last 30 days, on how many days did you smoke cigarettes? How wrong do you think it is for someone your age to smoke cigarettes? How wrong do your friends feel it would be for you to smoke cigarettes? How wrong do your parents feel it would be for you to smoke cigarettes? How wrong would most adults over 21 in your neighborhood think it is for kids your age to smoke cigarettes? And I'm not going to finish it. It goes on to your neighbors, your family. Do you think you're causing harm? And you can see the green. I haven't read all of the cigarette questions, but I understand that the health department is required to gather risk information. That is their responsibility and their duty. I think in the schools, I think there's a reasonableness to say that if you're going to use the schools, which the LEA it's their choice, it's got to be different. This can't continue this way. And then anyways, so that's the length of it, and it's just excessive questions here. As far as the content, once again, if you're asking about family matters, do you get along with your mom? Do you get along with your dad? Are insults happen in your home? We go through a series of very private questions, and I think the person that commented this morning, we're using an axe or something very heavy-handed to ask about family matters, very intrusive. The age appropriateness, we did find through the meeting that we met, that they had a decline in the amount of people that were actually approving for the SHARP survey to be used over the last cycle. And the primary reason why we asked, well, what was the reason? It was because of the nature of the questions. The two questions we added on sexual orientation and what was the other? And gender. And we had more people opting out for that reason. Parents just simply said no. And then I want to just touch base on the roles and responsibility. And this goes back to, we're moving into an era that we know what prevents. We know what the preventative measures are. And it's interesting to look at the data. You can go back and look at some of the data reports. We had one that was the alcohol use, was it 60 days or 30 days? Do you remember that Mary Johnston gave us? So 60 days alcohol use. And you can see there's a decrease. So it goes from red, from their highest number down to their lowest, which was a dark green. But it's interesting, some of those districts usually are not, actually brought in over $1 million per the administration. So every 2 years, you would have at least $1 million, if not more. So 10 to 15 million is what one said. Other districts, one I know that did not even use the SHARP survey for 5 of those years, had the same decrease. So the question becomes, we've got to start asking a little deeper question. Where is our time being spent? Is there are we giving up academic time for prevention time? We have in our standards, we worked with the health department to address our prevention and our risk and our protective factors in our health standards. We were extensive about that. We have numerous programs that we run in the schools. I think it's time to start saying, where's the balance in this? And does it need to be balanced in some other way? Whose responsibility is this? And I do think this is a community question that communities need to ask. One last concern, and then if I've missed something, we do have another slide though, right? I've already, so here's the slide here that we've kind of hit this. Multiple questions for one construct, time associated with administration, loss of academic time. You can read through that. Language use, excessive and repetition. But the roles, once again, we get back to whose responsibility is this? And we've got to start asking, when we're looking at proficiency rates in some of our schools that are at 20% for the year, we've got to start saying, what is it we can academically do? And how can the community help fill those gaps instead of how can the school fill the gaps for the community? What can the community do to fill the gaps? So I think there needs to be some more thoughtful discussion. I appreciate the professionalism of our staff in these meetings, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness from Bach Harrison as well as the Department of Health. We've had very engaging, deep conversations, but I do think at this time that we need to start looking at this a little differently. And one other concern is that I often hear, and you guys have received the same emails, that as if the SHARP survey is what drives everything. I'm very concerned with that because that is it's misleading to give so much emphasis on one thing. The SHARP survey is one component of many things. If a school chooses to use it, it shouldn't be prioritized, meaning that it shouldn't be the thing that we use and the only thing that's going to prevent suicide. We could go on and on. It's one indicator, and it's a one look at time, and it often takes time it does take time from the time we start the survey, look at it, get it out, roll it out, get a plan in place. You're talking a year down the road. And so as far as responsiveness, it does respond to overall risk trends But when it comes to immediate response that's needed in communities for things, anyways, and I think you could add a million more questions on there because we see all kinds of things. So I think we've got to pull our prevention back to what are the protective factors we can strengthen, and then what are the immediate risk factors that we can work with. So, oh yeah, and then we recommend that the board postpone issuing a letter of support until such time as the length, content, age appropriateness, and the survey and roles are addressed. So.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, both of you, and Matt and Kristen, who weren't at the table. Matt?
Yeah, can I just speak? I think Jenny did a great job of speaking some of my thoughts and concerns as well. And I want to speak to this recommendation here just for a second. As we voted in June, one of the main reasons that we voted was to see change happen, was to kind of drive some change. And it wasn't necessarily to say we don't value the SHARP survey, but it was to say, how can we support, and when I say we, I mean me, I guess, 'cause I'm not going to speak for you, but how can I support something that I need change, that isn't where it needs to be right now? So this recommendation here, it's still the same for me as it has been in June. The sentiment for me in that those meetings was that the DHHS wanted to just tell us why everything was the way it was. They weren't interested in making change. We've seen some recommendations that the staff has put together. And recommendations 7 and 8 kind of talk about, specifically 7, it talks about how we will recommend, right, in an effort to honor the board direct staff to work with DHS to consolidate and reduce any duplicative questions or data points across. Now, what happens when the DHS says, we don't want to do that? Are we going to have to come back again and say, well, we need to vote on it again, right? If they didn't make any changes this time, why would they make changes next time? Even if at the board's recommendation. So I really, again, struggle with saying, okay, we voted not to support this because we want to see changes. Changes have not been made. Maybe they've been recommended, but now let's vote again and support it. Like, what has happened other than conversation? For me, I haven't seen anything, again, other than recommendations. So I support the recommendation that Jenny has thrown up here on the screen for us to say, no, this is serious. We value our education time. We are the Utah State Board of Education. Of course we value that. Of course we value our kids, but changes need to happen before we can support this, not after. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Board Member Hart? Oh, wait. Board Member Norton. I missed it. I'm sorry, Molly. I'm sorry.
I would wholeheartedly agree and thank Jenny and, Board Member Earl and Board Member Hymas for their comments here. It was a very eye-opening experience for me with the communication breakdown. I too went in there with some very minor concerns, but I could tell we were not going to go anywhere. We tried and we tried and we tried. I am very, very grateful to our staff for the hard work that they put in to make that work group work. We had excellent facilitation by our staff and other people. I can see Dr. Shooter back there. I mean, there's a lot of people that have really worked hard on this. But the concerns are the concerns. I do have an amendment that I would like to add on when the time's appropriate. I know we've got some questions as well.
Thank you. Board Member Hart?
I'd like to just add on to what Board Member Hymas said. Not only does it seem like things were not, I'm very confused why the timeline is the way it is and why this wasn't started. I mean, it just seems to be emblematic of the disregard for concerns. I also don't understand why the 2023 survey is just moving forward. It's October, and the survey window won't be for quite some time. And whether you get parent consent or not, that doesn't mean we have to give a survey. So there's just, and as a practitioner, since 2017, I've been asking these questions about, in particular, the sixth grade survey. I also don't understand, and maybe I missed it, because this is a lot of information, but why is this not sent out on an RFP if the survey company or organization is not willing to make the changes that need to be made? Whether or not we support it or not, the fact remains, it happens in our schools that we are responsible for. And then another thought that I just keep having is, how is this SHARP survey there's no other way to get this information. There's no other way to provide prevention. It's as if all of our efforts would just immediately disappear, go up in smoke. And I don't understand that. I don't accept that. I understand that we've written it into a lot of grant proposals or plans or what have you, but it's not the only way to gather information. And I think that Board Member Earl said it best. We can think of different ways to do the same thing if we are not comfortable with the process by which something is happening in our schools. I understand. It's interesting that it is in legislative policies and mentioned. That's another interesting piece. There's so many questions. Why is it required? Why is it still moving forward when there's the same concerns? Why doesn't it go out for an RFP? Why haven't we been sitting at the table? Why was there a delay in the work group? And it just, as an educator, I look for patterns, and the patterns look to be repeating, and that's extremely concerning. The information is important, and I don't think that the students are affected. I don't think it makes them depressed. I don't think it makes them want to do things that they haven't done before. That's, people haven't seen social media if that's as easily influenced as kids are. But I do have concerns that, and I am not comfortable administering this without those concerns addressed, and that includes the school that I lead. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. I just need to go backwards a minute. Jenny, did you make this motion and I missed that?
I read it out, and I can make that motion.
Well, I'm just making sure if you did or you didn't. Well, they can still speak to it. You did say you have a
I
motion.
have a motion,
so-
this is it.
But
I
I missed that, and I never should have left you after making that. So Jenny, will you repeat your motion, please?
Let me make the motion, and then we can discuss. So we recommend, after I put on my glasses, that the board postpone issuing a letter of support until such time as the length, content, age appropriateness of the survey and roles are addressed.
Second, Board Member Hymas. And Jenny, do you need to re-speak to this?
I don't think so. The only thing I would add, kind of what's said here, is that I've heard said a couple of times, if we just explain to you what why we're doing this, or the implementation, then it will make sense to you. But I think we've been seeing this for a while. This is the common concern we've seen for, not this year, previous year. Do you know what I mean? And so it's not explain it to me, we need to address it in a way that's suitable for families and for us. So it just needs to be addressed.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is to recommend that the board postpone issuing a letter of support until such time as the length, content, age appropriateness of the survey and roles are addressed. Do we have any questions on that still? She will have an amendment, but Board Member Lear is next, and then Kristen.
I just have a series of questions, and they're mostly just, I would love just a yes or no or 2 sentences on each, and you can stop me. I've got a total of 8 questions.
If your questions are short, too. They'll go.
Yes. So someone, I think it was either Jenny or Tanya said, concerns were brought up. Concerns were brought up. Who brought up these concerns? Was it just this committee? Or can you give me a short answer to
Sure,
that?
may I answer? I was only referring to the concerns that were brought up in the June board meeting.
Oh, so those were brought up in the June board meeting by some board members. Okay. Cindy recommended that I actually get this and read it, and I did. And yes, I saw the duplication, but even a non-psychometrician like myself realizes why there are duplicates. And even when Jenny read those about tobacco, as I heard that, well, yes, there are reasons for asking about tobacco in very many different ways, it seemed to me. But what was the explanation that Bach Harrison, the creator, gave you about these duplicative questions? And did you just not believe them because they're experts in that field? Or you think you know better? Or what was your, and I don't say that with any snarkiness. I mean, do you really believe that that these people who are experts, and I realize they may not have been in classrooms like Molly, but I'm kind of persuaded by credentials, not totally, but, so I'm just asking that, why, because it sounds like there was a lack of communication.
So
going
Board Member
both-
Lear, may I repeat the question? You're wondering if the question was asked in the work group, why the repetitiveness of the questions?
And what was their response? And it sounds like there was a lack of communication going both ways.
Okay. So I don't know.
But I'm mostly liking, what was their explanation about the duplicated questions?
I could share just some thoughts. I don't know that I've got the complete answer, but some of that was the validity. Some of that was whether it, the cohesiveness of it, or to check to see if kids were lying. That element, it's still, there is an excessive nature to it. I think you can still do that. And like I said, I think we're at a time where we can ask that, and we can look at moving forward in a different way, where we're still asking a question a couple of times, but it's not the excessiveness that we're seeing here. And especially around something that we've seen, some things we've seen decreases in, other things we've seen increases in. So, there's a certain nature to that too.
And so just a short follow-up, that's helpful.
Okay.
And just as a short follow-up, and when they explained they bought Harrison, you just didn't believe or didn't buy their explanations, is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of believing them. I think you could put probably 10 more questions on this and then say, well, it's even more perfect than it was before. And maybe you could put 20 more questions on and say, we're even validating even more. But the point is the excessive nature and the time. You're talking a full 45 minutes.
No, yeah.
We don't go anywhere and take a 45-minute survey.
You don't need to convince me, I'm just
I know, I'm just sharing.
what the Bach Harrison people said. So a couple more, and then you can move to somebody else if you want. I'm interested that you had 2 LEA reps there, and then you had Molly. Were either?
No.
I thought you said in the working group there were
There were 3 LEAs, but Molly was not one of them.
Oh, I meant, but she was part of the, weren't you part of the working
No.
group? Oh, okay, so there were 3 then. Yeah, okay, Kristen. So there was Kristen and then 2 other LEA reps, is that right? Or a total of 4, it doesn't really matter,
Okay.
that's only preliminary. My point is, I'm interested in what their response is. Did any of those LE reps say, we really like this and use this, and we know it's a pain in the butt in some ways, but we still like this and think it's worth it? What was their reaction?
You want my response?
Any- yeah.
One of them is getting $10 to $15 million. So they don't do a survey, they do a consensus or census, right? They do it to everyone because they get, it's such a
And this is the LEA you mean by that?
financial benefit. Yes, when you ask that.
There's a financial
Of
incentive.
note, there were not any LEAs there who do not do it. Does that make sense? That we also didn't include anyone who also
Who
isn't.
chose not to do it.
Yes, so, yes, the ones that do it have a reason for doing it. And usually it's financial benefit as well as, providing information for things.
Did
So
you draw that conclusion, or did they say?
10
well,
to
we got a
15
lot of
million.
money?
So
But did they say, we get a lot of money, so we want to do it, or?
I don't know, did I misrepresent?
I know, I'm just saying, why did they say they liked it, if they do?
I don't want to,
Are they here? Where are they? Where are the LEAs? Where is Bach Harrison? Where is the Department of Health?
Not here. Okay. Carol, will you hold the next, and we'll go to a couple others for
Can I
questions?
just ask one more short one that just.
Okay,
that
teeny
just-
tiny.
It is very, I promise you. You said you got 4,219 responses. How many of those questionnaires were sent out? That's what percentage of the ones that were sent out?
it was a link, and so it wasn't a number that were sent
Oh,
out.
so
It
you
was
don't know.
everyone had
You
access
don't know
to
how
a
many people
link.
looked at the link. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you,
Thanks for
Carol.
your patience.
No, it's great. I appreciate it. Board Member Norton?
Yes. This has been so conflicting for me. I truly believe we need this information. And I feel like it makes us, it feels to me as though if I don't support this, I don't support children, and nothing could be further from the truth. I am extremely, like every other educator in this room, very possessive of my time in the classroom. And 45 minutes might not seem like a lot to some people, but I fight for minutes every single day. So that was my big concern going into this, is can we please make this shorter so that it does not take this much time? With that being said, I cannot feel good about us as a leadership body, and I should not say us. I cannot feel good about myself as a policymaker, as an educator, to walk away. I feel like we need to be at the table, and we need to show that we are still concerned, and as long as this survey goes out, we need to be involved and participate. Which brings me to my amendment to the motion. Would this be okay for me to make it this time?
It's appropriate.
Okay, so it would be to add on an and.
Anybody do a Control Plus there?
The motion is not accurate on the screen.
Board proposes issuing a letter of support, is what it should say. Okay, we got the board postpones.
Yeah, that's the.
Okay, and instead, the board issues a letter of information in place of a letter of support. Period. Furthermore.
Wait just a minute.
Yes.
Who's driving? Are you getting it? Say that again. Yeah, it's an amendment.
A letter of information.
Kristen, help.
Instead, the board issues a letter of information in place of a letter of support.
Yeah. That would be, it wouldn't be an amendment, it would be a substitute motion.
Okay, substitute motion then. But it still includes
So
the
it-
rest of that
Oh,
first
it's
part, though.
inclusive of the other?
Yes, it's an and.
Kristen, I think you kept saying instead. It just needs to be and.
And.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Is that it?
Nope, it's not,
Oh.
it's not finished.
Okay.
Okay, furthermore, the board, USBE staff, and partners at DHHS work to implement the recommendations produced by the working group for the 2023 distribution where possible. The comma, the 2025 distribution and all future distributions.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. The motion is the amendment is to add the following to the end of the and that the board issue a letter of information in place of a letter of support. Furthermore, the board, USBE staff, and partners at DHHS work to implement the recommendation produced by the working group for the 2023 distribution where possible, the 2025 distribution, and all future distributions. Any discussion to this motion? So this amendment, you're up, Brent.
Can I only speak to that?
Amendment.
Yes, the amendment right now.
Okay, let me,
Who wants to speak? to
so,
the amendment anyway?
let me connect it this way. I think this finds the balance that's been spoken of. We have to have a little teeth in it. And if there's no teeth, then what do we get? Maybe nothing. I want to emphasize that. I have a couple questions. So we met on June 2nd, and that's when this all began, right? When was the first meeting held?
October 6th, September. Yes,
September 6th?
yes.
So
Early September.
anyway, September's a great month. Anyway, that's bothersome to me. And let me ask another question, I'm going to come back. So for alterations to the survey, you came back in September and they said, well, it's too late. I'm paraphrasing. At what point in the process was it possible to make changes to that survey? Or maybe you don't even know the answer to that. Do we know when that might have been?
Deputy Superintendent Patty Norman, in reviewing the recording, and so I'm not speaking on behalf of, but it's from memory, they started the review of the survey questions in January of 2022, and they just finished up, I think they said in April or May, and then we brought it in June. So they said it takes a long time for that to go through that entire cycle of review, and then the analysis of what needs to be on there and what doesn't need to be on there. So they did respond to that question as to why it couldn't be done by 2023.
Okay,
And-
so that softens quite a bit, my comments on that. I don't have quite as much angst in regards to that. The Sharp survey is completely opt-in. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that is also not just parents opting in, but also their children. But LEAs, is it completely opt-in for LEAs?
It's completely optional for parents to opt their child in, for LEAs to administer the survey, and also during the survey, a child can skip questions.
Okay. So there's even once you're opted in, you can actually opt out and not answer the whole survey. Okay.
One thing.
The
can I add one-
go ahead, sorry.
which I learned during this process that I didn't know, a teacher can opt out too. And what I mean by that is the teacher can choose not to administer it in their classroom, and they
Okay.
often get back blank. So I don't know that that's common knowledge, but a teacher can choose not to engage.
That's the LEA's message that you are supposed to do this.
Yes.
Can an LEA opt out of specific questions?
That would be a good question, because I don't think that's happened yet. I think that they've added questions too, but the removal of has not been addressed, and it probably needs to be addressed.
Chair, would you like us to continue this discourse, or do we need to come back to you each time?
Well, I think it's probably a good question to be answered.
Okay.
And I also ask, were we not told that we couldn't change questions for the 2023? And I don't get it because I live in the online world.
In
Answer
answering
his
that question, Tanya has the answer to that question.
I'll do my best. I did ask this question specifically, and I was told that as part of the, let me see if I can get this right. As part of the validity and reliability of the survey, there are certain questions that may not be removed. And so what I was told was that LEAs would need to contact Bach Harrison directly to talk about which questions they would want to remove and determine if that would be possible. I don't know which questions those are, so.
Your light's off, Brent. You can have one more.
I'll make a statement then.
Okay.
Thank
We can come
you.
back to you, but
Okay. Well, I will be as succinct as possible with me. So in my discussions and in emails I've received, but specifically I've been interested in what the LEAs in my area that I represent, what their views are. One of the first things that comes up is they believe it's vital to school communities and community partners. Now, having served on a city council, we actually support something called Communities that Care. Communities that Care is quite widespread. We actually provide funding for that. It was not an item on the agenda, but we did discuss it in regards to those who are assigned that role in our city council. They believe that information is vital for planning and intervention. I am very, very pleased that and I heard a little bit of this last time, but I'm very pleased that the narrative has changed. And the narrative that has changed is we're no longer looking at this survey that questions about sexuality, questions about gender, questions about drug use, and all the different questions that there are, that we're not claiming that somehow that this survey promotes drug use by asking questions about drug use. And in fact, I think based on the evidence, and I don't have all those written down, but from what we've heard from the experts, is that there is evidence that planning and intervention is being successful. There are concerns from LEAs regarding the number of questions. So LEAs have the same concern in regard to that as we do. They believe that by asking certain questions, especially those regarding gender or sexuality, that this grates at parents when they see the same question over and over. Even though there might be a justification from a scientific standpoint, this becomes a point of deep contention. I understand that. I'm a parent. I'm a parent of 7 children. Districts appreciate the autonomy, and as has been answered, we have autonomy at different levels in regards to this, but we're not doing a very good job of communicating the why. And if we were much more effective, both at the LEA level and at the Department of Health and with us and all the other stakeholders, we need to communicate the why of the survey. We need to promote it and explain it better. Anyway, I think I've hit the key points, looking over my notes that I have, and I very much appreciate the amendment, and I'm going to support that amendment because I think it still gives some teeth, as was brought up by Board Member Hymas. I thought that was a great point, and I appreciate the amendment by Board Member Norton. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Moss? Are you speaking to the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, and I'm so curious to hear from any other board members, but I think the amendment is a step in the right direction. I will just say, I think an endorsement, if it means anything, has to mean that we've thoroughly considered something, we've received thorough explanation, we've had our concerns addressed. And so I've had a lot of input from folks in my districts that I cover. I really appreciate their input. Communities of Care is one of them. And talking about the benefits of SHARP, and I've explained, and I think most of us have, we were educated about the upside, but we felt like our concerns about possible downsides had not been addressed, and a few months later, I think they still haven't. So, you know, there's nothing about what we do here affects the ability of a district to do that if they make the judgment, but I think to exercise our own judgment on this, we need more. And I'll just say two quick points. One echoes, I think, what Member Earl might have said, that when we talk about parent engagement, it seems to be mostly focused on education. In fact, that's a word that's used. I hope that would be a two-way process and not just educating parents, but being educated by parents about their concerns. And as we go forward there, we function as elected representatives of all citizens, but especially parents. And so the concerns that we relay come from a lot of input, and we hope that education, I think, would be a two-way street. My last comment is, recommendation 2, I think, is a good one, that the board request an annotated copy of the survey, which provides an explanation for the reason each question is included to inform future recommendations about the questions. I would suggest the reason it's included, as well as whether analysis has been done on, potential downside, whether it's repetitive or suggestive, that the kind of thing that you do in an IRB survey. I'm somewhat surprised we don't have that already, given that we raised these concerns in June. If it's because it takes some time, that would suggest that it hasn't yet been done, which raises another concern. If it's been 20 years of accumulating these questions, why isn't that already done, and why don't we have it? And that would be something that I would want to see. It does sound a little bit burdensome, but that burden arises partly from the volume of the questions. So that might suggest that if it's that difficult to get an explanation for each of these, then perhaps it is a bit too voluminous. But I would love to hear an explanation that we've looked at these and we've addressed these concerns in detail, and we have weighed the pros and cons. And again, if that's been done, I think we should have it. If it hasn't been done, then my question is why, after 20 years, it's not been done. Thanks.
Thank you. Chair Huntsman?
Yes, thank you. I'll be really brief. I appreciate the comments. There's a famous quote from William Ward, and it's one that Dr. Dixon put on a screen a long time ago, and I use it a lot in my workplace, and I think it's relevant in this situation that I feel I'm in. I'm not saying I'm just a board member like you. The quote is, "The pessimist complains about the wind, the optimist expects it to change, the realist adjusts itself." All my time here on this board, and SHARP comes up, I was a pessimist in the beginning. This is years ago, and we'd talk about these areas. We get fatigued a little bit, and we try to get somebody to listen. But we were somewhat an optimist, so we just stand behind. We would support the survey. Years of doing that, and there's years of dialogue of this. 2 years ago, we had a more in-depth dialogue, and I felt like I was a pessimist and complained. Was one complaining about the wind or complaining about the survey. So I went from an optimist to a pessimist. And then this round, I wasn't part of the discussion, but I tracked and followed. And I was certainly an optimist again because of the work that we were doing and where the motion went to go work with with the folks at Sharp, but life is based on results, and the results kind of bring out the realist in me. And so today, I don't know if it's like poking a bear or something, the more dialogue we have in this, the more I have questions. Like, I want to follow the data. I want to follow the money. Why are we not relevant enough to be listened to have them make some adjustments? When I say them, it's those that are in charge, the ones that are getting the funding, the ones that are putting the questions together. And so I want more. I'm in less support because of the lack of actions from somebody listening to this board over the last couple of years. That's just my feeling. And so the realist in me says, I want to adjust the sales. Well, this motion or this amendment kind of adjusts the sales. But I don't think we're going to ever be relevant unless there's something in statute that has us a seat at the table. And so I've only got a few more months left, and then you've got some legislative things, but this will have a sense of it'll appease some of the optimists that are on our board and the pessimists, and this can move on and we can see where the chips fall as LEAs choose to participate. More parents are going to be more aware, especially on the 6th grade side of things. And so I'm not sure if somebody is realizing a bear's getting poked here. But I'm not really against this, but I don't think it's going to give this board what they need in the future to continue to have these dialogues and to be united in one place unless you take a firmer stand to get some kind of attention or somebody to wake up on this. And so I have a question at the end to like our policy. There is nothing in statute anywhere that assures us a seat at the table on this Sharp, correct? Or is that board?
Jeff Van Holten, Policy Advisor for the board. That is correct. All of the mentions of the Sharp survey, there's only one, and the statutory authority to collect the data generally that Sharp achieves is all the authority of DHHS. The State Board of Education is not mentioned.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the response to my question, and let me grandstand for a minute. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Hanson? And Carol, your mic's on. Oh, you're in.
Thank you. If any of you know me, I spent 20 years in manufacturing before I began to work as an attorney, and I'm all about continuous improvement. We worked all the time to improve the processes in our factory, but while we were doing that, we didn't shut the factory down. And so I am really against us withdrawing support, and I see this amendment as something that's kind of a halfway point. I actually feel that we should be still encouraging schools to use the survey as it is, as we work on improvements. I recognize that there are issues, but I also recognize that this data is being used to address issues such as teen suicide, teen mental health, drug and alcohol abuse, vaping, bullying. We use this data to craft policy and address those kind of issues. And to cut off the supply line and not have that data will affect not just us, but many different organizations, which we've heard from, that are doing good things in the community, that have our kids' best interests at heart. I don't want to disturb the continuity of data. I think it would be a mistake for us to withdraw support, certainly, but even just to send out an informational letter, I think sends a message. And I would encourage, recognize that there are issues that we're working on, but encourage LEAs to use the survey, to be able to collect that data. If we're not able to sort things out with DHHS, then I would support what Chair Huntsman just spoke about, legislative action, or even coming up with our own school climate survey. I think that would be to have redundant surveys wouldn't make sense. And I would hope that cooler heads would prevail and we'd be able to get things sorted out with DHHS. But right now, to just square off and say, hey, we're not going to support this because we can't get along with our fellow government agency here in Utah, I think would be a mistake. So for me, I think it's irresponsible for us to withdraw support. This amendment takes us a step closer where we're not withdrawing it, still putting out information. But I think we should encourage our LEAs to use this survey in its imperfect state, recognizing their issues and recognizing that we're working on those issues, just so we can keep that supply line going and we can keep information flowing so that we can keep the programs that are in place and improve on those programs going forward. So I'll support this. If there's a chance, I'll make an amendment that we encourage LEAs to take the survey. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Hanson. Vice Chair Davis?
I think I'm going to speak in favor of the amendment. I think it's a good interim solution. I think it's not an abandonment completely of the SHARP survey, and I think it's not an endorsement of it either. And the letters we currently send, I've read, say all that language. We encourage you, we ask you, we invite you, all that. That to me shows support. But I think we also shouldn't be asked to support something that we haven't been able to wrap our heads around, and I've expressed concern too, particularly on the 6th grade survey. I do have questions. My concerns are around the first 3, and maybe I need to save this, Chair. I have a question about what the roles are addressed actually means and what we're voting are in that space. I understand all the rest, so maybe should I wait to ask that question when we get to that part of the motion?
Let's do it now. Let's just do it.
Okay, so I speak in favor of the amendment, but I have a question about what that means the roles are addressed.
Jenny, that was your motion.
Oh, I'm sorry, so sorry. Please, I apologize. Will you?
What does it mean?
Oh, it's okay.
roles
What does
are
that
addressed?
mean, roles are addressed?
Oh, yeah, so specifically the health department's role, a public school's role, parents' role. So actually, you can't define a parent's role, that's a little bit tricky, but the health department's role, as well as community members' roles, and public schools' roles. You want me to spell those out?
No, I think they're already spelled out. That's why I don't know why it's in the motion. So, I guess. Can I make an amendment to take that part out?
Except we're on this amendment first.
Okay.
So if you want to stay in queue, you can.
Okay.
I'll hold you there.
I like the roles.
Okay, Board Member Klein?
Okay, just a couple thoughts. If code gives DHHS the authority to gather this data, does it say anything about our having to help with that? Or couldn't we just put this back on DHHS to come up with a way to gather the data without having to go through our schools to get it?
Okay, Jeff, do you have a response to that, or did you not hear that question? If statute doesn't say directly to us to do anything, and it's all the statutory responsibilities given to DHHS, why is it our responsibility to send out and gather that data if we're not in statute to do it?
Can't we just put it back on them to do it and figure out a way to gather it without having to go through our schools to do it?
That would be an option. I mean, we do not, at the state board level, we don't have any role really in the collection or the administration outside of the letter of support you typically issue. That's really your only role. And LEAs are the ones who facilitate the distribution, and that's been on the LEAs to opt in or opt out of whether or not they want to. So for example, in 2021, you had 40 of the 41 school districts opt in, JUAB being the only school district that did not. And you had about 20 plus charters that also did. So you have the vast majority of students being exposed to the survey, but again, that's up to the LEA. And DHHS approaches them, and the LEAs are on their good faith to allow or not allow.
Okay, so it seems, may I follow up? It seems to me that this is the reason DHHS is not incentivized to listen to our input, because they don't need it. They can go straight to the districts. The districts will accept the survey the way they have it, because we don't have a role other than to give our support or not. And so I don't really see, it seems to me like we're wasting a lot of time doing, spinning our wheels for something that we don't have control over. So I would make a motion that we put it back on the DHHS, and if we need to get something changed in statute, that we do that in order so that we can have we can say, yes, this is allowed in our state, or no, it's not, or there's got to be another way, because right now, this is going to keep coming up, and obviously, we're wasting our time and breath because we don't have any authority. Is that correct?
Yes, I would add you do have influence. So that's the big question. How much influence do you feel your support or lack of support has? But that is all you have.
Okay, I'm just trying to get clarification, Natalie, on if you can make that motion that you've asked, or if because it would be a new motion. It's not a motion to amend. So can she do a new motion here?
Can I do a substitute motion?
I'm just verifying,
Okay.
since we're in the middle of an amendment. I'm just.
Yes.
Okay, yes,
Okay,
you can.
so I would make a motion that we don't give our support. I don't know if we need help rewording this, but that we don't reissue support, that we put it back on DHHS to do what they do. I'm sorry, terrible on the fly. But I would also add to that to direct staff to work with the legislature on language that gives us a role if this is not thought out. How is this
Okay.
best to do this?
All
A
right, so-
policy request, I'm trying to think what that policy request should be.
Natalie, can I hold
Based on the
that one?
discussion.
When we do our policies, I will get you in queue, and you can put that in when we're talking about policy requests, next item for
Sure.
that piece. But for the previous, are you not going back to what the original motion was? Is that your request? Can someone show me the original motion?
Can I point of
again?
order?
Yes.
I think, I'm asking a question in my point of order. Would she need to make this motion, or would we
just let it
just
go.
not vote on the other motion? Because the motion that's standing right now is that
Yes.
we haven't
don't
given
hold
support.
Right.
That's true.
So,
So when we get to that, the policy part, I'll put that forward if we can think that through a
Right,
little
you
bit.
vote no and no if.
Right, we just vote no on that. So I would,
Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay,
Can I tell you a
Yes.
point of order a little bit?
Yes, go ahead.
Whenever you have somebody bring something forward to you, and whether it's a committee or a working group, and there's a presentation, it's important that you receive it. And you usually receive it, if you receive the recommendations, that means the body takes it. There's a handoff from that group, and so there's not any motion being proposed here to receive, which normally when we have had a knockdown, drag out with our attorneys on this, we've accepted their recommendation. We don't have to act on their recommendations, but we're in receipt of the recommendations.
I think the amendment does do that, Chair. The amendment
it
would
do
do that, where it said that they would follow the recommendations. Would
Okay.
that be appropriate?
But if you're
Okay.
going back to,
Oh, if we
but
go
you're
back
also
to here.
talking, no, you're also was bringing up, okay, what if we just don't do anything?
Okay, all
And
right.
so that's why it's putting you back. Well, I think it's really important for you to do something that this body is in receipt and
if this doesn't pass.
of that working group's information at a minimum.
Okay,
And then if you were to do nothing moving forward, if somebody doesn't put a motion to support, then nothing happens. You don't make a motion to receive and not support.
okay.
So sorry. I'm
No, I
just-
appreciate
just for
that. Thank you.
housekeeping. Okay, thank you.
Board Member Lear? Did you have another question?
I have a comment to the motion, if that's okay.
Okay, you'll need to move your mic.
Oh,
Thank you. Did you think I was shooing you?
yeah, thought you were putting me off. I have a comment to the motion. First of all, I agree with much of what Natalie just said, in that the horse is out of the barn, we're straightening deck chairs on the Titanic, use whatever cliche you want, but the DHHS has moved past the board.
Yep.
And I think we can hold our breath and stamp our feet, but I think it's unfortunate that there was the lack of communication, but no offense to anyone involved, it sounds like that lack of communication went both ways. That there was some mindsets in both positions and nobody seemed ready to talk to each other. So that's unfortunate. So I do support the motion as written. What I do not support, and I don't read that in the motion, is I don't support these recommendations as written, because I think I feel like they're very anti-sharp, and I think that if we submitted recommendations, they should be neutral, they should be unbiased if we're not going to take a position. And so I feel like I absolutely support the motion, but I don't support the recommendations as they're written. And the third point I have in terms of, well, shouldn't we do something? These are our schools. These are not our schools. These schools literally belong to LEAs. I am a local control person. Thought most of you were. And I think if I have a hard time saying that, DHHS feels like it wants to go directly to LEAs and negotiate with them, I'm a local control person, and I feel like that LEA should have the ability and the authority to do that. It's an absolutely opt-in. It's optional at about 5 different levels. There's nobody's given me any proof of coercion or deceiving anyone for anything. So I believe in local control. I support this motion. I don't support these recommendations, and so there we are.
Clarifying, you would have to amend this if you don't agree with the recommendations, because it's part of it.
I see nothing on the second motion about recommendations.
Oh, yes. And implement the recommendations produced by.
Implement recommendations, well then, I would like, I'm sorry, your head must have been right.
Let me cut it off, and then you'll be able to see.
I would say,
Turn your mic back on, Carol.
okay, here's my amendment to Cindy's amendment, to implement recommendations for the 2023 distribution. So I feel like recommendations are appropriate, but I feel like these are it doesn't have to be these recommendations. It
So
can be,
what's your amendment, Carol? What are you
okay,
saying?
it's very simple in terms of Cindy's amendment, to
Kristen's.
implement recommendations and so you leave out produced by the working group, but start again with for the 2023 distribution. So there would be recommendations.
Okay, so you're taking out produced by the working group.
Right.
That would be your amendment.
That would be my amendment.
And for clarity, who's going to make these recommendations?
If you're asking me that, I
I'm
think
just-
that maybe a little more balanced working group come together, or.
Okay, I just wanted your thought on that.
Another working group that maybe works from, maybe we try again on communication with the DHHS.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
I think there are 2 sets of recommendations that we're dealing with. There's the working group recommendations, 9 of them, and there's also the board members' recommendations that were presented by Member Earl. Am I right? And which
Yes.
recommendation is referring to?
It was very clear in here, produced by the working group, because the others were produced by the 3 board members.
I wonder if that affects board member Lear's pushback, I guess, on that.
Well, she's just taking, Scott, saying recommendations. They're out there, they're nebulous at this point.
The ones in writing were not we're only slightly less objectionable to me than the ones that were presented. Let me put it that way. I would prefer more unbiased recommendations with more unbiased language.
Okay.
That dealt with the positives of the Sharp survey as well as the negatives.
Okay, so your motion is to produce by the working group be taken out. Patty, do you have any clarifying before I seek a second?
Yeah, just a point of more information, which is during the working group, the 9 recommendations, including DHHS, and then Bach Harrison was also in the room, but they did not vote. They were unanimous. So everyone supported the 9 recommendations that were in the working group. So they developed the recommendations together, wordsmithed them, and then there was full support. So
Why? If they were unanimous, why?
So Carol, would you like me to seek a second on that still?
Well, I'm not going to pass, see that. I don't want to waste any more time. I just think these are really bad recommendations, and I think that's unfortunate. I just feel like they should be more objective. They're not. They're very slanted.
Okay, so are you okay if I don't continue on with?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, because it's still yours. It's still yours.
There's no point in, having, I personally don't like it.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Cannon?
Thank you.
Thank you for being patient.
I have a question. So I think we've established that the authority for the Sharp survey belongs to DHHS. And so therefore, we don't have a lot of authority over this. And I am assuming by that our only role is to give them a letter of support, as has been done in the past. My question is, without that support, can they go into our schools? Do they have authority to go into our schools?
Jeffrey, I can answer that. They already are. They don't come to us and ask permission. They go to the schools already.
Okay, so they don't need any?
They're granite schools. They're Davis schools.
They're out the schools.
So they wouldn't have to go through like a single LEA or anything like that? They can just go?
They go through the LEA.
They would go through the LEA.
Okay. All right.
I will add to answer part of that question, though, that the LEAs are less, they're opting in at a lower rate without your letter of support to kind of give an idea of what your letter of support has done in the past.
How do you know that, Jeff?
Currently, during the working group, they discussed that they've had a lower amount of LEAs opting in at this point when they're sending out the parental consent forms. So there is a
Well, I
smaller
hope they're not
amount.
sending out parental consent form because we haven't done anything yet.
Or the opt-in, I apologize, yes.
Okay.
And then
Go
just-
ahead, Janet.
So I have felt good because people have the ability to opt out, and we've talked a lot about opt-outs. But I read here in this parent consent form, and it says, for the survey results to be accurate, it is important that all students are given an opportunity to participate in the survey, whether or not they have ever used tobacco, alcohol, or other drugs or engaged in problem behavior. And then after that loaded sentence, it says, please indicate whether or not you want your child to participate in the survey. I think that's kind of loaded language, and I object to that. I think parents should have a more objective, please indicate whether or not you want your child to participate in the survey, without the sentence that comes before about how we need your child to be there. And thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Cannon. Vice Chair Davis?
I mean, the recommendations are convoluted, but I really love this one. Number 4, that the board requests DHHS and their contractor track the impact of implementing skip logic on the average time it takes for survey completion and any other options to reduce time, and report this information back to the board. And I would add to maintain validity. But that's what I asked for 2 years ago. Like, that's the real thing I want to know. Like, what can we do if a child says, no, I've never smoked a cigarette in my life? Can they skip the next 10 questions about the brands or the kinds or whatever, all the specific questions, and move to the next thing and cut this thing in half?
Unless they've had one puff.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, so I do like the way some of the recommendations are written. I think some of the way the recommendations are written are untenable, but it's not a hill I'm willing to die on. And I would support the amendment and moving forward as it is at this point, but I do want to make, still, I want an amendment on the one up above. And I really quickly want to say, earlier on, I kind of said in an exasperated tone, where are the people? Where are Bach Harrison and the department? And it wasn't in any way, you had valid questions. You were doing your best to answer for the people that weren't here. And it's not even an indictment of them. I don't even know if they thought we should have them here or if they could be here or if we had to speak for them. But I just had so many lingering questions that's where that was coming from.
Okay,
I have
Board
a,
Member Hutchins.
okay.
Call previous question, let's vote.
Okay, that's non-debatable. All in favor of calling to question, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Raise your hands, those who are no.
No.
3, 4, 5, 6. Don't we have to have 10? Is it 2/3 vote on a call to question?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, 2/3.
Okay, so raise your hand again if you voted no. I think it was Board Member Hanson, Hart, Straight, Earl, Klein, Moss, and Hymus. 7. Randy, did you vote no?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion fails. So next on, Janet, are you still in queue? Okay, thank you. Board Member Hart, and we've been around and around, and so remember that really you should not be speaking a half a dozen times to this. Board Member Hart, and you haven't.
I haven't, but thanks for the reminder. Why, I'm just wondering, I forgot my question, actually.
I will come back to you, Board Member
I
Hart.
appreciate that.
Okay.
It was succinctly worded, too. I just want you to know that.
Okay. Board Member Straight?
So I want to go back to the recommendations produced by the working group. As I read these recommendations, there's like a option
Choices.
A, option B. So we haven't established, they gave some recommendations. We haven't established anything. So how can we word that to where, because we do need to have that conversation. We do need to come up with the board's recommendations in regards to this. And the working group has given us a foundation to work off of. Or am I misunderstanding?
No, because that was on my paper here. So
Okay.
I think Board Member Earl may have a response to that.
I have a amendment to strike the words work to and then add, implement the boards, however we want to do that, recommendations, striking produced by the working group. Boards, because I think we'd have to come back and vote on it, right?
Okay, so you are making an amendment to
I'm
this
making an
amendment,
amendment to the amendment.
and you want to say the recommendations.
Implement the board's recommendations, so it implies that whatever comes back to us for a vote in order. And then strike the working, produced by the working group,
Yeah, that's, yeah.
adding the board's recommendations.
Yeah, but the board hasn't.
Okay, that's kind of what you're saying. Okay, so I would, I still say, so when are we going to make those recommendations? We're going to have to make a decision. Would that be accurate? We're going to have to make a decision who's going to make those recommendations? Right, leadership?
Can I just ask, just to kind of help move this along,
Yes, thank you.
that the recommendations,
Okay,
you guys we're trying to move recommendations, all of, limited, I mean, we've got 2 sets, and are we going to try to amend those and now modify recommendations? I'm not sure where we're going to go in this, but, so this is an amendment to the amendment, I'm tracking.
to make it board's recommendations, not necessarily ones that were presented today,
Yeah.
But the board would put them forward.
Okay, but that's still an amendment,
That's what
so
I
I'm just
want.
saying there's another, this is amendment number 2.
Oh,
Right, I think
were
that's
you
what
thinking
Carol
the
was wanting.
previous? No, I wasn't meaning the 3. I was meaning as a body. So it's got to go to a committee in order for recommendations to come forward for us to vote on.
Yeah, I think that's what Carol was wanting.
That's what I was saying. Nobody liked
Yeah.
Well, we were looking at recommendations. Yeah, okay.
Well,
Okay.
remember, it was biased last time and now.
Okay, I'm okay with that. So the.
Okay, so you're
the-
good. I'm just
yeah, I
making
think
sure
we're
you know
good.
where you're
So
at.
the amendment is, I would, to take out work 2 and produced by the working group and add boards. Do I have a second to that?
Yes.
Yes, Carol wants to second that. Okay. Do we have any discussion to that amendment?
May I have one more piece to
You
add?
can keep yours on.
Work group, that the work group continues.
What?
Not necessary?
The board will.
Okay, then we'll decide whether that.
Okay, any discussion to that motion?
Point of
Okay.
order, can you state where we're at?
So we are on the amendment to the
I know,
amendment,
but-
which is to take out work 2 and produced by the working group and adding board's recommendation.
Can you read it as a in
No,
totality?
because that's not the amendment.
Okay, to add the following to the end of the motion. Implement the board's recommendation, strike the words work to, board's recommendations for the. So where does that say it's going to committee?
It doesn't say it's going to committee. It will have to because we don't have any recommendations. Okay. The board has to come up with.
Then I want to speak to that.
Okay, so, Board Member Hart, you want to speak to this amendment?
Yes, I guess I have a question. Have we ever, as USBE, looked at or considered our own instrument to gather this data that districts have so many grants dependent upon? And why are we married to using someone else's instrument?
Thank you, Board Member Hart. Deputy Superintendent Norman, I was going to say Patty.
It's the same. So that question was asked as well. There were some different survey instruments, but one of the reasons for this survey is not just for education. And so in implementing the survey, then there would need to be multiple surveys administered by multiple agencies. So it's the agreement upon one survey that kind of does them all. So they were talking about, we have mental health, we have coalitions, we have all kinds of organizations that use this, schools, districts, everybody that uses this. So it's not just an education survey. And I think that's it. The reason why the board is involved is they access schools during academic time. And so that's why it's not just the board doing their own.
So follow-up?
Go ahead.
So theoretically, they can worry about their data from somewhere else, and we can do our own surveys for our LEAs?
May I answer that, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Tanya Alvarez, Coordinator for Prevention. So DHHS could still go to LEAs and have them opt in. And then if you implemented one from the board, that would be 2 different surveys that LEAs would have to.
And theoretically, the LEA could choose?
It could.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone speaking to this amendment to this amendment? Okay, seeing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Those who are opposed? Thank you. So now the amendment is, thank you. Wait, I just got to find out where it is. And the board issue a letter of information in place of a letter of support. Furthermore, the board, USBE staff, and partners at DHHS to implement the board's recommendations for the 2023 distribution where possible, the 2025 distribution, and all future distributions. Any discussions to this amendment? Let me see who's on the, Molly, are you on? Nope, okay. Jenny, did you have something? Oh, no, your light's on up here.
Sorry. That was so.
Yeah, but we're still on the amendment. Board Member Hymas.
I wonder if it's a friendly amendment, if it's necessary to keep in there, if we could just remove in place of a letter of support, because we're at the top, we're talking about postponing issue a letter of support, postponing the issuing a letter of support. So if it just read, and that the board issue a letter of information, furthermore, the board, is that a?
So could that be a friendly amendment, Kristen? Because this was your original. A letter of information.
It definitely could be a friendly amendment.
Well,
What, Kristen, if you don't want to do that as a friendly, he will have to make an amendment.
that's a friendly amendment. So
Okay,
to strike.
Without objection by anybody on the board, we would eliminate the words "in place of a letter of support." Anyone have objection to that? Okay, we'll consider that a friendly amendment. Okay, so the amendment is that, and the board issue a letter of information. Furthermore, the board, USB staff, and partners at DHHS implement the board's recommendations for the 2023 distribution where possible, the 2025 distribution, and all future distributions. Nope. Seeing no, no lights?
Just to clarify, that they're together, right? The first two lines are added to it?
No, we're in amendment still, Natalie.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so we're just in the purple. Or blue, or whatever that is. Not the black. Okay, seeing no other hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, I know you're going to do this. Board Member Davis. Vice Chair Davis.
Well,
Hang
I
on.
was going to replace roles are addressed with duplicity of surveys, content in surveys across the board. But honestly, I don't think we need any of that because we're going to be making our own recommendations. So we don't need any of that language. I mean, we're just basically, the board postpone issuing a letter
So you have to amend it if you.
So you're
of,
good.
I mean.
Because the amended motion now is all of it.
Because our recommendations, would they be limited to these 4 areas or inclusive of these? Or do we just take it out and give us total freedom to make our board recommendations? I'm just trying to figure out how it would say.
Aren't you trying to say, take from that, everything in black?
So maybe it-
and
It
end of that and just start with.
It would probably say that the board postpone issuing a letter of support and in the interim, issue a letter of information while the board, USBE staff, and partners at DHHS implement the board's recommendations for the 2023 distribution where possible, and yada and on.
Could you
Okay.
just move it to the end?
So you are,
Sorry.
yeah, you, go ahead, Matt.
So
We are
Matt,
still
go
on-
ahead.
just
You,
out
Matt,
of order
saying
here.
they would start that the board issue of letter of information.
Something like that, or move it to the end, but it would read closer to that the board postpone issuing a letter of support until such time as the board USBE staff and partners at right? Then go there, and then at the end, say the board will issue a letter of information to all
Do you want to make that
stakeholders.
motion?
Well, I don't know if I could repeat that. It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't
We're
matter
just
'cause
trying to
it's just our
wordsmith it so
motion.
it's clunky.
So what do you want to take out? You want to take out that the board postpone issuing a letter of support? And that the board issue a letter of information?
I thought we were just removing the 3 when I say we. I'm speaking for Cindy, of
Okay.
course. Sorry,
You can
Cindy.
do it. You can make the motion. I'm fine.
no, go
I
ahead.
just want to make sure know
Well,
what we're doing.
to the, I think the overall board's thought here, I think we're saying if we're making recommendations, then we can remove the words that have been removed, such time as length, content, because those are part of the recommendations.
Okay, does that look right, Cindy? What you and Matt are working on?
Yes, my question is, when it says implement, are we binding ourselves? What if they can implement 80% of what we eventually ask for as a board? And can we still vote to support then? Or is this have to say, is implement like 100% of the board's recommendations?
Carol?
I think you're binding a body we don't have any authority to bind. And partners at DHS implement, maybe they'll say, hey, thank you very much. You guys diddle around too much. We're going to just go ahead with this.
True.
That's fine, I guess.
So, I mean, we're putting it in there, but they can say, thanks, but no thanks. We don't have any authority to make them work with us.
Matt?
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's what this whole thing is about. It's, do they want a letter of support from us, or do they not value that letter of support, right? And it does fall back on their shoulders since this belongs to them. So if they want the letter, then they'll answer some of these recommendations. If they say, we don't value it as much as you might think we do, then they'll go on, right? And that's up to them. So I agree, but that's what this whole thing is about for me anyway, is do you want our support or not? If you do, you'll go through X, Y, and Z. If you don't find the value in it, then go ahead and do your own thing anyway.
I am looking for clarification. I don't know who can help me, but if we move this to the end and the board issue a letter of information, are we sending the letter of information before the recommendations are done?
Yeah.
Probably.
We're just sending information about the
Okay.
SHARP survey.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I follow up?
Yeah. I'm still waiting for a motion, an amendment.
Oh, that's
So you have
Well, they've written it here, but nobody's said it.
nobody's owning it yet.
It's the word implement, I think, because, for example, if they were here or they would visit with us, there is going to be an element of them saying, we can do this and we cannot do that because of whatever it is that makes the validity of the test. And then we're going to have to decide if we can work within that or not. And to Molly's question earlier, the reason that the local folks don't use their own survey, as it has been explained to me by people who use this data to determine how to help the kids in their communities. For example, Pleasant Grove City brought me in and said, this is how we use this data. Our community typically falls more conservatively than even the state or the nation, and we watch as the data if we close gaps or widen gaps. And if our gaps, for example, are closing in on a national data, it shows us we have a problem in this certain area, maybe it's vaping or something else, and we put our funds more to interventions toward that area. So there is some value in having data that you can look at comparatively across the state and across the nation. And so I don't know that they may not 100% be able to implement our recommendations. And if they can't, and we feel really strongly, maybe we just don't ever give them a letter again that says we encourage, we invite, we,
Where
all that.
possible. And then the 25, that gives them us
But we're
plenty of time.
binding,
But it gives us time to
apply-
work together.
apply. Dr. Dixon said maybe we could say apply instead of implement. Maybe we say where possible in the 2023 3, 25, and in all further whatevers. And then we decide if we're going to give our support or not, if they've implemented enough of what we want. But right now, it sounds like an absolute to me.
Okay, so tell me if you're making an amendment to all of this. I'm looking for action.
Okay. I don't know. Let me see.
Okay.
Can I, I've got a
yes,
legal
go
thing.
ahead.
And
Okay.
this, if I could.
Go ahead.
And this is a question for Brian, well, and our policy people. The way that I'm reading this is you're binding future boards, or the future board. You're putting a condition here that we're, because you're saying I'm postponing. You've already postponed. It's so now you're putting a condition on here that once this other stuff happens, that they will receive the letter of recommendation. And I just want to,
I have one.
if we can ask our legal people, is this kind of binding us or binding a future board to putting this condition on? Because again, we're not at the table. They aren't bound to even have a dialogue with us. So this is a question that I'd like to have answered.
Are you going to have him answer first? Because I think I can write my amendment while he's.
Okay.
I think I have it.
So Jenny, did you have something to interject before
better.
Brian answers?
I do. We keep saying we're not at the table. The truth is, we are at the table. Our staff are at the table. They've been at the table since January to June, I don't know, whenever. They were at the table. So we need to have better communication probably with our staff even. So it's the point that we're not there, where we think we're missing, we're not missing. We're just not, as a board, giving that direction. So I just wanted to clarify that, because we are there.
Thank you.
So, and we have been there.
Thank you, Jenny. Brian, do you have any ideas? I think when we make motions and we make rules, we are binding the next group, but we do that all the time because we make it. And if the new leadership or the board wants to bring something else back up, they can. Brian?
You're driving down with the.
Turn your mic on. And you'll need to introduce yourself too.
So I'm Brian Questenberry, Assistant Attorney General. I think every action you do essentially binds the board for a period of time, whether it's for a year or two, and then you want to change a rule or you want to change a policy. And so I'm trying to determine how this kind of, what language, what verbiage, are you concerned that's going to bind this board, I guess, forever? Because once comes out, the recommendations, couldn't the board revote again?
Ever. Yes, yes.
Yeah, so, yeah. Anyway, so I think it's kind of hard to bind yourself, other than, like Jeff was saying, money. You could vote to spend money a certain way, and then that's kind of in concrete when that gets spent. You can't unspend that money. So that has a permanency to it.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
I'll follow up from, so if we do what's in blue, then the way that I'm reading it, and I could be reading it wrong, it's saying that you will get our letter of support.
As of, for today, I would say that's true.
And what's in blue isn't clearly defined yet, but it will be at sometime in the future. So how relevant is it to have that first part?
The first part in blue?
Or is that part of leverage? No, the black.
Issuing a letter of support until the board. I think I'm trying to figure out what your question is. How critical is that to the motion to have the language in black?
We're postponing something that's already postponed, so we're not postponing it again. There's a time requirement, so how relevant is it to keep saying what we've already done unless we're given some kind of assurance that if you do what's in the blue, you're going to get what's in the black?
Yeah.
That's just.
That's true.
I don't know why I feel there's something relevant there, but I don't mind binding future board at all.
Don't you think?
I just want to make sure everybody knows what they're getting into.
Board Member Earl, do you have your light on? Oh, was that you, Patty, who had your light on? I'm trying to figure out, because you're all say public down there. Okay, Board Member Hart, did you remember?
Why, it's a question.
Okay.
Why is the motion not to refer the issue to committee for consideration of recommendations, including alternatives to the Sharp survey? Why wouldn't that be the motion rather than?
Do you want to amend this?
Well, I was hoping that you would tell me.
So if you want to amend this, you could say that you would like the board to write a letter of information and send the recommendations or whatever back to a committee.
Listen to my language.
Because it's not our survey, we can't come up with alternatives.
Right, well, but we can come up with alternatives. So my concern about this whole, one huge concern is that our LEAs have written grants that are tied to the Sharp survey. More and more, I get the feeling that we're going nowhere with the Sharp survey. And yes, they can exist and do what they need to on their own, but to support our own people, we should look at gathering that information in-house so that we're not reliant on an outside survey. I think there are ways to do that, and so that it's across Utah, what you're talking about. I don't think, I just feel like we're spinning our wheels. I hear people saying that in a variety of ways. And so why are we even, if this was any contract, we'd just walk away. We would do our own thing.
I think you're making an assumption. I certainly do.
Well, I mean, I'm saying if it was a contract that wasn't working and we weren't getting what we needed from it.
Again, that's your assumption.
Okay.
The
We're not bantering.
The possibility is that we would not be able to resolve these issues, and our districts still need data in order to meet their obligations to receive grant funds. So I'm worried about a Plan B to get the information that the LEAs need and that we need to collect for our student well-being while we work out these issues, and in case these issues don't work out at all. So I think this has to go, I think the motion is that they just don't get our letter of support and we hammer this out in committee.
So are you making an amended motion or a substitute motion?
It's either a substitute or an amended.
Are you making a substitute motion?
Cindy said she had some language.
Is yours a substitute motion?
I have the language for the amendment I was trying to make in the first place, but it doesn't include looking at alternates, but, you know, we could add that in.
And that's.
But it
But that could go to
continues on
committee.
this path, but that could be in the recommendations that come in the future from the board.
In order to move forward, I think we need to not quibble about this and just get it to committee. So I'd like to hear Cindy's.
Okay, I appreciate that. I do want to let everyone know we have spent 2 hours and 15 minutes on this topic that was 1 hour. And we have a lot of work still to go today, so I'd like to start kind of pulling this together. Thank you. Vice Chair Davis?
I think this is more manageable for a future board.
Okay, so you're saying a new motion?
Or an amendment, however you want to look at it
Well,
with
we
what's
need
on
to
the
hear.
board. I move that the board, or, I don't know if we amend the motion or is it a substitute motion? You
Just
tell me.
read it and then
Okay,
we'll.
that the board postpone deciding on a letter of support for Sharp and issue a letter of information in the interim until the board, USBE staff, and partners of DHHS implement the board's future recommendations to the extent that still maintains validity. And then we decide if we support it or not at the end. I mean, don't
Okay,
add that
so Molly,
piece.
she kind of was speaking for you. Are you okay with that one? Okay. Okay, so the, I think it's actually a new motion. I'm just, it'll be cleaner that way. That the board postpone deciding on a letter of support and issue a letter of information in the interim until the board, USBE staff, and partners at DHHS implement the board's future recommendations to the extent the survey will maintain its validity. Maintain its validity. Do we have a second to this? Second, Board Member Norton. Do we have discussion to this? Board Member Klein?
Sorry, put that on a long time ago. I don't remember. No, I don't have discussion on this other than, I don't know.
It might fit. We've been
Go to
off
somebody
kilter.
else.
Board Member Hymas.
Thank you. The letter of information, is that going to, what does that do for people? Can I ask Dr. Norman?
Yes.
Within the working group, there was, and I went back and re-listened to the recordings prior to today's meeting. There was a lot of questions about which LEAs sent out a link to the survey, which LEAs sent out different pieces of information that weren't on the letter that comes from DHHS. And so it would provide that consistency of information that was discussed during the work group, and that's what you can see on, there's a sample letter within there. I also want to make a clarification that the sample letter at one time had Superintendent Dixon's signature on it. That wasn't meant, it was just meant to be a sample. So it just has on there just some of the information questions that were asked within the working group that said we'd like some consistency on these things. One parent could opt out, those different things that were discussed. There is a sample within your documents, your backup documents, that it's on there.
Right, just briefly. So this is just exactly what it says. This is just informative. This isn't leaning towards any
No, and it's to
direction.
provide the consistent information that sometimes doesn't get out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Klein?
I would ask that the letter of information, if we're going to send it out, the one that's here, that we add to it a line that says this is not a letter of support, so that they don't confuse the letter of information as a letter of support.
I want to say, or non-support.
I'm trying to figure out where that fits in what we're doing now. I think that's,
Again,
I just think it will be confused as a letter of support if it doesn't say that it's not.
okay.
Simply
No,
information.
I appreciate your comment. I'm just trying to figure out where it fits in the discussion now. And should the letter of information also go to a committee? Patty?
I was going, maybe as a potential solution, the letter of information could start by saying, instead of the letter provides a brief overview, it could start by saying, as the board works towards implement whatever the motion was, kind of put the motion as a board works towards this in its place, this is a letter of support, so that it details out that motion, so that anyone seeing it can see it.
A letter of information.
I'm sorry, yes, letter of information. Whatever is decided right now is, we could put that in there so that they know that this is not a letter of support, because this is what's happening right now, and in the interim, this is the letter of information that provides clarity upon questions that are frequently asked that are not sent out to Board Member Hymas's.
Board Member Klein, go ahead.
So it wouldn't say that this is not a letter of support. It is, but it is to tell you that we're working towards a letter of support. Like, I don't want it to say that, because then it might imply that it's going to end up in a letter of support. Does that make sense?
So I'm wondering if it just restates the motion. As the board, the Utah State Board of Education has postponed issuing a letter of support. In its place, there is a letter of information being sent out this year. So that is, and then have the letter. So it starts with the motion.
Okay, if that's, it's not,
We could type it right now. if you wanted
in the
to word it.
motion, somebody put neutrality, and I don't know that we are being
But do
neutral.
we have to do
We're just
either?
not
Can we
support.
just say that
Yeah.
this is merely a letter of information? Or
Not to be confused with a letter of support. So, yeah, I don't want it to say,
Or non-support. Not to be confused with a letter of support or non-support. I think that.
but we aren't supporting it. We withdrew our
But we're
support, so
also
that is
not-
a true statement that so it's not,
But
we're not in a
but it
neutral
doesn't mean
place
it's
right
for
now.
disparagement then. But I think we're babysitting. I think we can just say it's a letter of information and they're as smart as we are and they will understand what a letter of information is. And I like starting with then.
Board Member Klein, I'm going to come back to you because we're on this right now, but then we can talk about the letter. I apologize. Are you okay with that, Board Member Klein? Board Member Straight?
Thank you. So, Chair, there's one thing that's still bothering me from the discussion way back, and that is a statement of fact that the participation of LEAs has declined. Is that, and I have a couple of questions from that, is that related to our non-support, or is it other factors? Do we know what the reason is for the decline?
Are you talking about this amendment, this motion or the letter?
Well, I'm talking about the letter because with the participation,
We don't know if the participation has gone down because it hasn't been given since we've withdrawn our support.
those who have.
No,
there
it
wasn't-
hasn't been given. Yes, they'll send out a letter, but the survey has not been given yet.
I know, but there was something said along the lines of that there was a,
I could answer his question from one who was on the
Yeah, Jeff
committee.
did make that comment, but, Jeff, go ahead.
Either or, you can back me up or correct me if I misstate, but there were comments made in the working group that there are LEAs waiting for what the board decides to do in terms of a letter of support, letter of non-support, or something in between. And so they're in a limbo, and they have not committed. That is not every LEA. The survey, as Board Member Belknap has pointed out, has not been administered yet. That typically happens in January, if I'm correct on that? In the spring. So at some point post-Christmas is when the actual survey is taken by the students. But up between now and then is when LEAs opt in, start getting the parental consent forms signed, and so on. So there are LEAs who are waiting, who typically would be engaging that process already to see what the board does. How many, I don't know, but they did say that there were fewer that had out the gate committed.
I have heard anecdotally, which I know is sometimes a no-no, that because of the political environment, that is why many LEAs are not pursuing it at this point, and that so we're having input because they live in their community. They see the value, they would like to do it, but what we're doing is making a difference in that. I want to keep moving this forward, but, and I'm going to support this, because I think it may be the only thing that wins. But, there's a part of me that wants to give the letter of support, even though I'm not completely satisfied with every question or the length of the survey. I have those same concerns, which takes us back to where we were last time, exactly, and the side I voted didn't win. So I want to create something that gives at least something. It's not perfect in my view, but I think our decisions do matter. And, yeah, I know there'd be political consequences one way or another, whether it's locally or in regards to our own districts. Anyway, I've said enough on that.
Board Member Earl?
I think a little bit of response to this. I mean, districts can opt in, people can opt in. They have that choice already. I think it's been articulated. LEAs can make that local decision. So I think we let them vet it out just like we have and make that decision.
Oh, I don't know what happened. Oh, there, it came back. Chair Huntsman, not Vice Chair, Chair
So,
Huntsman.
I've been trying to assess as a board member here where this is going, and it's clear to me that it's not going to get to that place where I thought it would be, whether are we going to vote and give a letter of support or not. And instead, we're in this compromising place of, well, we're kind of not supporting it yet, but yet we want to do some things with a letter. And now our letter is going to be debated for 1 or 2 hours, and what's in the letter and what can it say, what it can't, and eventually probably get to a vote. So I'm making a motion that we postpone, which is not what a lot of you want to hear, but maybe it is. So I'm wanting to put it on the table. Well, it doesn't have to have a time. It's like it will come back when people are ready to really take a position. Right now, we're going through a lot of discovery of what it is and what might something feel like, or what is going to be in a, I know where this is, I'm second guessing this. Instead of having really good direction, do we put this into a committee? Nobody's saying that, or to where there's more dialogue, or, because right now we're trying to resolve it all in this particular meeting, and I don't think you're gonna get to that place, and the end game is gonna be probably, I couldn't tell you what the end game would be. So
I have a question.
postpone just, it kicks the can down the road, and then you guys can answer your questions and take your positions and
Okay.
figure out how aggressive that you want to be in resolving this issue.
Thank you, Chair. Molly, you're next.
Is a postponement mean that it comes right back here and we debate the same things?
No. No, it could go to committee.
So it can go to a committee even if we postpone it?
Yep.
Then executive committee would make that decision, right? Okay.
So the motion is to postpone.
Can we speak?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Board Member Hart. And Mark, you already spoke to it, so unless you want to again. Okay. Vice Chair Davis?
I think I'm going to speak against the motion for the time being, because the motion on the table would have to also involve it being assigned to committee, wouldn't it, for it to be able to come back to the board? Well, it says, until the board, USB staff and partners implement we need board's future recommendations. And to get those, would it have to go through committee? That's my question. Well, no, it's specific to board recommendation, not the work group this time.
The pathway, there's a lot of different pathways to get it to the full board to ratify or vote or approve, but I'm just not seeing how it's specific.
So then in the
But I'm
interim,
just-
we don't
I'm
give
just
out a
making-
letter of information then?
What's that?
No.
So no letter of information would go out
No.
if we postpone?
Board Member Hutchings?
I would be against this motion. I would really like to see a letter of information go out. My recollection earlier, about an hour and a half ago, is that when we said the board's future recommendations, the discussion was about it going to a committee and taking these recommendations that were presented to us and taking it to one of our committees to then establish board recommendations to then come back to the board. That was my understanding of
I
what
agree.
that meant.
Board Member Hutchins, I agree, but we are going to now have a debate on the letter of information and what's in it. So if we go with this recommendation, now we're going to have to decide what's in the letter of information. So that's still a continuation of what we're doing now. So I'm just giving you clarity on that. Vice Chair?
I'm just, I mean, I guess we don't know this. Is this the one change we're seeking, someone's seeking in the letter? Can we just vote on that and move on, or do we have lots of changes out there people want?
Board Member Klein, do you have, Board Member Klein?
Board member, yeah.
Yeah, we're working. She's going to put it up.
Oh, okay, do you just have, I'm just checking, do you have one amendment to the letter of information?
Yes.
Or one change? Okay. So Chair, are you okay if we vote on this? Or you want to stay with your postpone?
It is just
Hey,
this.
Hey, you're chairing. I'm just trying to move this along because we
yes.
will not get our work.
I just need
today.
to read it myself first.
We're standing on this sharp survey without
Yep. For
making
now,
a decision.
2.5 hours.
It's up there. The letter, this is the. that you
Okay,
called, right?
so without objection, I'm going to not move forward with the postponement motion. Does anyone have objection to that?
We need to change it to.
Yeah, Molly does. Okay, so first we'll
It's
take a
just
vote on
not
that.
updated on his.
Thank you. No, if any, that's the way you do it. Okay, so the motion before the board is that we postpone the motion.
There we go.
All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, will the ayes raise their hands, please, to postpone? We have Chair Huntsman, we have Board Member Cannon, Hart, Norton. Is your hand up or down? Brent? Board Member Klein, Moss, Hymus, Jenny, where are you? No. No, okay. And Randy, where are you?
No.
No. Board Member Hanson?
No.
And I'm a yes. So what is that? Oh, Cindy's a no. I only read the yeses. Okay, it passes. So this is now postponed. Okay.
So are we dealing with the letter or no?
No, we don't need to
Okay.
do it because that we'll move on to. Why didn't we postpone this about an hour and a half ago? Okay, all right, we are going to literally take 7 minutes. 7 minutes. Let's, a quarter after, seriously, we are going to start.
The junkyard. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. I hadn't heard that either. I guess we're taking a break. Right? Oh my gosh.
Board members, we're ready to begin. Okay. Board members, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're going to go ahead and begin. Do you want to do something first?
No.
Okay, Board Member Earl?
I'd like to make a motion that we receive the recommendations from the Sharps work group and address the letter. What was the title of the letter? Letter of information tomorrow in Standards and Assessment Committee meeting.
Do we have a second to that?
I'll-
What is it? I would repeat it. I'll repeat it. Mark, Vice
second.
Chair Huntsman seconded that. So the motion is that the board, oh, wait, blah, 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 blah. Where is it? That the board do we have it up here? No. I'm just making it up then. I'm just reading all these other ones. Board Member Earl, do you need her to repeat it, Jeff? It's already on the Standards and Assessment Committee.
Survey. And receive the recommendations made by the work group. Is that right?
It's already on there. It's already on there. No, we have a second. I'm waiting for it to be posted. Okay, I'm not sure that's exactly it, Jeff, but the board placed the Sharp survey, just so everyone's aware, the Sharp survey is already on Standards and Assessment tomorrow for a discussion. So it's not newly being placed there. Place the survey letter of information and Standards and Assessment Committee, October 7th, 2022, and that the committee receive the working group's recommendations. I think we need to have the board receive. The board needs to receive the recommendations, not the committee.
I think you're right.
And that the board received. That doesn't mean we're accepting them or anything, we're just receiving them, and now they're ours. They belong to the body now of the board, the recommendations. Okay, so the motion is that the board place the Sharp survey letter of information in the Standards Assessment Committee on October 7th, 2022, and that the board receives the working group's recommendations. Do I have a second to that? Oh, I have a second. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, we got 2 ayes coming at us. Thank you. I'll try and be a little more thoughtful on our video members. Okay, Angie, we're going to go ahead and go to you to the general session legislation preparation, and you have less than minus an hour.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, board members. Angie Stallings, Deputy Superintendent of Policy, and I'm actually going to turn the time over to Jeff as he's going to share this month's policy request.
Great, thank you. Jeff Van Holten, Policy Advisor for the board. For this month, we have one statutory or policy-related request you see up there on the screen, the Utah School Safety Collaborative, or the USSC. For those who are unaware, there has been a school safety collaborative that's been meeting since about 2018. I might be a little incorrect on that date. We've had several board members that have served on this collaborative, and the collaborative is a group of stakeholders, the board being one of those stakeholders. So you also have UNI is present, DHHS, public DPS, Department of Public Safety, and so on. So all of the stakeholders really centered around the touch points that they have with school safety. What does not exist in code currently is that collaborative itself. This is all kind of everyone on good faith meeting together every so often to discuss the issues of school safety, pursuing anything in terms of recommendations to the board or to the legislature and so on. And what this policy request is that we would codify that in code and make it official, require participation from the stakeholders so that they actually have a seat at the table that is required. And part of the impetus for this is several of the stakeholder groups have voiced wanting to run a bill to own the collaborative themselves. And we wanted to make sure that because this is school safety, that the state board is the one in the driver's seat and facilitating this group versus others, so that we can make sure that as all these touch points for school safety are coordinated, that we're still driving the efforts. So with that, that's why we have this before you today, so we can codify that into the board's code.
Board Member Cannon?
Just a quick question for Jeff. Is this the one, will it require any personnel or FTE at USBE? And as I read through, I remember something about they would designate a person at each school to serve as their safety person. And would there be any compensation for the person taking on that additional responsibility, or would this just be wrapped into what they already do?
My understanding is it would be wrapped into what is already being done, because that is, we've been running it and facilitating it for the last 4 years already. But I will phone a friend if that is incorrect. That is correct. Okay, so we will absorb the cost.
And is there someone here specifically with that assignment, or is it wrapped into their job description also?
It would be assigned to an individual of the School Safety Center, one of the employees that rolls up to Chantel Coda, who you can see to my right in the back. She oversees the School Safety Center with one of her staff having that as their duty.
I would be seeking a motion. Jeff, what would it be to accept the coordinating council?
To direct staff.
It would be to direct the,
Yeah.
let me make a motion.
Yes, please, to work with.
The board direct staff to work with the legislators on potential amendments to Utah Code as proposed in the
Second.
presentation.
Second, Board Member Norton. Any more discussion? Board Member Moss?
Just a question, I'm sorry, I read this, but I forgot. Will there be interaction between the collaborative and this board members in terms of sort of seeing where it's going and whether we want to weigh in on any decisions that are being made? What's the mechanism? Where does that kind of fit in?
Sure. So the collaborative, as it stands currently, and this could be part of the bill itself, board members currently sit on the collaborative. I forget which, I believe board member Earl is on the collaborative, and are you the only board member currently, or? There used to be 2 or 3, but I know board member Earl is still on the collaborative. So you do have seats at that actual table, and we could probably just codify that practice, unless there are some other additional items that Chantel would take a different approach. But
That mic isn't set up. Board Member Hart, do you have another question also?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, and then we can answer both.
Why was it What was the need for the school climate survey data in order to support this? Why was that added? I'm just curious.
Oh, it wasn't
It says what data needs to be collected to support this potential legislation?
Go ahead, please introduce yourself. Oh, no, you've turned it off. Okay.
Hi, Chantel Coda, Coordinator of Safe and Healthy Schools here at USBE. Because that is something that's already being used and it's something that is assigned to the School Safety Center. And so it made sense that that would be something that we would look at with the collaborative and make sure that we're making decisions and looking at evidence-based practices using that data source. So I don't know that it's just part of something that we already do. So we thought it would be a good idea to infuse it into that conversation because it is so aligned to the School Safety Center.
I have another question.
Yeah, but there was another question by Board Member Moss, but keep your light on. Yeah, but you asked the question, it wasn't answered. Did you was there more? Okay, because he said if there's more. Board Member Hart?
There's someone from every school or every LEA on this already?
May I respond?
I know, exactly.
Yeah, okay. So, no, it's not every LEA. So the current way that it's structured is it's essentially members of community partners that have a vested interest in safety, right? And so as Jeff had mentioned, we're looking at like members of DPS and so forth. We have some board members as well. And then we have like the Superintendents Association. And so we have folks that come there to represent, and certainly they can send someone in their place to represent LEAs, but that's where we get the most LEA representation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Earl?
I was just going to mention, I mean, there's law enforcement on there too. I felt like it's been a very informative group as far as most effective prevention things going on currently. At least when I've attended, that's what it's been, so anyways.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board directs staff to work with legislators on the potential amendments to Utah Code as proposed. Seeing no hands, all in favor?
Aye.
Word one. Any opposed? Okay, that passes. I don't know if Board Member Hanson is here. So we might.
I am here.
Oh,
I'm a yes.
Okay, thank you, Scott. I'll just assume that I'm hearing you.
I'm a no.
Oh, I didn't hear you say no.
No.
I apologize. Board Member Klein is no. Okay. We will go on to, was that the only one, Angie? There was just one today, right? Okay, number 11, the standards review process, and they said they just speed it up here for us. And then Board Member Moss, you'll be up next.
Hey, Jennifer Thronson, Director of Teaching and Learning, here just to get some input from the board around the standards revision process. So just quickly, we've provided an updated draft that will be reviewed in committee tomorrow, but to ensure that all board members have an opportunity to give input into what the future of the standards revision process looks like, we wanted to have just 10 minutes with you to get some feedback. In terms of the key kind of themes related to the changes in the standards revision process, earlier input from the board in the types of revisions they would like to see. That has been some feedback we've gotten along the way that you guys would like to have a little more input earlier on the process. That might help the process move along the way. Second, more involvement from the full board along the way. So instead of so much of the work being done in committee, many of you serve on this board because you are really invested in standards, and the opportunity to participate in that would be more broad in this new design. And then finally, more choice in the pathways. Our current system is a little rigid. This is the next step, this is the step, and sometimes that hasn't allowed us the flexibility for the committees or the board to say, could we do that like this, because it's not the process. So the process has pathway A, B, and C in some cases where the board or the committee would choose which pathway that they would want to take based on the current situation. So that is just a high-level highlight of what you have in your board backup is the potential revision around what that could look like, and just looking for feedback on the things that are important to you as we go through that process with committee tomorrow.
Board Member Earl?
I'm in committee tomorrow, but on step 3, under A, it needs to reflect what the law says and not necessarily what's written here. In other words, we send a notice to the legislature, whoever we send it to there, and then they have 30 days, and then, right, so that law just needs to be reflected here. I think that was changed this last year, so.
Thank you, Board Member Earl. Anyone else on this? I think that Jennifer would also appreciate if you see something tonight, you could probably email her about that. So before committee tomorrow.
Vice Chair, this is Scott.
Thank you, Scott.
Yep, just like to encourage everyone to take a close look at this before we discuss it tomorrow. One of the big things that was added here is the opportunity for board input before a standard goes out to the writing committee, so that we can give the writing committee some initial direction so that they will hopefully turn out a product that is acceptable to board members at the end and doesn't require a lot of substantive revision. So hopefully this will help to streamline our process by getting some input earlier in that process to the writing committee and make them be more able to complete their job in a good way, and they'll feel more valued, I believe. So take a look at that and please get us some feedback so that we can incorporate that tomorrow.
Thank you, Chair Hansen. Anybody else? Okay, Miss Jennifer, thank you so much, because I think this will be very helpful. I've done this for a long time, and I knock on wood, this one will be it. Thank you so much. Okay, we will go on to number 12, and it's the Finance Committee report. I believe you have 4 actionable items.
Yes.
Okay.
We should be quick. So action item number 12.2, pupil accounting amendment. Just clarification on when to count students for SOEP beyond counting them from including information on early graduation for getting credit towards SOEP. So the recommended action from the committee is that the board approves R277-419 draft 2 on second and final reading.
So the motion from the committee is that the board approves R277-419 pupil accounting draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm opposed. Who else is opposed? Board Member Klein.
All right, action item number
12.3.
Thank you.
I just have it right here in front of me.
Thank you. I'd moved on to the motion document. Thank you. Recommended action is the Finance Committee recommends that the board direct staff to agree to the negotiated rates proposed by the Department of Education and seek resolution of the position being removed during negotiations for the state fiscal year 2024 rates. The Finance Committee also recommends using $500,000 of one-time funds to cover the costs of the Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement and the administrative position from unencumbered carry-forward balances. And I'm happy to answer questions or defer to staff if we need to. This resulted from the denial of approval by the Department of Education for a couple of positions that were being paid out of the indirect cost pool. And so the recommendation is we agree to those positions they have approved and then seek negotiation with them to get those reapproved next year. In the meantime, cover it from one-time funds and $500,000 so we can keep Patty with us.
Or whoever it may be.
That's, yes, this is the Keep Dr. Norman stopgap measure. So there you go.
Thank you. Board Member Klein?
Just a question. I guess I was surprised to see that it looks like the federal government pays for your salary, for Deputy Norman's salary. Is that right?
I can answer that, or we can go to staff more broadly, but it comes out of the indirect cost pool, which is a mixture. And so some of the federal funds that fund federal programs can be used directly to fund a position that oversees the programs. Others, where the position is more broadly over several programs that are federal and state, the federals say, no, you cannot use those program funds for this federal program to pay that position. So it comes out of the indirect cost pool that is both state and federal money. But when the feds say you can't do it, we have to find another way to do it. And so we're talking about using state funds, which I think is a good adjustment, and then we can see if we qualify for the indirect cost pool next year or find some other way to fund it. But that was an education for me too. This whole indirect cost pool funding programs and positions is a little bit complicated. Again, some of them, the position goes with the program. Others, it's kind of, as Dr. Norman does, she covers a number of programs, and that's why the indirect cost pool can come into question. They've been more aggressive with us, the DOE, this last time around. It's always been fine, but they had new personnel that said, we don't see how this works. So the proposal is to use state money for now and then evaluate next year what we can do.
Has that always been the case for this particular position, or is this a new thing?
Well, it's first time, to my knowledge, they've declined.
Yes.
It has been paid out of the indirect cost pool for a while, though, correct?
No. Deborah?
Yeah. So it's been paid out of that indirect cost pool. This is the first time they've stepped up and said, no, that's
And why is
too diverse.
Yeah, okay.
Deborah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself, please.
Deborah Jacobson, Assistant Superintendent of Operations. So each year we go through a negotiation with the federal government. Most grants, you cannot pay staff that are not directly working on that grant. So as a way of recapturing some of the funds for the administrative or overhead costs for the agency, we go into negotiations with the feds to come up with a rate that they feel comfortable with us charging against all of the grants. With this, in this particular case, every year, they evaluate every single position that we actually have in the indirect cost pool or that gets paid from the indirect cost pool. And this time around, they had determined that this position was not eligible. They felt like it should be directly charged to the federal grants. So it's an interpretation disagreement in this case. So
Is
Go
this
ahead.
going to be an ongoing issue from year to year? And if so, do we have a solution, an idea for how to solve that? Or is this something that you're willing to go to bat for every year and deal with?
Go ahead.
So we're hoping it won't be. I'll say that. We want to renegotiate next year to try and come to terms with come into an agreement with the interpretation of it and see if we can't get it back in there. But every single year, every single position is reevaluated. Last year, it actually was our communications team that was pulled out. So it's hard to say, but we're hoping that we can defend it and have it be put back in this next year.
Thank you.
I think we discussed in committee, is this something where we look at a more stable state direct funding source of some sort? And so if we're vulnerable to federal kind of changes and also wanting to detach and be more state-based than federal, this is an opportunity to look at that during the next year.
Thank you. I think it hits Patty because she's over programs, and that's.
Yes.
program.
Right, yes, so many programs with so many complicated
Yep.
grants and such, yep.
Okay, so the motion from the committee is that the board directs staff to agree to the negotiated rates proposed by the Department of Education Finance Committee 3, September 9th, 2022, and seek resolution of the positions being removed during negotiations for the state fiscal year 2024. The committee further recommends that the board approve using $500,000 of one-time funds from an unencumbered carry-forward balance to cover the costs of the Deputy Superintendent of Student Achievement and the administrative assistant positions. Seeing no lights, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay, action item 12.4, state fiscal year 2022 carry forward balance status and approval for use. Committee motion is, the Finance Committee recommends that the board approve the spend plans for the unencumbered state fiscal year 2022 carry forward balances. And I'll just note, we had a good deep dive on these unencumbered carry forward balance spend plans, got to ask a lot of questions. We also invited during finance each department to include a bit of a cover memo or a letter, just kind of outlining any significant decisions that were made and the basis for those decisions. So you've probably seen that in the backup, something a little bit different. But we appreciate everybody putting their thoughts together on that and letting us kind of see, you'll see it in the spend plan itself, but you'll also see the cover memo kind of highlighting some of those decisions that were made. So appreciate all the thought that went into those plans.
Thank you. It was nice to be able to listen to that meeting and hear that discussion as well. So the motion from the committee is that the board approve the spend plans for the unencumbered state fiscal year 2022 carry forward balances. Seeing no lights, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed?
No.
Board Member Klein is opposed. 12.9.
12.9, let me just get the title here.
Education
Let's see.
Regulatory Sandbox.
Thank you. There we go. The recommended action from the committee, Finance Committee, is the board approves R277-919, draft 3 on second and final reading. And I'll just say on this one, this came up to the board. It was sent back to committee. We made some further revisions. The vote was unanimous, and it's brought back up to the board.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is the board approves, that the committee moves that the board approve R277-919 Education Regulatory Sandbox Draft 3 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
One opposed, Board Member Klein. Thank you so much. Law and Licensing
you.
Board Member Lear. Do you have two today?
I do believe, yes. So item 3.3, there was no motion for the board. Item 3.4, the committee moves that the board approve R277-925, Effective Teachers in High Poverty Schools Incentive Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
So the motion from the committee is that the board approves R277-925, Effective Teachers in High Poverty Schools Incentive Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, all in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Thank you, that passes unanimously.
Item 13.5, the committee moves that the board approve R277-911, Secondary Career and Technical Education Draft 3 on second and final reading.
Okay, so the motion before the board is that the board approves R277-911, Secondary Career and Technical Education Draft 3 on second and final reading. Board Member Norton?
Yes, I
sorry,
have an
Jenny.
amendment for this. If Jeff might be here to pull up
Yes.
that amendment.
Yes, the amendments on 911.
Okay. It's a substitute motion to pass draft 4.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
With these changes?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
The changes are, oops, I forgot, it's way down here.
And the
Sorry.
lines are not,
592 or something like that, page 20. I'm almost there. Okay. To insert, if an, on line 580, if an LEA accepts federal Carl Perkins fund, that first the set aside would be used. The next part of that would be down on line 587, an LEA shall set aside the amount required. On line 591, again, that add-on funds would be used for the CTE. Again, CTE add-on funds. And then at the very end on 599, unrestricted. A lot of these are clarifying, for instance.
Wait just a minute,
Yes.
let's get a second.
Yes.
Do I have a second to this amendment? Or the motion? Second and second, okay. Okay, would you like to speak to your motion now? Sorry.
I would. Some of this is clarifying information. For instance, when this was brought to members of staff about the CTE funds, that it would be the add-on funds. those in finance felt like that was what it was supposed to be. It just didn't state that. So that was added in. There is some, can I just read some information?
Yes.
State Code 53F-2-311 makes no mention of maintenance of effort to recent CTA add-on funds. Maintenance of effort has been required to receive federal Carl Perkins funds. This particular rule would require that districts comply with federal maintenance of effort requirements to receive these state add-on funds. MOE funds are general district WPU funds, which the state legislature and state board have always left up to the LEA's discretion. That was dealing with the MOE portion. The changes to 911 that require an LEA to spend their maintenance of effort funds before being awarded CTE add-on funds makes all program carry-on add-on funds. It then caps the add-on carryover to 30%. And finally, the CTE add-on funds are made to cover the increased cost of CTE classes. The additional costs of a CTE class include heating and cooling of the much larger CTE spaces. These classes place a larger demand on maintenance, custodial, and technology. The unrestricted indirect cost rate allows the district to pay for these.
Jenny? I mean, Board Member Earl? Oh, wait, Board Member Lear was first. I'm
And this is
sorry.
on something else. so-
I just have my light on because I've been.
Oh, okay, thank you. Board Member Earl. I apologize.
I'm not speaking to this.
Okay.
But I do have so there are no more questions?
Does anyone have any questions to this? Go ahead, Board Member
I
Lear.
do. I just wanted to clarify with Talia and/or the finance people, if these are workable amendments.
Deborah, do you want to come up and do the financial part of that?
I apologize, I haven't seen these ones.
Talia, do you want to respond? If Deborah doesn't have that?
I have it, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so one concern that you might have is the expend and set aside verbiage. Set aside means that they just have to set aside the money, and not requiring them to actually spend and match the funds that they're receiving. So that would be a concern on the finances side, if that's helpful.
Can I follow up?
Is it on the same question? Okay, because
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So it's a policy decision of whether we want to allow that, or it's not allowable, or it's in violation of something, or which of the above?
By setting aside the funds, it's not really MOE. It's not
Right.
really a match. You're just setting aside the funds, saying, we will spend this amount of money, but you haven't actually expended it in order to match what you're required to match.
And so when
Does
you
that-
say required, I'm sorry, I'm just wanting to make sure.
Yeah, because I'm not getting it yet either, Carol.
Okay. When you say required to match, and there was an explanation that said that's required with federal funds, but not with state funds. But this requirement but now this is imposing that if it says expend. Is that what you're saying? Or you're saying something else?
This is, Talia, do you want to answer this one?
So it's all, I
Introduce
apologize,
yourself.
Talia Longhurst, State CT Director. It has always been implied to be expend. It was never implied to be set aside. What we look for when we monitor is that they have expended the funds in order to meet their maintenance of effort requirement.
And Carol, sorry, can I be clear? You're talking about their add-on money that they've spent, their add-on money. What?
That they've spent maintenance of effort and then add-on money.
And I don't really understand why you would do that in reverse when their add-on money it's only set for CTE, but their maintenance money or their WPU money could go anywhere.
So and tell me if I say this wrong, either one of you, is that the requirement is that maintenance of effort, regular WPU dollars are spent first, add-on is spent second.
Why?
Because add-on is additional costs of the program. So all LEAs earn regular WPU for students in CTE classes. They have a requirement to spend that money on CTE programs, and then they can spend their add-on dollars. Any carry forward should only be add-on dollars.
May I ask another clarifying? Because WPU is for every student, whether they're CTE or not. All those kids are getting that money. And the reason they're getting add-on is because they're taking CTE courses. And so I still don't understand why the WPU has to be spent first and why we're telling them what has to be spent first.
It's just a percentage of regular WPU. It's not the entire WPU pot of money. I don't know, Wendy, if you have any clarification. Have I said that clearly enough?
Yeah.
I think they had an issue, carry forward.
Are we talking about, because, yeah, it is. Mark just sent me, it's the carry forward. And I think the whole 30% and all of this discussion is about the carry forward. So what you're saying is if they spend all of this and and then they have this add-on, but you can't carry forward 30%, but I now have to buy a new brake lathe next year that broke. I don't have any carry forward to do that. I'm gonna have to take my own WPU money.
So they can carry forward above and beyond 30% as long as they have a spend plan. As long as what they're saving it for, repair costs, a new school opening, as long as those things make sense, but the carry forward should only be add-on funds. That's all we look at when we look at carry forward funds.
Okay. I'm just gonna jump, Chair Huntsman.
So really, and it hasn't been clearly stated in here or very well for my brain that's used to a lot of years in finance, but I have to separate it by the color of money. You guys have heard me say this. You got WPU money that's unrestricted. That means I don't have any restrictions on it. Then you have your CTE that has restrictions on it and has to stay in this bucket. And then you have your add-on also that has a story behind it, and I view that as like a restricted fund. In order to have CTE in a LEA, there's also a contribution of WPU, which is unrestricted, so it ends up in this big pot. And what they're basically saying is, I want to take on my carry forward, I want to take my WPU money and have it over here and I'll just carry forward this greater amount, I don't know if it's 30% or whatever it is, and still carry forward my WPU money too, so I have more operating money to run my CTE programs. The way that it's stated now is I can't do that. And so I'm actually in penalty, or I've got a problem with future funds because I took my WPU money that's unrestricted and now I put it in this bucket. Now it's restricted. Am I telling the story right? So now I want to unrestrict it by doing this. And the question is, does it violate? I think that was one of the questions here. Yeah, you asked the question, does that meet our accounting standards? Is that a violation of something? The intent is not to abuse the system, but especially some of the smaller LEAs and some of them that have aggressive CTE program, it helps them with their carry forward and it helps them with the unforeseen big hits in their operations. So I'm not sure if that's helpful, but that's really what's happening here, I believe, maybe.
But
If somebody will tell me I'm wrong.
Can I go back to my original, I'm still not clear if it's just a policy decision that this board would make, or if it's something required by, because under special ed, I mean, I know enough to know that MOE is required by the federal regulations. But is this different, the same?
Wendy Morton, I'm a CTE coordinator, and I work with our federal program and our state calculations. So we do have a federal requirement for CTE programs for maintenance of effort as a state. The calculation for that is fairly involved. We use some effort, if you will, from post-secondary as well as secondary, which includes LEAs who are receiving Perkins dollars. So we report that as part of our federal maintenance of effort, but there's nothing in our federal language or in our state statute that says this is how you have to determine the maintenance of effort. And this is how it has to be tied. And so I would say our predecessors, Talia and myself, would have said that it's required because of our federal program. But when you look at how it's calculated, it is tied to that federal reporting, but the federal guidance does not require us to do it this way. I don't know if that clears things
There's not a
up.
federal requirement to do what we're asking in this room.
We have to do something. With state funds.
With
We
state
have to
funds.
do something, but we don't have, it doesn't tell us how we have to
But
do
with
it.
state funds?
Yes, because it's a supplement, not supplant federal grant. Yes. So it doesn't tell us how.
But you're talking about two different pots of, actually three. You have Perkins, you have add-on, and you have the district's WPU, and they're three different pots of money.
They are.
So, anyway, I'm gonna go. Jenny, you're on something there. Board Member Norton.
No, thank you. And I think the concern here is we don't know what next year's problems are going to be. So when we've just spent all of our unrestricted money, and now we've got this little bit of restricted money left, we can't use it next year unless it happens to fall into the same pot. Whereas had we been able to spend our restricted things on restricted expenses and be saving our unrestricted money, then, I mean, it's just seems to be, good fiscal responsibility.
Board Member Earl?
And I think in some areas where you have a either smaller district or a smaller program, sometimes it takes longer to put up reserves for something to make improvements upon, like if it were welding or something, you know what I mean?
Or you don't know.
Yeah, or you don't know, but that's the feedback I got from some of my constituents, was that very feedback, so.
Can I ask one final question?
Go ahead, Carol.
So is this something you support, or you feel like it's just up to the board, or you have reservations?
So as I listened to you all, and I apologize, I missed the very beginning of your discussion on this. My YouTube stream was delayed upstairs. If the concern is about the carry forward amount, then let's delete those lines. Let's take the carry forward spend plans out. Let's remove that. That was new in this revision. The maintenance of effort language has not changed from the way it has been for many, many years. That language has stayed the same. There is absolutely no change. If the concern is about carrying money forward, then let's remove those lines. That would be my advice to you, but whatever you do is what we will do. Whatever you say is what we will do.
Yeah, but I don't want to, I don't want this to cause a series of other problems or inconsistencies or whatever.
We haven't had the carry forward spend plans and the restriction on carry forward in the current version of the rule. I don't foresee unintended consequences by removing it.
I see. But
If that's what the concern is, then I would suggest you remove it.
That's easy, but we've still got the problem with the other one. The not the carry forward, or is, set aside the amount required to remain eligible for funding disbursement. It seems to me there's two kinds of funds, and he wants to do the same thing with both of them. Am I misreading that?
I have a couple of thoughts here. The carry forward, if you take the 30%, but it's still, I think we need to delineate whether we're talking about Perkins money. What if they don't take Carl Perkins money? Then what does that mean for a district who doesn't take it?
Okay, Wendy Morton, CT coordinator. I'm trying to make sure I understand the question.
I'll ask it again.
Okay.
The federal mandates only belong to the districts who take Carl Perkins. They don't belong to everybody. If they don't take Carl Perkins, the federal
Sure.
mandate doesn't apply to them
Sure.
with
So.
their MOE.
Correct, yes. So we would, in our calculation for federal maintenance of effort right now, if a LEA does not receive Carl Perkins funds, we do not include this expense in our reporting currently. And so it's not part of that number that's reported for our state maintenance of effort. We exclude them from the
So
calculation.
I guess I'm asking, I'm just being clear, is that clear here so that districts aren't, it's not being convoluted by somebody maybe who's new to a district or is this? or this?
So adding the statement that you have in there, except if an LEA accepts federal Carl Perkins funds, under our current plan and the way that LEAs have rolled out Carl Perkins, I believe that could cause a little confusion about who has the maintenance of effort requirement or what we count, because most of our state has formed consortia. And so multiple states are receiving the benefit of Perkins, but are not dollar for dollar actually receiving it in their LEA through their financial system. So I think that could complicate things for them by adding that statement. For me, it's a calculation. I can exclude who receives the benefit or does not.
So how do we do that so that those who don't take Carl Perkins aren't having, they're not calculated, or in our rule, it's saying, yeah, this is going to happen to you, but we know upstairs, but we know because Wendy knows, but maybe who
Sure.
take places Wendy doesn't know. What, do you have verbiage that would work there? Yeah.
So the best way to do it would just be to indicate when, we publish our financial reports. I guess the only other way to do it would be to indicate it on our maintenance of effort report.
But we've got to do something in rule. I think that we've had people come to us and say, we need clarity. Chair Huntsman?
Yeah, I think, without objection, I think, I haven't found, I found this to be a good betterment to the rule. And if it passes before the board, then of course, we've got a little bit of time if there is a snag or a problem on it, but I don't know what else to do, because we're not going to resolve some of these questions on their side, but it seems like, for me, everything's in order. I support this amendment, because I can't find anything that says, I don't see anything, and if our financial people don't have anything today that says otherwise, I see it as a betterment, and it creates a better environment for our LEAs with their MOE, WPU. I'd say that as a good win, but, I mean, that's where I'm at. But there's still, if there's a snag, then we can still come back and fix it.
Vice Chair Davis?
Is that summary that Chair Huntsman made, is that accurate? Is there anything about this amendment that would get us in trouble legally? And if so, or with MOE or whatever, could you just let us know, or are we okay to move forward here? I mean, what are the domino effects of that?
Deborah, would you say one of the dominoes would be expand versus set aside? That, and Deputy Superintendent Jones felt the same way on that word.
I don't understand what they think it should say spend instead of set aside?
Expand.
Expend instead of set aside?
If we're not doing the 30%, I don't think it matters. That's what I thought. It won't matter if we're not doing the maintenance effort 30% hold.
And then my follow-up question would be, if we're not doing the 30% maintenance of effort, but we're required to do an MOE, what are we going to do for MOE?
Talia?
If I could just maybe mention an unintended consequence that I worry about. And really, this is going to affect, this change as proposed would truly affect the small LEAs more than anyone else. CT add-on funding was never intended to fully fund CT programs. The idea always is that it is additional funds on top of regular WPU because of the high cost of running CTE programs. It was never intended to fully fund programs. If you take away the requirement to expend maintenance of effort first, a match from regular WPU first, small LEAs who maybe have a district where they say, we're not going to give you any match, we're not going to give you any other funds, fund yourself out of add-on, they will be hurt by not having enough money to run their programs. And that could happen with the change, because they're no longer required to have a maintenance of effort match.
Can I follow up?
Yeah.
So you're saying programs would be diminished, but
Yes.
but why is maintenance of effort required in federal law if they take Perkins money? And if so, if we don't do the 30%, what are we doing for MOE to meet the legal requirement? Do we need some kind of substitution here?
So maintenance of effort in federal law, as Wendy explained, is a requirement for the state. How we calculate, how we pool state dollars to meet that maintenance of effort requirement is up to you all and to the Board of Higher Education. That is up to you. Without having this maintenance of effort match, if you will, then we have to find a different way to calculate it. But the federal law does not specifically say you must do it this way.
I understand all that. I'm asking, if we don't do this, what are we going to do? And when
That's a
do we
great
have to
question.
decide that? And are we time-bound?
Yeah.
So Wendy Morton, we have a report that's due each January where we report what our federal maintenance of effort is for the prior fiscal year. So we would have, what LEAs are expending for the current year would be part of our federal report in FY '24, in January of 2024. Fiscal year '24.
That's the next time we report?
No, we report this year, but it's based off of what they've already spent.
Got it.
And just to be clear, the 30% carry forward amount isn't what the maintenance of effort is calculated off of. That spend plan is not tied to how we currently calculate their maintenance of effort.
Yes.
So what is?
It's based off of students taking courses. So the same way that add-on is generated. So maintenance of effort is generated based off students choosing to take CTE courses. And then the maintenance of effort is also tied to that same number. So essentially, if a student chooses to take a CTE course, and then a LEA is generating the general WPU, they're also then generating the add-on WPU. And if a student doesn't, then the LEA does not generate those dollars for that course.
So can I follow up? You're
Yes, go ahead.
currently figuring out WPU based on how much money the student is generating and not on how much money the LEA is spending and which pot they're spending out of first.
So how we determine how much an LEA would do and would meet in maintenance of effort is based off of how students are taking courses. We determine whether they met maintenance of effort based off how they spent the funds.
And are there requirements to spend the WPU before the add-on currently?
Yes, in our current board rule. But
there's no 30%.
there is no 30% in our current board rule. There's no spend plan in our current board rule.
So if we got rid of the 30%, it eliminates a lot of this discussion.
Yes.
So could we just, if we just deleted lines 589 and 99 and 590, that would, or would it be the next two lines?
589 to 594. Nope, even farther. 589 to 598, you would delete.
Ah. And except for what you explained as a possible detriment for small districts, there's nothing else that would prohibit this taking place this way.
To remove those lines? No.
So Board Member Norton, this is your motion. I think that might work.
I think we want to do that, yes. We want to delete
Those lines?
Mhm.
So are you amending the motion then?
Amend the motion.
Okay,
That's, in the motion it had that we had that, so
oh, so you're,
it's like
it's in there somewhere?
paren 3.
You take
We
out
can
starting at
delete-
589? I thought it was 590.
590, 589. and we
Through
just-
598.
Or maybe we just,
And then, I'm wondering if that cleans up the orange pieces, if we still need those. Because I think where Wendy had talked about, if an LEA accepts Carl Perkins, they're already doing that in their calculations.
my only
And-
concern with that is we're basically requiring LEAs to accept federal funds.
No, I think they still don't have to accept it.
Well, they don't have to, but if they, I mean, they're just, now they're, I mean, because if they were maybe not going to accept them because they didn't want to have to deal with the MOE, but now they're gonna have to do it either way. So whether they do take the federal funds or not, they're still gonna have to do that MOE and expend, again, we're back into, and that means you're gonna expend your WPU first.
Talia, did you have a comment on that?
I would say that's not the case. We have some LEAs now who choose not to accept Carl Perkins funds. The MOE requirement has always been there on a state level, so that does not change.
So I think.
Do a federal requirement for state funds.
So I think the concern was lying is that they were taking their MOE, which is their WPU money, putting in here, and now it's been shrunk down, and they can only keep 30% of that, which they had put there. So if we take those others out, I think it's probably a good compromise. But Board Member Norton? Does it just go back to exactly the way the rule was before? So there's no change to the rule?
Well, no, there's other changes. All the lines, there's a few
In
lines
this?
above.
In this section, yes.
Okay. So Board Member Norton, are you okay with that amendment to take out those lines only and not the others? Who seconded that? Chair, are you okay with that? And, okay. Without objection, is everyone okay that we are just getting rid of all the orange and keeping and striking out 589 to 598? Is that right?
And you're
Okay.
you're also deleting the orange on 587?
Yes, because that was a discussion from the operations side that it needs to be expended, not set aside.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so the draft four would be the other changes from law and licensing, and to strike lines 589 to 598 from draft four. None of the orange, right.
And, well, you didn't say anything about 587. Pardon?
All the orange is gone.
Okay.
Okay. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, are we voting on just this, these amendments, or the whole draft?
No, the draft four.
No.
No amendments, right?
Oh, yeah, it is the amendment first. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Board Member Klein. Thank you for keeping me in line. Okay, and so now the motion before the board is to accept, no, it is, the motion
an
is
amendment.
for the board to accept draft four.
I have an amendment, or a
Correct,
question. I
Richmond,
have-
is that accurate? Draft four now. Okay, Board Member Earl.
Now I'm having to go back and find it real quick. It's line 6, I can't remember now if it's 640 or 604. Give me just a second. I just had a question on the LEAs for the disbursement of 602, sorry. The disbursement of funds, the administrative WPUs, and why did we spell out for school districts and charter schools when it talks about LEAs here? Why do we have to spell that out? Who is that excluding?
No. 602.
602.
Is there a reason it doesn't say
Well, why does
LEAs?
it say that, though?
It may have just been an oversight.
Well,
where
it's added.
Oh, it's
It's
added?
added language.
Oh, okay. Give us the reason. Oh, because we can't think of it now.
Sorry, Wendy Morton again.
Okay, thank you.
The reason it was added is because if you look further in the lines below, there's different ways that the administrative WPUs are awarded to districts and charter schools. And so it was just recommended that we add that clarification in the title, that it was for both, not that it was to make any additional changes.
Oh, I see. You're just saying this is the section for districts and charter school WPU.
Exactly.
Okay, I was
Exactly.
wondering if it was clarification for some reason, if it was eliminating something like Reese's or,
No,
okay,
no.
okay.
It
Oh,
is,
Miss
it's
Jen,
just
good
to
job.
clarify what's covered in the section.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
One other question, 787, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead.
787, does, okay. So all right, 778, sorry there. A little switcher. Does an LEA have to, this has to do with nationally and state chartered organizations. Does it have to be a nationally and a state chartered association in order for, so then it says the superintendent on 787, other organizations may be approved by the superintendent that meet the qualifications. I guess I'm just making sure. That wouldn't have to be a nationally, or would it have to be? So it could be some other organization we haven't listed, but it would have to be nationally and state recognized. Okay.
That
all
is
right.
accurate.
Okay, just making sure.
Okay, I do have one question about the restricted and unrestricted rate. Why are we listing it as the restricted rate and not the unrestricted rate?
She's staring at me. I assume that means I should speak. So it has not been specified before in the prior versions of this rule. We've had a number of LEAs come to us and say, we don't want to charge indirects on add-on funds, or we do want to charge it, but we want to charge a lesser amount. Indirect costs can take up a large percentage, and by that I mean somewhere between 10 and 19-ish%, depending upon the annual negotiated rate by each and every single LEA. And so by taking some of that money, again, some of the larger LEAs, it's a big pot of money, but they have more money in the relative scheme of things. Again, the smaller LEAs, when they have less add-on funding, are more, they're more at a detriment because they're taking a percentage of their funds, and some have asked us not to have to do that. If you look at and again, correct me if I misspeak, but I believe there are 3 add-on funds allocated by the state legislature. We have special ed, we have at-risk funds, and we have CTE add-on funds. Special ed and at-risk are not allowed to charge any indirect costs to those add-on funds. CTE has always been at the unrestricted rate for add-on funds. So that's a huge pot of money that goes to pay for a lot of different things that none of the other add-on funds have to pay for. So the compromise that we were trying to reach here is to charge the restricted amount, which is a lower amount, if you're going to charge something at all.
I still don't understand the difference in why it wouldn't be unrestricted or just leave it alone.
Well, without having a definition or a specification in the rule, it defaults to unrestricted.
Okay, I like that, actually. Board Member Norton, did you have something to add? I would like to make an amendment that we change restricted to unrestricted. I can't do that, I'm chairing.
I can.
I can't do that, I'm chairing.
Especially, when we're talking about, yes. I can make that motion. On line 599, that we change restricted to unrestricted. That was an oversight on my part.
Second, Chair Huntsman? Can we see it up here? I apologize.
That we, do you want me to just make the motion?
No, you did make the motion.
Okay.
It was seconded by Chair Huntsman.
Okay.
And I just,
You need to look at it.
they want to see it in the
Line
rule.
599,
And you want it to be what says in the orange?
yes.
Okay.
And now it should say unrestricted on 599. That's the orange.
So that's that change and deleting the other lines is what we're left with.
Yes.
Ask it.
What's the difference again in the percentage or the amount?
And to whom?
It's an average of anywhere, I would say, from 10 to maybe 15%. Deborah might have more information.
Can I?
Go ahead,
answer?
Deborah.
So it's the same. So the LEAs have the option of going through negotiations with the federal government, just like we do. And so they're all different. They have huge ranges. Not all LEAs choose to negotiate a rate, so some of them don't have indirect costs. But some, they do, and they range pretty large. They can be anywhere from, like Talia said, they could be anywhere from 5% all the way up to 19-20%.
I think I remember, can I follow up? Yes. From our committee discussion on that. Will you remind us, if they can be anywhere from 5 to 19% and they're negotiating the rate with the federal government, what would us imposing a rate, and I still don't know the difference between restricted and unrestricted rates, but what's the difference and why would we do that? What's the benefit of doing that?
Sure, so can I answer?
Yes.
Sorry.
Other than the obvious, it would go to hard costs.
Sure. So whenever we go into negotiations with the feds, you end up with a restricted rate and an unrestricted rate. The restricted rate is the only rate that can be utilized towards federal grants, and they tend to be a little bit lower than the unrestricted rate. The unrestricted rate is generally higher, and you can charge that against federal funds that are from another federal agency that you did not negotiate with. So like our CTE funds here, or not CTE, sorry, CMP funds here are unrestricted because they go through the Department of Agriculture instead of the Department of Ed, who we actually negotiate with. And then, of course, any of your other funding, your local funding, your state funds, things like that, they would use their unrestricted rate.
Oh, one more time.
Does that-
Sorry. I just really quickly is, so if the restricted rate is only used for federal grants, are we within the law to go back to an unrestricted rate? Is that fine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The real decision there is that the restricted rate can only, or only federal grants, I should say, can be charged the restricted rate. But the restricted rate could also be used for state funds if you, in this case, you have the authority to make that decision.
But they don't want to restrict them.
So you want to leave the
Unrestricted. Yeah.
Okay. 'Cause we're talking
Any more
about-
discussion?
Well, I was just going to say, we're talking about big, those CTE buildings or those CTE rooms are the biggest rooms oftentimes in these schools, and they have higher HVAC rates, and, because they've got sawdust and metal parts and stuff, so, there's a lot going on there that it's a higher it's a higher expense for the school, and so it should be able, it would be most helpful to be using unrestricted rates.
Thank you. Okay, the motion on the table is that to change restricted to unrestricted rates. Seeing no more lights, all in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That passes unanimously.
And that completes our report.
Oh, Board Member Lear, thank you so much for your report. And I'm going to pass the helm back over to. Oh, the full motion? Oh, yeah, we do.
I would
I'm
like-
not passing anything yet.
I would
Board
like-
Member Klein.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment. There's actually 3 different places where the term Plan for College and Career Readiness is identified. So lines 457 and 458.
That doesn't complete our report.
Let's see. Get back there. So long.
457.
So I would, on line, 458, I would make a motion to strike out the last half of the sentence after the comma, make the comma a period.
Will you state it, what it is?
So it says, the full line is that provide all students with a seamless education system from public education to post-secondary education, and then I would put a period there and strike out driven by a plan for college and career readiness as defined in section R277462. And that part from driven through the rule number would be stricken.
Okay, so the motion to amend would be to take out driven by a plan for college and career readiness as defined in section R277462.
Correct. And then there's a couple more places where that
It
is.
says the same thing?
Basically, it's the same reference to the plan for college and career readiness is found on line 520.
So, Board Member
You could
Klein,
probably do them all at once.
can I go ahead and state that Board Member Klein would like to take out the words, the plan for college and career readiness throughout the document?
Yes, but it's slightly different context, so there's some other verbiage next to each of those where
Okay,
it's
so can we
listed,
go
so-
back to the first one and
Sure.
see if we get a second first?
Sure.
Okay, so the motion is to, now I don't know where I am. To take out driven by plan for college and career readiness as defined in section R277462 on line 458. Do I have a second to that amendment? I don't. Go ahead, Board Member Klein.
Okay. Well, I guess the others are, it's kind of a moot point then. To go with the others
Board Member
as well.
Earl?
I have a question on that. Is that a legal requirement that we have that? I just am wondering if we have that in law, the college. I'm curious. Does anyone know? It seems like that is the wording. Am I right?
The CCR is.
Yeah.
is-
Okay.
But is the document, because it's a reference to, so if I can explain, the plan for college and career readiness, it says as defined in section 42, or R277462. If you go to 462, it references you directly for the definition of, for that definition, you have to go from 462 to the document, and it's, let me pull it up here really quick. It's called the College and Career Readiness School Counseling Program Model, and it's over 102 pages long, and that is the definition. So this CTE rule refers us, says that the plan for college and career readiness as defined in is referring to this 100-plus page document. And I don't know that very many people have read this 100-plus page document to know what it contains and what we're putting into this CTE rule by accepting that line.
Okay, it's already in another rule, but if I can go to Jeff on this for some policy on that. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, so the references to the plan for college and career readiness as defined in the school counseling manual, that is an entire manual that has a whole set of requirements for school counselors, which you as a board approved, I believe, back in 2018. And you incorporated that manual by reference into the rule, so that manual is the law, unless you change the manual itself and that rule. So essentially what's being said here is with CTE, when creating schedules and plans for students and whatnot throughout this rule, it references 462 as essentially saying the counselors who are helping students register for CTE need to be consulting the student's individual plan for college and career readiness that they're required by 462 to have. So you could remove these lines from the rule. However, what you would be removing is the requirement that the CTE program and the counselors utilize the college and career readiness plan of a student to inform CTE registration and whatnot. And then there could be some further questions of whether or not we want to amend 462, which is a separate rule in the manual, but that's a different conversation. But the entire plan and what needs to be in a student's plan is all outlined in 462 through that manual.
So 462 defines college and career readiness by incorporating this whole document. The 100-plus document is the definition. And so by reference to 462 in the CTE rule, we are incorporating this entire 100-plus page document as if we agree with it all. And there is so much in this document that is problematic. I'm happy to read you just a few excerpts from it.
It's okay.
If you would like.
If you don't agree with it, then that's okay.
So I guess my next question would be if we can't get it out of here, and if it's required, I would ask that this document, this college and, what do they call it? College and Career Readiness Plan, counseling manual, come back to our board for review. Because it was made several years ago and a lot has happened since then, and there's a lot of language that is in there that maybe the board at the time didn't realize what they were passing, and I would ask that that come back before us for review.
Board Member Klein, we've noted that, and we will
Okay,
put that under for the leadership.
okay, thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you. Okay. So now, the motion is to approve, I can't remember what we're called now. Which rule is this? R 277-911, draft 4 on final reading. As amended. Seeing no lights, all in favor? Aye. Those
Aye.
opposed? No. One opposition? Board Member Klein? Okay, now I'm going to turn the helm over to Chair Huntsman.
And now we're complete with our report.
And now you can rest easy, because he's in charge again.
Okay, good.
Scott, are you going to do the report today?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Chair Hansen, we've got,
2 actionable items, I believe, from standards and assessment.
okay, let's dive in.
First one is item 14.4. The
Correct.
committee moves that the board approves R2736 Child Sex Abuse and Human Trafficking Prevention Training Instruction, draft 3 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is the board approve R277-630 Child Sex Abuse and Human Trafficking Prevention Training and Instruction, draft 3 on second and final reading. Discussion to the motion, Member Earl.
I have a motion. You can go under my amendments. Line 79 would be to add
Do we have them in
amendment. I
advance?
apologize.
Have you submitted them in, I don't know. I'm
You
catching up
can,
here.
well, they've been on there since last committee. They're on
Okay,
the.
yeah, so we're bringing them up.
Yep.
Okay, so your proposed amendment is?
It would be on line 79. I think, I don't know if it's 79 now in that document. Is it on mine? That it's number 8. A board member may request additional review of the curriculum content by submitting the name of the person conducting the review and a signed non-disclosure agreement.
Okay, hang on. Do we have a second? Second? Want to speak to your motion? while
Yeah, I
this
want to
is
speak to
coming
it. This is back to the human trafficking. I know that this goes through a process. I just feel like as a board member, if I want someone to review it, if they do a non-disclosure agreement, I feel like it's reasonable. Worked with Brian previously there. We've updated one. At least there's one that's usable, that this could be worked out. So I would encourage you to allow that to happen if a board member, because remember, no one can look at this, right? It's just you. So it's just asking that, going through the right processes, that's allowable.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yes, I can refer, well, we can ask staff also to comment, but during our committee meeting, this motion was raised. The discussion was that this wording would not give a vendor any option to not disclose, and if the person selected by the board member happened to be a competitor or someone who is in this industry, the vendor whose materials were being reviewed wouldn't be able to do anything about that. They would have to submit to the review if there was a signed non-disclosure agreement. The committee voted to reject this amendment.
Okay.
Is there anything Patty or members of staff need to add to that?
Dr. Norman, do you have anything you need to add?
No, that's correct. It's having the vendor being able to determine who is able to see that or not.
Okay, I'm not seeing any discussion to the proposed amendment. The proposed amendment before the board is to add after line 79, a board member may request additional review of the curriculum content by submitting the name of the person conducting the review and a signed non-disclosure agreement. That's a proposed amendment before the board. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No.
With the ayes, raise your hand. Member Hart, Member Klein. You getting them? Yes. Okay. Okay, the amendment doesn't pass. Any other proposed amendments? Seeing none. Oh, Member Klein?
We don't have, do we have age appropriate defined? Is it?
Staff, do we
Here,
have?
okay.
Patty Norman's nodding her head, yes. Will you
Okay.
please respond to mics and then we know?
Okay.
Yes, age appropriate has been defined by the board and approved by the board in a full board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then I would like to make a motion or an amendment to add on line 32. I have it in front of me, but just the language at the end, or, I don't know, do you have it up? So if I can read it. Okay, so on the end there, just add the language or train school staff, educators, or administrators on topics prohibited by R277-328.
I think they're getting it, but while he's trying to get in there, do we have a second? Second. Member Earl, to speak to your amendment?
Sure. So I had a teacher send me a clip of a human trafficking training that she had to do as an educator, a required training. And it's just about a minute and a half. She said the rest of the training was great, but this minute and 20 seconds was highly problematic. It said it was under the header, Understanding Complex Trauma, as part of the human trafficking training. It said systemic traumas are environmental or institutional traumas. For instance, living in a hostile cultural environment due to racism, sexism, extreme poverty, intergenerational traumas, or living in fear of being deported or having family be deported. I think that was an incomplete sentence. I was just grabbing where she first sent it to me, but then it continues. Lastly, let's take a moment to consider historical trauma, which refers to cumulative emotional and psychological wounding as a result of group traumatic experiences transmitted across generations within a community. It is often associated with racial and ethnic population groups within our country who have suffered major intergenerational losses and assaults on their culture and well-being. The history of enslavement of African Americans, displacement and murder of American Indians and Jews who endured the Holocaust have been transferred to current descendants of these groups and others. As we work towards ending the cycle of trauma and violence, it is necessary to acknowledge both how racism and oppression are embedded in American society and to understand how massive historical trauma of slavery continues to shape the lives of individuals or individual children, families, communities, and the systems with which they interact. What does that have to do with human trafficking? I think it is clear a violation of 328, so I just ask that that be added.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We have a proposed amendment. Member Lear?
I'm just wondering, so did you check this out? Did you hear this yourself? Did you?
I can share the video with you if you'd like, the clip.
And do we know for sure that this came right from the district? And I'm just saying,
Yes.
are all of the?
I
and-
do. I can
and
tell you it
Did
was.
you check with the district?
It was
and see if it wasn't-
protect.journey.do, section 8, HT 102, Understanding Complex Trauma,
And,
from the human trafficking
and do we know
required
that
training.
that was required? And do we know that
It was a
that-
credentialing training,
a credentialing, so it was optional with the individual? And it was only for
but
adults?
it's still something that was offered through USBE. So I just want to make sure that whatever we adopt or approve, that it's clear that whoever we're getting the training from knows that they need to be in compliance with our rule R277328.
And I guess I'm just still a little, leery of acting on this just because of one anecdote that I haven't had the time to follow up on. That's my concern.
Member Earl?
Yeah, I speak in favor of this. I think that whether it's one antidote or I just think not having it in there is, and referring to our rules, there's nothing wrong with that. It is our rules, and it's just saying, in this case, these people need to comply with the same rules. So I think it's completely appropriate.
Vice Chair Davis?
I mean, I'm fine to put it in. It's superfluous because it does have to happen because they do have to comply with the rule. But I want to make sure that a vote for this, which I am going to vote for this motion actually, but doesn't mean necessarily that I believe that whole portion of what was just read is in violation of 328. I mean, there was part that I thought could veer, but I just want to make sure I'm not going, condemning someone thinking that all of that would violate 328, but I do think we need to be beholden to our rules, and, if we need to put that in there, we can.
I'm not seeing any other comments of the amendment to the motion before the board is to add on line 32 or train school staff, educators, or administrators on topics prohibited by R277-328. Seeing no discussion, members, I was going to say please vote, but all in favor of the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
We have one. Motion passes. So the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-630, child sex abuse and human trafficking prevention, training, and instruction. Would we call it draft 4 now, or would we call it draft 3 as amended? On draft 3 on second and final reading as amended. I'm not seeing any further discussion, so we'll vote on this. I will state the motion again that the board approve R277-630, child sex abuse and human trafficking prevention, training, and instruction, draft 3 as amended on second and final reading. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. No. Chair Hansen, please continue.
Okay, next action is 14.5. And the motion that we have, I think, can be consolidated, but the committee moves that the board remove the terms common humanity, conflict resolution, hope, opportunity, optimism, personal responsibility, understanding, unique potential, and unity from the definition list, and approve the term good character and define it as exemplifying time-established principles or standards of worth, such as honesty, integrity, morality, civility, duty, honor, service, and obedience to law, referencing 53G-10-204 to the definition list.
Okay, I think what I have written down is a little different, so correct me if I'm wrong, because I think I might have got the corrections according to how you stated them. That is, the motion for the board is to remove the term common humanity from the definition list, remove the term conflict resolution from the definition list, remove the terms hope and opportunity from the definition list, remove the terms optimism and personal responsibility, and then approve the term good character and define it as exemplary time established principles or standards of worth such as honesty, integrity, morality, civility. Did I say that right? Civility. There you go. Duty, honor, service, and obedience to law, 53G-10-204 to the definition list. Did I state that correctly, Chair?
Chair, I believe that you left out understanding, unique potential, and unity as words that were going to be removed.
Oh, I got to turn my page.
There you go.
Okay, do you want me to read that again?
I think
No,
we're good.
okay. Well, discussion to the motion. Member Earl.
I like these words. That's all I'm saying. I think they're good. I think we should be using them a lot. Whether we define them or not, I think they should just swarm our language and just be everywhere.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further discussion, so I'll restate the motion. I'll attempt to do it correctly, and then we will vote. The motion is that the board remove the term common humanity from the definition list, remove the term conflict resolution from the definition list, remove the terms hope and opportunity from the definition list, remove the terms optimism, personal responsibility, understanding, unique potential, and unity from the definition list. Approve the term good character and define it as exemplary time, established principles or standards of worth such as honesty, integrity, morality, civility. Did I say it? Is that better? Hey, I said it. Duty, honor, service, and obedience to law 53G-10-204 to the definition list. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those opposed? No. We have two? Three? Did you get them? Okay. Motion passes. Please
That,
continue.
That completes the report from the Standards and Assessment Committee. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm seeking a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of individuals and pending or reasonable litigation. Anybody? Okay, we have a motion, a second? Okay, roll call vote. Vice Chair Belknap?
Yes.
Member Booth?
Yes.
Member Cannon? Yes. Member Klein? Executive session? Okay. Vice Chair Davis? Yes. Member Earl? Yes. Member Hanson?
Yes.
Member Hart? Member Hutchings? Yes. Member Hymas? Yes. Member Lear? Yes. Member Moss? Yes. Member Norton? Yes. Member Straight? Yes. And Chair Huntsman's a yes. We're going into executive session. I'm not sure how you on the line will stay on, but hopefully you got it figured out. Okay, it's going to take a minute. It's a good time to hit the facility if you've got to hit the facility as we're getting ready. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Board members, I'm seeking a motion to come out of executive session.
So move.
So, okay, Member Booth, second, Member Cannon. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Those opposed? Okay, motion is unanimous. We're out of executive session. Member Norton.
I move that the board approves UPAC consent calendar recommendations.
Have a second? Second, Cannon. Motion before the board is that the board approve the UPAC consent calendar recommendations. Discussion to the motion? Seeing none. All in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Voting is unanimous.
Okay, I move that in case number 19-1589, the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC.
We have a motion and a second. The motion before the board is that on case number 19-1589, that the board accepts the recommendations of UPAC. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, we'll vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Voting is unanimous. Please continue.
I move that the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC in case number 21-1830.
Do I have a second, Cannon? The motion before the board is that the board accepts the UPAC recommendation on case number 21-1830. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Voting is unanimous. Please continue.
I move that the board accepts the recommendation of UPAC in case number 21-1852.
We have a motion and a second. The motion before the board is that the board accept the recommendation of UPAC in case number 21-1852. Discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No. Laura.
Okay, motion passes.
Okay, I move that the board accepts the educator's voluntary surrender of their license in case number 21-1859.
I have a motion and a second. And the motion before the board is that the board accept the volunteer, am I saying it right? Surrender of their license on case number 21-1859. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Voting is unanimous.
In case number, I move that the board accept the educator's voluntary surrender of their license in case number 22-1905.
We have a motion and a second, and the motion before the board is that in case number 22-1905, that we accept the educator's volunteer surrendering of their license. Did I get that right? I don't know why I'm struggling with that. Discussion to the motion. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Voting is unanimous. Please continue.
I move that the board appoints the following individuals to the Advisory Committee on Equity of Education Services for Students, the Access Committee. Tiffany Cisco, representing the American Indians for a 2-year term.
You want to do?
I'll do them all, okay. Matt Okabe, representing the Asian Americans for a 2-year term. Sarah Baird, representing the Asian Americans for a 2-year term. And Carlin Frazier, representing the African Americans for a 2-year term.
We have a motion and a second. The motion before the board is that the board appoint the following individuals to the Advisory Committee of Equity and Education Services for Students, or Access. That would be Tiffany Cisco, representing the American Indians for a 2-year term. Matt Okabe, representing the Asian Americans for a 2-year term. Sarah Baird, representing Asian Americans for a 2-year term. And Carly Frazier, representing the African Americans for a 2-year term. Discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed? When no? Voting, the motion passed. Please
Okay.
continue.
I move that the board appoints the following individuals to the Student Advisory Committee, SAC, for 1 2-year term. District 2, Madison Coombs. District 3, Xander McBride. District 4, Riley Andito. District 6, Hannah Zulek. District 8, Thomas Pepper. District 12, Dallin Ivy. District 13, Sadie Clegg. And District 14, Zoe Olson.
We have a motion and a second. Motion before the board is the board appoints the following individuals to the Student Advisory Committee, SAC, for 1 2-year term. District 2, Madison Combs. District 3, Xander McBride. District 4, Riley Indito. District 6, Hannah Zolek. District 8, Thomas Pepper. District 12, Dallin Ivy. District 13, Sadie Clegg. District 14, Zoe Olson. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We have one more.
Okay. I move that the board approves the recommendation of the Audit Committee providing direction to the legal counsel for the URAF litigation.
Do we have a second? That's not what I have on my paper, but.
Oh.
We have a motion and a second. Will you restate that? And I've got to write it out. I had something different.
Just do the other one?
That's not it.
Just do this one.
That's the
Don't do
second
this
one.
Okay, we're changing.
Okay, thank you.
Take that off the board.
That's
Okay.
not, okay.
But is this the one that?
Well,
he
let me
should
go
do?
like this. Coming out of executive committee, I'm seeking a motion that the board approves the corrective action recommendation for the audit committee for the MSP review. I'm seeking a motion, so I'm after a,
Should
so
I make a
moved.
motion?
Oh, you can make it if you want.
No, you just made it.
'Kay.
Second. Move and second.
No, I don't make it. I'm just.
I move.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. So the motion before the board is that the board approves the corrective action recommendation of the audit committee for the MSP review. Any discussion to the motion? Seeing none, let's vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Abstain, one, okay. Did you get that? Motion passes. Looking at our agenda,
Nice look, Laura.
it's time to adjourn. So I want to thank everyone for their participation and got a lot of work done today, a good day. Thanks to those that are online that hung in with us also. Take care. Big day tomorrow. Looking forward to good work that you guys are doing. Thanks again. Take care and be safe. Travel well. This meeting's adjourned.
Night, everyone.
Thanks, Mark.